pretty dynamic. The sloping hills slope in such a wide way that it just wraps all the way around on the north side, and you can have so many teams next to each other, and they can't even see each other.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that.
Yo. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Dab. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night, depending on where you're watching from. On today's stream, we're going to be watching some PUBG Mobile esports. We're going to be watching PMPL America Day 2. And we're going to be rooting on some American teams here. Pretty sure this means North America and South America, so... We're going to be listening to Hot Jukes and Dave right now talk. I mean, unless you guys want me to watch the clean feed, I could do that too. But yeah, today's stream, we're going to be doing a watch party, boys. We're going to also be putting a UC code up on the screen. And I'm going to put the first code up right at the end of this first match. I'll put one code up. So if you're just tuning in, say what up to me in the comment section below, boys. I gotta get the Facebook. We're only live on Facebook and YouTube right now.
When it comes to why that's even happening, you know, like at this stage, you try to play perfect.
What up, Steve? What up, Mermov? What up, Alex?
I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because
let me go ahead and
any second in delay
get my Facebook stream and.
It could be critical. It really could be, right? Because these
we'll listen to Hot Jukes and Zute for a minute.
The next zone. We're used to seeing N-Hyper in that central position, and now we're seeing intense game there, right? And influence. These squads are moving so quickly, so any kind of hiccup at all could be the difference from getting there.
There we go.
Safely,
there we go.
Or
what up, Judah? What up, S-Man?
It's bad. Right? You don't even want to tie with another team, because then you have.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching some PMPL Americas all day today. That's the clan. That's the clan. That's the plan.
Champions again.
We got some UC codes to give away. Got a whole bunch of codes to give away, boys. I got a whole bunch of codes, so if you guys want to soak up some UC codes, just stick around, right? PUBG Mobile gave me a crap ton of UC codes to put on the screen for you guys, so stick around and hang out. Yo, Wally with the 10 gifted. Thank you, Wally.
So Baluk, I don't know, man.
All right, so
it must be the pressure.
Do you guys want me to watch the clean feed where it's literally just the gameplay and all of the overlay stuff without any of the casters, or do you guys want me to watch the stuff with the casters too? What do you guys think?
Time after time after time.
I kind of like to hear what they say, honestly,
look at that.
because
game in the feed,
if I was watching this off stream, I would be listening to them talk, and so I kind of want to just listen to them talk with you guys, I think.
They do barely though. Oof. Teams are so much smarter here in these regions, especially Brazil, when it comes
to the PUBG Mobile site on my TV and you on my phone. Let's go, Smokey.
Oh yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, I've got the official link in the description if you guys want to go.
One of their weak points, like when it goes bad, it goes.
You guys want to go drop some love on the official stream?
Besides the trees, that's giving a lot of trouble for N-Hyper. It's the rotations. It is not as easy and free as
hopefully my camera is in like
and they were
is my camera in a good spot or a bad spot?
And zone positioning, and the fact that they're just getting, you know,
should I put my camera over here?
A little bit throws off their timing, throws off their rotation pathing, and it's like slowly throwing off their whole game plan. Like it's like a domino effect.
There we go. That's good, right, chat?
I'm really hoping we see the N-Hyper from NA, or at least, you know, a little bit sparks of that. But it could very well just be, you know, this lobby.
We good on that? Is that good, chat? We good, boys?
And Hyper's play style.
Man, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna give a little bit of an insight, kind of behind the scenes here.
Yo, if you're just tuning in, hit the like button on the stream. You guys already know what to do.
Right? And I got to see.
Oh, let me take the closed captioning off.
Kind of the homework that he does.
Or do you guys want it on?
The squad does prior to.
You probably want it off because it's covering up stuff.
And one of them was drawing out other teams' vehicles rotations, right? And I'm talking about, he would go and he told me, he's like, yeah, I go in Photoshop, I'll watch the game, the map feed, and I'll just draw it. I'll draw exactly where they went the whole match, you know? And I see these PSD, I see these photos, and I'm
That's
like,
crazy.
Oh my goodness, right? Like the level of research, the homework, right, that these guys
do. But they actually are like the meme with the guy on the cork board.
Because I don't know of any other NA team
with all the like yarn going from picture to picture.
So to put in that level of work, it's gonna prove.
Maybe we'll turn them down just a little bit.
So much in a tournament like this, you know, knowing every end zone possibility.
What up, Phoenix?
Hot areas.
What up, Kaylin?
Where you could possibly go a little bit off the beaten path and then catch a third.
What's up, Carrie? I see you in the chat.
That, right? It makes all the difference, and then you add.
What up, Purcell? Yo, how you doing, Jeremy?
Of even when to fight.
Yo, what's everybody doing this weekend? What's everybody doing this weekend, boys?
Right.
Yo, let me tell you something though. Is the stream delayed a few seconds? It might be. I think the shortest delay is on Facebook. I'm only live on 2 places. Dude, we got told today, chat. Hold on. This is full screen moment. We got told today that our sellers of the house that we bought don't plan on moving out. Like they planned on moving all of their stuff in their house. Literally all of their belongings they've ever accrued. All right? They're not moving all of their stuff out until literally the day that we planned on going to get the keys from them in the morning. So it's like they don't plan on giving us the keys for like a whole nother 2 days later than what we thought. So we're kind of a little irritated about that. And hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully people figure their stuff out, but I'm a little mad about that, but yeah. Their entire life belongings. Test. You guys can hear me, right? All right, cool. Let's get back into the esports.
Each other. It's all Glory Gaming.
We have to we're hoping that we don't have to reschedule a whole bunch of things. It'll be really irritating.
Is what I'm talking about here, folks.
Oh, you're working, Sarah, this weekend? Dang.
These 2 buildings right here, rock a little bit of a split, and they're finally meeting each other. So
that's against the law. Well, they signed a contract saying that they were gonna that they needed rent back till the 8th, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I was supposed to get possession of my house on the 8th, and now I don't think I'm going to. I think it's going to be another two more days. But I have such a tight... Hold on, let's keep this playing. I have such a tightly packed schedule this whole month when it comes to like moving and then, you know, keeping up with all of my sponsored stuff that I do with all my sponsors, as well as going to Vegas and going to TwitchCon and stuff, and like, oh, dude. So just for like 2 more days to it's a little.
They might have a target on their back somewhere,
and like
they need to change up their playstyle.
Dude, like I already called Comcast and had my internet scheduled to be shut off on a certain day, and for there to be a technician out there on a certain day, and now I have to call back and go through the whole rigmarole of setting up another time slot for them to turn off the internet here and set off the internet over there as well, dude. As well as, like, I have to reschedule the U-Haul truck, and I have to call all my family members that were going to come over and help move. Like, bro,
this be it, potentially?
It's really irritating. It really is really irritating.
Could be.
I technically own it right now.
Competing with, and then they got into the finals with them. Whereas this, you don't really have a chance to feel out the other regions, right? It's straight into...
Yo, how is it already this tiny zone? I started the stream right when they started this match.
Teams that you never really practiced against, teams that you never really played against. So I think their game plan specifically for this tournament, I mean, you saw yesterday, was to just be hyper, not aggressive.
I forgot to tweet the stream. Silly me, dude. Silly freaking me. Yo, hey, boys, go gas the tweet, huh? Hey, go gas the tweet, huh? You know what I'm saying? Gas it up a little bit, you know what I mean? Okay. Back to the watch party. Dude, how did the zone get so tiny already? There's still 60 players alive in this tiny zone, too. This is crazy. Little shotgun. Little shotgun from Joey. Let's go, Joey. Dude, I actually know Joey. I've played with him a lot.
He's trying to find the angles. He can't get them. He has to help out.
I play with Joey a lot. He's a good dude. Amazing at the game. As he gets knocked.
How is YKG throwing this?
Okay, I shouldn't be talking about him.
It's just the pressure, man. YKG. Oh, okay. Extreme Slayers. Wow. From distance, Extreme Slayers. That's good. They're peeking their heads out.
I rented a place once and showed up in a moving truck with all my stuff, and the people before me literally never even packed yet. Lol. Dude, we started this process. Hold on, I'm gonna turn them down some more. We're gonna watch parties. I'm also gonna talk for a minute. We started the process of moving, like, you know, putting in a bid on the house, all that, like, literally a month and a half ago, my bro. A month and a half ago. Okay. We went over the caster curse. My bad. We went over there. I don't know, like 5 or 6 days ago to go over there with the realtor to see if they'd finished everything, like all the stuff on the list, like the stuff they had to fix before we moved in or bought the house or whatever. And they literally had twice as many things in the house than when I went to see it to decide if I wanted to buy it, bro. Like, they literally put more things in their house after I put in an offer. And they hadn't moved out a single thing, bro. Like, as of, like, dude, I'm like, you know I'm moving, and, like, how have you... Dude, I would be freaking out knowing that I have 9 days to move, and I still have literally all my life belongings in this massive house. Like, dude, the way some people operate their life makes zero sense to me.
I point that out because this was
what up, Chris?
Hyper dominated.
Oh, I saw your text,
took these,
by the way.
Risky
and
rotations, difficult to make rotations.
I'll have to get something recorded for you because currently everything that I have that I know of, I've already. I've been editing my butt off, bro. So I have to get some stuff for you.
It looks like they're still doing.
I might have one thing, but I have to screen record it first. I streamed Arena Breakout for 12 hours yesterday.
Melgar gonna go ahead and take off, I think, from this situation. Yeah, so they're just gonna use those shots and take off into a different spot.
Yo, if you haven't yet, hit the like button on the stream for me, boys.
You're gonna have to get on the move as
we got some UC codes to put up on the screen here soon.
Down to the south.
Wow, that's a big shift once again. And
there we go. That's a good
spot. Let's see if they have
that's a good volume
level of mechanics to execute, you know, a potential chicken dinner. And that's not a good start. Maybe I should just not talk. Yep.
It took us 6 months to sell ours, and we moved out before contracts was signed. Lol. We are trying to already sell this thing before we even bought that. So we literally moved all of our stuff out, and I'm not even lying when I say we've been sleeping on an air mattress. That's an air mattress, all right? We literally moved all of our stuff out over a month ago. There is my streaming setup, an two air mattresses, and some food in this freaking house, and that is literally it. And my boys got some iPads. Like, dude, all of our belongings are in storage. We've been ready to move. So the fact that they had 9 days to move and they hadn't touched nothing, it's like.
Right next to V2.
And why would you, after showing the house and getting an offer on it, why would you then put more stuff back in your, like, they like moved stuff back into their house to continue living after they got an offer on it, like.
Also getting looted up, getting ready here, getting that arm shaking.
Hopefully they don't watch my stream. They probably don't.
And Mizexis are going at it and inactive, getting a nice knock and thirst. He's gonna go for this res. He's gotta watch out though because here comes Mercy with his nade.
That nade flies in, doesn't hit. Mercy's about to go down. Ooh.
Ooh. Get him, Terrio.
So many wide open angles. It is very
this is a horrible zone. Look at that zone, chat.
Yes, it is. And here comes Skyline, just trying to go ahead and throw some of that util. He's able to make it into a safe area for now. And all
right, right at the end of this match, too, I'm going to put a UC code up, so stick around, boys.
He's hiding behind the snowman.
We have 10 codes, so if I put up... How many matches are there? 6, right? So if I... Yeah, so we got, you know, one after every match and then a few at the end of the stream.
Down goes Jaguar.
Nice finish for Mizexis. They'll stay alive. They keep.
They have movers with movers. They worry about Nado.
They had one good game yesterday.
No, I don't have movers.
Let's see if they can start today off strong and keep it that way.
I was gonna show up with a U-Haul truck at my storage and load it all up.
Sure, right? So, oh no, Revel going down to Dior's on rotation.
Hopefully it works out. Yeah, I don't know. It's just irritating. Literally found out about that probably 20 minutes before I started the stream. Let me turn my AC on.
Back and forth. He's mad, right? He's like, "How dare you take out Revel?" And let's see what he's able to do. Can he get a little bit of that revenge? That sweet, sweet revenge.
Oh, I gotta get that.
Meanwhile,
yo, Nightbot, relax.
About to go down. Down to 1 HP.
Nightbot, relax.
And Carrillo's got those nades locked and loaded. But right now, I think they're very happy with their position. They're going to hold it down for now. And Hyper does go and take these two houses. They are very hard to hold. That is for sure. And not to mention, very difficult to get away from. So we'll see what they do.
They're also down to 2 players, which just makes it that much more difficult. We're back on the north side. V2 trying to breach into this zone as it slowly closes. We do have Influence Rage here, looking to continue their chicken dinner from yesterday's very last match. They're looking way better today. They're into the late game with 4 up. Zone does shift away from them. But with 4 players, Influence Rage, if they're playing in prime, they
all right, there we go.
be able to break in. And Hyper down to just Koi. What can he pull off?
Oh, got at least 1 point. He'll take that. He's going to have to switch to inactive. Does get some nice shots. That's a double with the Uzi. Here comes Koi, and there he goes to the lobby.
Man, that was impressive to see.
35 people still alive for this tiny zone is crazy, though.
Yeah, the nerves of steel to just keep pre-firing that, timing it really well. We're back to looking at extreme.
Yo, Mazexis with 7 points right now, but they are at a bit of trouble, as you can see over there on the right-hand side.
Against Influence Rage, scouting this position out. Where are they going to go? They're getting the.
Everybody in the official stream was like rooting for A7, so we'll see.
Looks like
going to Alpha.
They're going to go away.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and head away. You can see Carrillo hanging on the back line. Senatexas trying to drive away. His tire just got shot out. That is not good. And meanwhile, in the feed, we see Juancho get.
Dude, imagine that pull up. That is crazy.
Look at that. Mafioso with the beautiful shots catches the knock.
Just out in the middle of the open behind a car. Like, that is a crazy pull up and relax.
Little out angle and you are done for.
Alpha 7 here. Doing a lot of work. They did lose Revo earlier, but they are navigating this very
I mean, it's right in the middle of the zone, so.
And you can see there's not a lot of hard cover. And Passion Fruit here on the south side.
INF all the way. Chat, who are you rooting for?
A pretty decent day.
How do you use the code? I'll tell you guys in just a moment. I'll put the link in the chat. It's not the code I'm going to put on the screen isn't the typical PUBGmobile.com/redeem code.
Yes, they are. And I told
Wale!
you and that's exactly what
coming in with a 5 gifted members. Yo, Ronnie got one of those. Nice. Oh, thank you, Wally.
Robert with 4 eliminations.
Wally, bro. Yo, exclamation point Wally. Make sure you guys go sub up to him on YouTube.
He's so deadly with that.
Sub up to him and sub up to Pinky.
I kid you not. If you have a knock, you got to get that thirst. Otherwise, he's taking it.
Oh, yeah, he's really good at that, and I think that's a great way to use the mini. Not necessarily for getting knocks, but long range, you just pop 2 headshots on a knock player, easy point steal. And you can see he only has 36 bullets left in that mini, so I think he's going to be very, not conservative, but picky or selective with which targets he takes shots at with the mini. Influence Rage staying alive here with 2, and actually moving up to the crate for additional cover.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see here as Melgar's going to go down most likely to the blue zone here. It's going to be very difficult to even get anywhere. He's going to run wide on the open. Oh, he tried to steal, though. He does.
Dude. That M4 spray is crazy.
1 more point on the board. Yeah, 7's going to be looking directly in this spot.
Dude, A7, they're still alive. They actually probably have the best spot in the zone, not going to lie.
This is a very tough one to deal with in general. Not a lot of
they're shooting too, but they're not looking at him.
Everyone's going to have to hit that deck.
Oh, yeah.
To their advantage. And you can see
so this guy's out in the zone. That's hurting too.
Just trying to steal some points away, but Mafioso said, enough of that. Gets that nice little revenge.
I gotta turn it up, chat. You want me to turn it up?
Picking up that point, that's huge for them. This might be the Alpha 7 we've been expecting. Yesterday, they didn't do too bad in the overall leaderboards, but there were some matches where, you know, we really felt like they fell short of the Alpha 7 we were used to. Today, we might see the Alpha 7 that everyone wants for
what up, Mercy?
The entire day. That's what I'm hoping for.
Let's see here. Yeah, I want to see that as well, because, man, I tell you what, Alpha 7 is such a joy to watch whenever they're firing on all cylinders, and it makes the whole lobby have to level up another, just to take it to another spot here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, Nate does.
Yeah, the UC codes. It's not PUBGmobile.com/redeem where it's like a Midas buy portal where you redeem them.
Gets his tire shot out immediately, hitting that reverse.
Look at that.
Beep, beep.
Oh no, you should have kept it in reverse.
Should have kept it in reverse. And he's like, yep, all the momentum just like that. The gravity. Oh, Federal. Hey, you know what? You can be a PUBG Mobile player, but this is why we talked about some of those college students, right? Getting into PUBG Mobile, you got to get that education. You got to know that physics.
Physics. Okay, buddy. Yeah. PUBG Mobile definitely has, you know, top-notch physics. Yeah.
Crashing into boy, putting a absolute stop stuffing onto Extreme Slayers. That was a 4-man crash, and Lil Boy survives all on his own. Passion Fruit helped out a little bit, but it's not done. Frady going for the clutch play, the 1v1.
He's going for the 1v1s, trying to find those angles.
4 teams, 8 remaining. That's a whole bunch of like 2v2v2s.
Lil Boy shutting down.
2v2 v1v3.
And then Zuko, Passion Fruit.
Oh, now it's
Zuko's
2v2v3.
right now, 6 eliminations. Let's go.
I remember yesterday, Seven said something about we're expecting a little bit more out of Zuko. Well, you're getting that Zuko today. Passion Fruit up to 7. Hey, yesterday they did really well on Sandhawk with some circle luck. This time around, I think they're trying to prove a point. They don't need the circle to be on them every time. They can fight their way in, and Zuko is proving that. We're down to just 3 teams now, Jukes.
Top
just
3,
like
boys.
That,
Top
we
3.
do have Alpha 7 on the high ground with 2. They can do some damage still.
Zuko popping off. We'd love to see that. I'll tell you what, man, it's a big heads-up play from Juancho to allow himself to go down early like that, to enrage Zuko, right? To have a performance like this. That's the kind of plays we like to see right there. Zuko with 6 eliminations, Valak with 1. Nate working those off angles like he normally does. Let's see if he can just make sure he stays in a good position to help out his team. They're rocking a 3-man split right here, which is definitely not a bad spot to be in because they want to cover as much ground as they're possible. But honestly, it's a little scary. Like if there was a player behind that rock near where Nate was, it could have been really, really bad. Fortunate for him, that is not the case. So Valak takes some nice shots on a Mafioso, gets a little bit of a tap right there, and not able to get the confirmation. So right now, it's just players shooting at each other like crazy. Oh, Alpha 7 actually were in a really bad spot. But Luke Chaptan have all the angles right here. Are they going to be able to get these knocks? They're trying to go for it. Man, they're playing it very, very safe.
Yeah, Alpha 7 gets the zone, luckily for them, because if they had to move any more, they were in no man's land. And Passion Fruit have to move up just a tad. Same with
I think Passion Fruit probably have the best zone, though.
For Passion Fruit. Both teams.
He's at worst possible for Passion Fruit. What do you mean?
Passion Fruit just got to inch out quite a bit more. I'm not sure how much cover there is in that new circle.
Not a lot.
They could be in firing lines.
I feel like they're good.
Luke and Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, not a fun circle for any of these teams, really. Alpha 7, I think are going to have a little bit of the advantage when it comes to
I'm covering
up
the stats.
But, yeah, especially with this little itty-bitty hill right here, because I think Passion Fruit has to go wide out into the open. They do have those vehicles, so they can kind of create a little bit of a mini car wall. Actually, they said, screw the vehicles. We're going to go ahead and take this fight right now to Blue Chopped On. That is the play to make.
Zuko,
can you write us the link?
Here comes the follow-up nade from Nate. He's got 5. One player from Passion Fruit needs to watch out for Alpha 7 for potentially third-partying, though.
Hede trying to go ahead and get a nade off because that's what he needs to do. But at the same time, they are not grouped up enough to be able to get a crazy double knock or anything. So he's in big trouble. You got to know utility's going to be coming his way. And the second he threw that nade, oh, that Molotov's a little bit off the mark. That smoke doing a good job of just obscuring that placement. Valak has to be careful not to get knocked here. Passion Fruit needs to work together. But hey, you know what they do? They get that confirmation. Baluk Chatan finished. It is Passion Fruit versus Alpha 7.
3v2. Alpha 7 on the high ground. And I actually love the fact that Alpha 7 didn't try to third party. It's because they're probably thinking the other team is smart enough to have one player watching us. And look at that wide crossing Alpha 7 has to make. So they just played. Yeah, they played to the better and let it.
All right, there you go.
Passion Fruit finish that team off and secure the second.
Can't really hear them.
Now though, where's the zone gonna go? There's still one more circle. Nate goes
They're
down.
only at
That's
negative 20. I think you just need to turn up your phone.
Enough time for him to get
Mike,
res.
here, let me.
Should be able to get this off here. They know that another player is going to have to go and get that res off in general.
Is that better, Mike?
But yeah, I think right now it's just kind of waited out, see where this next zone goes. Senathexa is going to try to push up to this tree here, and he is going to. Oh, he actually stops just short of it. Things are starting to get interesting here. I like that movement there from Senathexa. He put himself in the perfect position to move up a little bit, and he's dead center of the circle actually.
Exactly. It's still going to be tough for Mafioso to make it down, though.
Yeah, Mafioso's probably not going to make it down, but I don't think he needs to. I just think he needs to stay in this spot, focused on not getting knocked. Passion Fruit is going to have to push up because right now it's a 3-man squad from Alpha 7. They have 2 players, and they have Papa Blue working for them here.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out. Mafioso. Oh, those smokes are helping out Mafioso, in my opinion.
All right, there we go.
Because now he can cross down if he needs to.
Can't see the codes
as his cover.
because I haven't put it on the screen yet.
Essentially running with 3 completely blind.
Yes, they are.
Like, I'll put it up for a split second. See? I'll put him up when it's ready. See, none of y'all probably screenshotted it in time, though.
Now, Senatexa does get one knock. Valak's wide in the open. He's going to be in big trouble here. Zuko has to make a play. Does he find the angles? He does it. It's all Senatexa about to win the game. Zuko going for the run. This nade could do it. No way Zuko goes for this res by this tree. No way. The nade. 4-3.
It's done.
Oh, right off the mark. Senatexa has to push this.
I'll
Does
put
he
up
have two Molotovs?
I'll put up 2 codes. I'll put that code back up after this match as well as another one.
Double. If both of these hit, that should be able to get it done. And both of them just a little too.
Because if you're smart enough, you know how to just like go back and put it in like 2x speed or like 0.2 speed. All right, who's gonna win this, bro?
This is insane.
A7 or Passion Fruit?
I think he's gonna buy some time for the
1v3
call
situation,
and
2 knocked. Nate's going for a res right there.
It's too risky.
He has center zone.
Oh no.
That nade from Nate. Can he get him? Oh, he sets him up a little bit. Nate's got another one. There he goes. That pre-fire buys him some time. That Nate's a little too far, but actually
he's
does
got
get
Mafio.
the confirmation on the Mafioso. So no chance of a res there.
Mafioso.
Senatex is gonna watch his toes.
Senna's gonna win this. Senna's gonna win this.
They might
have to push out first.
They might get a full res off. Valak might get rest here. They have the
Why they're not even trying.
Valak drop some nades for them. Oh, it's done.
They're not even trying to res them.
Oh my
god. 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Passion Fruit clutching up that chicken dinner, but oh man, Senatexa did not make it easy.
Bro, and y'all thought grenade launchers were toxic in Metro.
Most intense 2 minutes. What? I don't know how long that took, but that was intense. And you saw the respect out of Passion Fruit.
Yeah.
Senna got like the triple knock.
That's crazy.
As a solo player, they were like, I know we're up as 2. We are not going to double
Yo,
peek
sweat
him, okay?
emojis in the chat,
Not even going to
boys.
give him that chance. You crawl to us if you got nades. You drop some nades for us.
Yo, sweat emojis in the chat, boys.
That was
Sheesh.
how that would have went. That was an insane ending.
Man, I kid you not. If he would have just hit one of those mollies, one of those nades right by that tree, it would have been an Alpha 7 chicken dinner. But he ran.
That's crazy. How many people are watching the official stream?
I think that was like the
626. Dang.
We have seen. Right?
GG.
That was absolute insanity. Look at this though. Zuko, 8 eliminations.
Yo, GG.
1,000. Passion Fruit up on top, and that's an NA chicken
Heck
dinner.
yeah, boys.
Back to back to start things off here.
Oh, looks like NA is proving something here. NA just definitely.
Wait, so this is an all North American team?
I'm not showing we're a pushover region, and I love to see that continue on throughout the day. With this win, Passion Fruit actually puts himself up pretty high in the leaderboards, because if you guys recall in the leaderboards, it was pretty packed. It was pretty packed near the middle, only like maybe couple points, maybe 10 points separating like 3rd and down to like 8th, 9th onwards, and they just got a chicken dinner.
So, I mean, absolute insanity, guys. This is how we're going to start off day number 2.
Let's play the first code.
I'm hyped.
All right.
Let's see if the desk is hyped as we throw it over to them.
All right, here's the first code. Go enter it, screenshot it, get it. The link for it's in the pinned comment. The place with the Midas Buy portal where you enter it, pinned comment, check the pinned comment for the link. And yeah, I'm going to put up another one here, probably like in like 60 seconds. I'm going to put up another fresh code for you guys too. So if you don't get this one, you got another shot. So just wait a moment. Wait a moment. Oh, dude, I got... Oh my gosh, bro. I got so many...
Had the underside of that cliff, they could just hang out, they can hide out. All the action was going to be on the north side. That's where A7 had to come from, where Extreme Slayers had to come from, where everyone had to push in against each other.
Check the pinned comment for the link.
It's a lot of open area there. So there was really no positive, safe choice.
His mic sounded a little weird right there.
North on who was
I'm going to put up a next code.
To be fair, also Passion Fruit could have lost that game. I mean,
you got it? Did you, Divide? Let's go.
His mollies or his nades a little bit better. He threw both mollies too far.
All right, next code.
Ammo, I believe. Yeah, so you had the DBS out the whole time. Yep. We were wondering about that. But then, to be fair, he also survived a lot longer than we expected if Passion Fruit didn't miss the nades. But either way, I mean, we saw a lot of great individual play. We talked about 7.
I think Facebook has the least delay, just so you guys know. But I'm just saying.
The knock on Creo and the confirm.
Yeah.
But Extreme Slayers, I think this is one of the teams who got punished quite heavily by Passion Fruit, to be honest.
All right, next code, next code, next code.
Right, but I actually enjoyed what Extreme Slayers was able to do because they were still playing that outer edge, and they actually had a good amount of LM. So I'm wondering, obviously it's just one game today. I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day. But I'm wondering
after this code, though, I'll put more up after the next match.
Run out of ammo. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in there. You can see
We got codes for the next few hours, boys. So just stay tuned, stick around.
It was going to be close enough to actually drop him some ammo or drop him some stuff, and that's when Nate ended up throwing that nade, and he's like, nope, that's not gonna happen.
Oh, wrong guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, although I haven't.
On the flip side, I think Valak was crawling up to give a couple of his own grenades.
Yep.
Gotta be whoever gets the code.
For the revive on him because the time was running really, really low. But just
yo, chat, who you?
More frag grenades for them to get that final.
Who you voting for, chat?
That's good to see, though, out of this team, considering that this team has always
I'm him. Yo,
Like
Mumpty, how come V doesn't get into some sort of like T1 scrims or something, bro? Do y'all trying to be esports at some point, or like?
Thinking, okay, maybe they're gonna need more nades, or maybe one of the teammates that was alive, Nate or Suko or whoever it was, saying, hey, we need
Another
more nades.
325 UC. I think that's what they are.
See that the synergy is improving with this team, and
yeah.
I'm sure once we get a chance to see other players.
So I have a total of 3,250 UC to give away in there. So I'll separate it out into 10 separate codes. So.
PMPL, and even yesterday about being a team, yeah.
Yeah.
But they really struggle when it comes to.
All right, I'm turning this code off.
Yesterday, 6 matches.
Bro, Facebook is cheating with the delay. But you could literally just watch there if you wanted to.
Got one placement point outside of that win.
It's up to you.
But here, another win on the board. Fantastic to see. 21 points is going to skyrocket them up the leaderboard from 8th place to who knows where. But the question is, for me still,
yo, what up, Seabass?
be able to replicate not necessarily a chicken dinner performance.
I low key, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Pick up a lot of placement points and really skyrocket up the leaderboards even further.
I want to see YGK win.
I don't think they will. Just because historically,
just because Joey's my friend. I've always, dude, in all esports for PUBG, I've always voted YGK.
Full chicken dinner win. And as you said, that's what happened yesterday. That's what happened here. I don't think
where's my 10K UC?
really allows them to
you need 10,000 pieces of unwrapped candy, Wally? You're gonna get an awful bad toothache after that, man.
That's what makes them such a dynamic team. Why they're so intimidating when they are in.
I want to see the bottom half. I guess that's where my team is.
I don't want to ask them to switch up their playstyle too much, or else everything that they've gathered up to this point just kind of goes out the window.
I believe they will.
Yeah.
Just positive vibes for
Extreme Slayers.
More than most teams here can say after.
Why does it sound like a 5-year-old came up with that name?
7 rounds.
Son, what should we name our esports team?
Extreme Slayers, Dad. Out of South George. Intense games. You can tell we currently don't see him here because they took a very, very long
YKG, YGK, dude.
Rotation, which was crazy.
Bro. I'm dyslexic, so don't even make fun of me, bro.
And a little bit counter of what we saw out of them yesterday because they were the team usually to be able to rotate first towards the center of the circle, and they ended up getting gate kept and pretty much destroyed by Messiah.
One more time? One more code?
He went down.
No, I think there's 6 matches or something, so we're gonna spread it out.
In South Georgia.
Let's wait around till after this next match.
The blue, and we obviously are trying to figure out.
Yo, hang out, farm free UC. It's easy as that, boys.
It's great to see, but YKG. Fight against Team Queso.
Let's go. My boys are talking about my boys.
So we open things up with an initial knock, cleans them up, but then for some reason they just lose the follow-up fight.
You know what? It's always like, I always feel like Joey's the best on that team too, and it's always his teammates that let him down.
Hope of Extreme Slayers.
Yes. Yeah, to be fair, it was down to a 1 versus. So it could have easily flipped the opposite direction. We could see with YKG with 4 elims and Team Queso with like 1.
The push still seems sloppy out of YKG though. It seemed very.
Do Elmer's voice from Bugs Bunny?
Watching it too.
I don't know how to do that.
How Joey was trying to get an angle there on the stairs, trying to jump up and
I don't know what that was.
Shot. That was just a little bit sloppy for me.
And Hyper, 2 points. Again, I almost wonder at what point.
Next map is in like 2 minutes.
It's just not going to be the same in Hyper. We saw Kindness
today.
He got in a limb.
He doubled. Hey, Kindness in 1 round doubled his eliminations. Listen, positive vibes, right?
Yes.
You're trying to go for positive vibes. That's a positive vibe here. Double the elimination in 1 round. Good news.
Well, as we are talking about individual players stepping up from yesterday, one player we're going to have to really point out here because we talked about him quite a bit yesterday, Zuko coming in for Passion Fruit. This man
isn't that who you guys are talking about?
In this match, he had 3 the entirety of yesterday. And the point we're bringing up here is that Zuko has been such an integral part in this team when we saw them in PMPL. And
man has 719 damage for 8 elims.
Could they maintain a top 8? Could they potentially push higher?
Okay, but look at this. 8 elims, 719 damage. Who of his team is he stealing elims from? That's what I want to know.
Everybody, or maybe some of the other teams. Actually, maybe some of the other
Just an
teams.
advice: give the code between the
Zuko,
matches and not the end of it. This way, they will actually watch the
and
stream.
be the big duo for this team, and that's why I was kind of wondering what was going on with him yesterday. And
Devils,
I kind of was calling him out.
Did you just tune in, bro? I literally just gave away 2 codes, man.
I do believe that they will work towards their placement points a little bit more.
Thanks for your guidance, bro. I wouldn't know what to do without you as a streamer.
They can actually win those fights. They can actually get those eliminations a little bit easier. And with the frag, this is something actually you got a chance to talk with Valak today. With the fragging power that this team has, they need to focus on those placement points a little bit more, because when the fights come, I feel like they are confident enough, and I feel like their synergy is so much higher than what it was in NA finals that they should.
Joey's a good IGL. I mean, I've played with him a lot. He's really, really good.
At the end of the day,
Joey's really, really good.
Yeah, like Valak is. I mean, if we look at it that way, he was the player that just wasn't getting elimination.
Not today, Satan.
Game leader for them, but he has had.
What's 10 UC gonna get you? 10 UC could get you some coupon scraps, I think.
Because we didn't really get to see it in live when it happened. It was passionate.
Yo, is this sponsored by Monster?
Yeah. If we can actually pull it up here and get a quick little recap of what went down here, we're kind of curious because again, like a lot of.
Bro, is this sponsored by Monster? Product placement.
Passion fruit plays came down to some individual moments.
Yeah, they lose a player right off the bat here, but Valak is kind of in the middle of where Inca is.
Please code in chat also. No, it goes on the screen.
And it's going to be the Zuko that opens it up. But Valak, I think, is going to be the final player here to sort of shut this Inco push down. Oh, really close, but it gets it done. Yeah, so this was the beginning of Passion Fruit's run here, defending this position, defending this angle from the Inco.
So Devils, what you're saying is, what you're saying is, don't give away any codes until the very end of the stream.
I was just seeing it in the kill feed. I was seeing it on the map replay. I really wanted to know why Valak was there.
But by what you're saying, won't they just show up at the end of the stream and then not watch at all? 5 head? My gosh. All right, I gotta ignore some people today.
Just started picking them apart. That was nice. Okay, Valak.
You know, it's also nice. Extreme Slayers results. You got to hear Frady talk about how they're going to avoid fights in the beginning of the match, and we got to see it. Well, yet again here, they avoided fights very early on. And you see Robert. I mean, the funny thing was, like, Robert wasn't necessarily a bad player when it came to the PMPL season. It was always.
Bro, I'm just doing my way, bro.
Standing out. But we're starting to see Robert be the real MVP of the team here in regionals.
And I believe we started seeing a little bit of that in the finals.
I'm not going to do it in the middle of the match.
What we're seeing right now.
I'm just going to do it my way, man.
This last match, but with this, start seeing Robert start to shine a little bit more and become a good duo with Remix. Because remember, we're always talking about, okay, who's going to be able to
sponsored by Monster for a couple of years now?
You see that Robert's currently putting up those.
No, they haven't.
Remix can also start. It's crazy for me to expect for Remix to start.
You need a coach, stick around.
Match, but I know he's a player that can definitely do that. We've seen him do it before, and this team, I'm really enjoying the way this team has been able to surprise me, at least here in America so far.
Yeah, they've been rolling with the punches of Brazil and Latin America very well.
I think all of us would agree, and we don't mean.
Yeah, there's so many people in stream trying to tell me how to be a streamer. That's so crazy.
The only team we thought could carry NA hopes was in Hyper, but right now Extreme Slayers is doing it. Passion Fruit, of all the teams, honestly, to be able to do that, I'm amazed that it's them, but I'm so happy to see them do it.
I kind of called it a little bit yesterday with Passion Fruit. Just because of their aggressiveness, I felt like it was going to work well with how the Brazilian teams play too.
Dude, this really makes me want a Monster now.
Placement points, please. Passion Fruit, please.
Well, let's see. They got one win under their belt. Let's see if they get more than one placement point the rest of the day. As we're going to head into our second match over on Miramar with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Let's go. Here we go into match number 2, heading on into Miramar. And I'll tell you what, yeah, Extreme Slayers doing so great here off the rip. As a matter of fact, when I got the chance to talk to Frady, he was telling me, right, a little bit about the team dynamic, him as a fragger role, that the team actually is rocking 2 IGLs, right?
Wally,
so not just one, you know, big brain managing.
Bro, Wally just texted me and told me he got the freaking mummy outfit on a 10 UC pull, bro. What, dude? Are you kidding me, bro?
Earlier on, unless of course, you know, Blue jumped on to give him a
I gotta start letting you log into my account.
Sheesh. That, you know, they are doing exactly that. They're avoiding those fights. They're getting into the late game, and they're.
It's all right, Dab. One day you'll have a stream of your own. I know, right?
Notice time has gone on, Zoo.
Dab, you should do this like this. No, you should do it like this. No, you should actually do it like that.
We're seeing more teams kind of go to like a full team of IGLs, right? They all have to have that understanding of the game, and they have to make decisions quick and react accordingly.
Yeah,
join the next PMPL and A. You're too good for them. Okay, XSO. Okay, but
it's extremely
you glazing.
everyone kind of already knows what the
All right, Miramar.
So less time you need to
Everybody, time to take a nap.
And
no, I'm just playing.
Kind of knows what the play is going to be.
Watching pros play this game is a whole different level than just your average public custom or your average public lobby.
GLs, right? Like it depends on where you are on the map at any given moment. Like when you're compound down.
Oh, I forgot M is free mute.
The north has a certain view of things, player watching the south has a certain view of things, etc. And if all 4 players can make good decisions, then any one of them should be able to.
Tonight's my night. I was late for both the codes. Yo, just wait. There'll be more. There'll be more. The most
effective way to do it. But of course, Jukes, it takes 4 good, smart.
I should be able to. If it's 10, if it's 6 matches, I should be able to do 10. I should be able to do 2 codes between each, right?
The map, you can't
or something.
I
don't know.
Obviously,
no.
right? So
100%.
Hopefully, we'll see more of that from Extreme Slayers. Yeah.
For sure. For those of you guys that are watching that have never played, especially like at the level like this here, you know, it's so difficult to communicate. You know what?
Mermov, I'm not only live on YouTube,
right?
Man, so it wouldn't work out like you think. Thanks for your suggestions, though.
Each player has to be able to discuss.
I'm just gonna put it up on the screen.
Exactly the play that they're
call it a
thinking
day.
and how they could do that instantly, right? So.
Yo, look how many teams are landing on each other.
You know, if I'm a player that I know, okay, I could see my teammate, because you, as an IGL, you have to be aware of each one of your players, where they're at and where they could be looking at. And you have to have such a map awareness where that player will say, hey, there's a team by the X rock, right? That team has to instantly make that decision and know which rock that player is talking about, you know? If you're having to discuss that, you have to turn around, look, understand what's happening afterwards. All that is time wasted, right? And that little time wasted is the difference from making that push instantly, taking that team out, or just, you know, having to go down, right? Just like that. It's pretty crazy to think about.
And an easier way to put it for the more maybe casual players.
Yeah, imagine being a member too and not trying to tell me what to, not being a member and trying to tell me what to do. It's crazy.
Like, oh, let's push this guy. The push messes up, right? And you're like, why didn't you do this when I said push? I meant you push.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
The zone is brazy. I didn't get to see it.
Push over to the right side while I cover the left, and then you make sure it's just push. But everyone has to know exactly what you mean by push. So, like, that's team synergy in a nutshell.
Yeah, gotta know, you know, what you mean by push. You gotta know when to cover other people so they can push up.
Guys, these codes are just a gift from PUBG. I'm just gonna distribute them my way. Y'all shut up about it.
You don't have time to talk about it. It's gotta just happen. And I think we're starting to see more of that synergy.
Dude, you see the way people act when there's some free UC on the line? God dang, bro.
We're having another remake here. We'll have Miramar up in just a couple seconds. But, you know, I'd love to be able to dive into this kind of stuff before the match starts, because it really is a little bit of a look behind the curtain, right, of what these teams go through. And I think that's why a lot of it is a big advantage for these teams like, you know, A7, a lot of these big orgs in Brazil that have those team houses, right? Where they get to all live next to each other. You get to understand each player's dynamic, right? Not just in game, but also behind closed doors a little bit, right? When you see them rotate to the fridge and steal your eggs, you know when to tell them to stop. You know what I'm saying? It's 24/7.
Don't tell me they're going to restart the match.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I gotta say
is that why we're not seeing anything
about behind the scenes and like synergy and all that. And Hyper have not been doing.
Why would they restart?
Well.
I think they did that on the first one too.
I heard you have maybe an interview with them, and maybe we'll get a little more insight onto where Hyper's head at. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this interview.
Oh, they do have to restart it. Sheesh.
And speaking of aggressive, right? You absolutely performed crazy here in the ANA finals and during the league stage. At the end of the day, though, it was Kindness that ended up getting the most eliminations and that MVP. How do you feel about seeing Kindness pass you up like that? Are you a little bit bitter, or does it make you hungry to just prove them wrong at America's Championship?
首先，我对自己的发挥不是特别满意吧。然后善良他发挥的特别好，很亮眼。
86K second. What?
个人荣誉我并不是很在意，因为团队荣誉更加重要一点。
That's what I'm talking about. And you know what? I will say, looking at you guys play in this NA finals, I said it earlier and I'll say it again, right? You guys are looking like a different beast. My hopes.
Sab, you're doing a great job as a streamer. Thank you, Esme.
So please do not let me down, okay? My last question, though, is every time I think about you
Hey, what should I
guys,
eat for dinner,
about
boys?
that last America's Championship against y'all versus Alpha 7, where y'all almost had it.
Bro, I swear to God, if one of y'all say a
Is
salad too, I'm gonna
is
get
that
out of here.
play something that you guys, you know, have studied a lot and have achieved?
The most in the gun is a deadly piece of
specifically because
weaponry.
that? Or
What's
like,
your-
just
what-
kinda
what?
Tell me, like, what stages have y'all done? Because
Spray
of
cars
that
more
last performance?
quickly. You need to have.
在那一场重要的比赛中，我们每个
They're
人
gonna
都
like
有
quick
压
tips
力
down in the
然后
down in the
有人
corner.
犯错就比较冲动，太激进了。之后我们有了比赛经验，可能就不会再发生这样的事。
Well, I gotta say, right, from watching us performance there at the NA Finals and League stage, it looks true to me. I hope that we see that again here in the America's Championship. Last but not least, what do you have to say to all the fans out there rooting and cheering you guys on?
谢谢大家一直以来的支持和关注。然后我们现在就是如愿以偿进入了。
Yo, who's an in hyper fan?
然后在接下来的比赛，希望你们能
Kale
够一直
super
支持我
veggie
们。
burger. Oh my
谢谢大
gosh,
家。
bro.
Well, that was GK first there from N Hyper. Thank you
Oh,
so
you're eating
much,
tacos
for
right now?
talking to me,
Ooh,
brother, and I
tacos sound
hope
good.
To see you frag out on the battlegrounds.
Definitely not Taco Bell though.
thank you.
God dang. That plays matched finish code, please. You're late, brother. You have to wait till after the next one.
There it is, right? It's so cool to be able to talk to GK first, you know. Had Shifa on
The
in
next match
background with the
technically already started too,
translations, you know,
but
it's good
I
to
think
see
they're
him
restarting
again
it.
as well. And I love his answers there. I love his answers. You know, he talked about how much that pressure got to them, you know, especially in that last game of the America's Championship. Said they acted on impulse, right? Automatically went aggressive, and that's what happens, you know. And it's kind of tough because when that pressure does come on, we talked about it, Zoo. You've been in those situations before as well.
It's
Mumty, bro, stop telling my mods who to ban.
Guessing yourself, you start second guessing
Relax, bro.
your teammates. Like
Just
you're
react.
trying to worry
Just
about
ignore
where
the
your
people
teammates'
that
heads
ask
at,
about the
like,
codes and stuff.
Should we do this push? He might not be feeling comfortable. A lot of things could go wrong when the pressure.
I'm
is
trying to do this
on.
thing lately, chat, where like I try to only like respond to positive comments, try to keep the conversation positive. So you guys just got to do the same thing.
Expectations with especially how well they did.
You just gotta just ignore the negativity.
Things are not looking
You'll be
too
alright.
great for them right
Just ignore
now.
it, bro.
Yeah, you know, those pressure situations are some of the hardest to practice, especially in PUBG.
Your girl
Mobile
is
Battle
eating
Royale in
kale
general,
soup right now?
Because
Oh, man,
you,
bro.
you look at other games, you
Get
have
her
more
some real
opportunities to practice
food,
those
bro. Go
situations.
buy her
But
some
when it
real
comes to this
food,
one, you
broke
think about
ass.
it, you know, if you're in a regular match for 20 minutes,
I'm
you're
just
looting,
playing
you're
angry.
rotating, things like that. And those end game pressure fight scenarios, you're practicing those for maybe what, 5 minutes, 10, right? So you maybe get like 5-10 minutes of practice every hour, you know, if you're lucky. And that's if you don't get caught on those rotations, right? Because you have to practice those rotations as well. And if your team just gets busted out of one and you get taken out without even getting the chance to fight, that's a whole nother 30 minutes if you didn't even get to practice those pressure situations. And the only times you can really get that is in a tournament like this, which is only so many days with, you know, 6 games a day here. So it's not easy to get a hold of. You know, some people are naturally born with that, you know, that calmness in those situations. And you have teams that default to certain things. Like we just heard GK first talk about defaulting to aggression. And there's some teams that default to passiveness in pressure situations.
Exactly.
And then those bad boys
Sebastian,
that just know what to do at
he's
any
talking
time,
about you.
when it
It's
comes
talking
down
about
to
you,
it.
Seabass.
Yeah, and the
That last
biggest
one was
thing,
about you,
like,
Seabass.
On top of all of this, as we're talking about, you know, practice, you know, getting to that late game, and that's when you can only practice that late game. You know, if you
What,
make it
what up,
there,
Cuban?
Let's not forget every zone.
What NIC?
On these
We're doing a watch party.
Yeah.
It's different. Every situation in the late game, depending on the zone,
Kale
is
OP?
different. So
What?
it's like there's just so much.
Heck nah,
to
bro. Just give me some
practice,
spinach
right?
if you're gonna
That's
give me
why
some
it
greens.
just takes years of experience in this game to get every situation practiced to some
Here we go,
degree.
boys! Okay,
And
they restarted it
is-
for sure.
That's honestly one reason why, like, I love this game when I was a competitive player. Like, no matter what it is, there was always something new to learn, something new to discuss with your teammates, and you know, it's just.
Homie on the
an
right looks
endless game,
bored?
in a sense.
Oh, that's just
Yeah, and just to give you guys
that's just Zute's resting face, bro.
you're playing in a match like
I have the same type of resting face where I look kind of like mad and bored at the same time, and I'm just chilling. That's just how my face naturally rests, you know?
you go and you have one teammate saying, oh, this guy is by this rock right here. And you turn and you try to flick onto
That's
that
what I'm
one
saying,
rock
Esme.
you think it is, and it's, guess what? After the day's over, right, you go to the VODs, you look, and you be like, man, which one were you talking about? It was this route. Oh, you meant that one. I thought you were talking about this one. So then you have to come up with a whole discussion of like, okay, can we
Okay, we still have like 3 teams landing in Los Leones.
You know? So we know what the situation's like in the future. And you know, that's what you're talking about. Like, you're just constantly discussing different ways to...
And here's why YKG kind of sometimes I feel like where they... Bro, why is like one of them is landing at the tip of Los Leones? 2 of them are. Like, why do they land split like that? Why would you land split? I don't get that, bro. Look. If you... Oh, dang. If you zoom in right over here on Los Leones, you can see Chico and G24K, like... Or, I mean, Chico and Fears. And, like, bro, like... What are they doing?
Didn't do much of anything at all. Game number 1. I was saying they're gonna, you know, continue to look solid into day number 2, and it may not be
where's Joey?
that way. This circle, however, is great for them. Hopefully, you know, it centers up a little bit and doesn't hard shift somewhere. But I'm really curious to see how Intense Game is gonna play this one out.
Oh, Joey must be following
Center,
G24K.
7 with El Pozo, so they're going to be looted out.
Okay, so they're getting back together. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said.
There's that team we just talked about, and Hyper. I think that Miramar is their map. I think they perform strongest here, but they've just been seeming to struggle a lot on these rotations. So let's see if they have that power to bounce back as we see Juancho and Passion Fruit. Man, I'm so proud of this team and how they've been performing here today.
Yeah, Passion Fruit has been just playing absolutely crazy. And when I say absolutely crazy, like, they're not like going around the map destroying everyone, but they're just playing so consistent. Like, they're not making big mistakes, which is what I love to see. There might be a little bit, you know, synergy slip-ups here and there, but this is a new team, okay? These guys have not played together. This iteration of the roster, you have Nate and Zuko, who are, you know, teammates. They have experience with each other. You got Juancho and Valak, who have experience with each other. But these 4 together, you know, pretty new, pretty fresh as a team. So there's a lot of synergy to be built.
It's all part of the strat trust. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Those issues, so we're not knocking too much on them for that when it does happen. But with all that said, this is the Americas, and Passion Fruit are doing really well.
Yes, they are, man. They're doing great. I mean, we talked about, you know, like, yeah, they're going against teams that live together, that have had years of experience in situations like this. So for such a new team to perform as well as they have, I mean, I couldn't be prouder, and I have a lot of high hopes for them here in the future. Because the thing is, the more chicken dinners you get against teams like this, the better you are going to improve overall, right? Because now you know, like, hey, we could take these teams on. It's like, you know, if you're a weightlifter, you don't know that you can lift a certain amount of weight until you push it up for the first time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, let's say, you know, you're trying to hit that, you know, 315 bench. You know, once, you know, getting a chicken dinner here, you finally push it up. You're like, oh, I can lift this now, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to see that their weight limit just go up game by game here. But you know what? At the same time, it works in reverse, Sue, right?
Yeah.
It works in the complete opposite when you lose a really bad fight, right? All of a sudden, it's like, oh, it just hurts. And some
what
teams,
is he talking about?
Especially have a difficult time bouncing back from that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think Passion Fruit, no matter how they perform, you know, for the rest of the tournament, I think they should be really happy with.
These guys need win and dabs to cast
so far, and just keep in
mind.
Bro,
I feel like I haven't my caster voice and like my caster mentality kind of fell off. Not gonna lie.
Standard, right? And another thing we haven't.
I need to start practicing it more hardcore on my custom rooms.
This type of stage, and you experience this type of pressure.
Yo, Win naturally just has like his like words just flow out of his mouth. And
you're almost like able to practice more.
I have to think about what I say
it
before I say it. So like,
level of
it's like different. There's
the
difference.
lobby anymore. You're practicing to the level of what's needed at the America stage, at the PMGC stage. So you're essentially like practicing more correctly too. So it is huge for the Passion Fruit team to make it as far as well as Extreme Slayers. They're doing well too.
You know what? Speaking of Extreme Slayers, right? Talk about a team doing well. This is a team that's not even in an organization.
Yeah.
You know? Like the fact that they are here at this level, and for anybody watching that, you know, has any affiliation with an org at all, how are you not picking up this team right now? I don't know what you're doing, right? Because for them to be able to perform so well against some of these top dogs, right? If they had that kind of support, could you imagine where they would be right now?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I remember
definitely
when I got signed, you know, and I had, you know, monthly income now for playing a game. I wouldn't say just way more motivated. It's not like, oh, I'm getting paid, I'm more motivated now, but it's just like I'm really doing it. Like I have something to prove. Like I really have something to prove now, because it just feels really bad when you're getting paid and you're not doing as well as someone that just plays this game for fun, right? Once you get on an org, it's like professionalism is needed. You need to be taking your job seriously, and ultimately, more oftentimes than not, the team starts playing way better because of that reason.
Yeah, and I remember, as a matter of fact, you know, back when I was playing, you know, our main IGL couldn't show up to practice because he was working at a fast food joint, you know? He didn't have the time. He had to go ahead and make sure that he could support himself, and then when we got signed, he could get that income, he quit his job, and he went full-time into it, you know? So that could be the situation for a lot of these players. You know, more time, more work put in, the better and better that you're going to get here. And we talked about that difference, right, from being a regular player to being like a professional athlete, and that's those Brazilian teams. So there's no excuse for them to not see them at the top, right?
That's basically, that's basically like my story with streaming.
Really something as a sight to be seen here for sure. So
put more time into it and got better at it.
Some of the other teams as well. One team in particular from a region that I'm surprised about is Baluk Chop Dot, right? The LATAM champions. They are having a rough go here in the Americas Championship. You see them just lose players so often right at the start of the match. So now in this match here, they are keeping all four up. So let's see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, it's tough. It is so tough to lose players like that, because let's say they lose a fight. Then there's stuff to break down. There's stuff to talk about. There's a good ending, right? It's like, okay, gotcha.
I think it's funny when you see players doing all like the checking every single angle, but we as the viewer can see that there's nobody around them. So it's like, you can really tell how paranoid some people are on this game.
Try not to. Like, you feel bad. You just feel bad.
I find it funny.
Teams are going to feel bad about this hard shift all the way to the east.
2-sec shot.
And this one's particularly bad because this hard shift, the center of the map, right? It's all high ground and it's all low ground leading upwards to the middle of the second circle. So it is going to be tough for a lot of teams to make it into the third shift, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. So let's see. You can see them moving immediately. Extreme Slayer is trying to get a jump on and get to that center zone pretty quickly. Intense Game doing it as well. I am noticing a difference, right, from the speed these other teams are rotating on. Day number one, I think definitely made an adjustment for a lot of these squads, because you see them not messing around, right, getting there so quickly. And teams that we didn't see center zone, we're starting to see them do that now. Meanwhile, you know, a squad like Mazexis, who was kind of hoping for
had
that
to go get a snack.
Shift, they're going to have a difficult time getting into this next circle, so they're going to have to play edge. Let's see how they cope with doing so. And very fortunate, we're not seeing a lot of teams get taken out on rotations here.
Yeah, with a zone shift like this, everyone knows rotation positioning is a huge priority. No team is really going to stop to just shoot at teams unless if they're already really far behind on the edge, like in this situation, which is great for Baluk. They're picking up some points now, but anyone close to central of that second circle, they're all in agreement. It's like, man, this is a great shift for not just me, but also for you. So let's not ruin it for each other, right? Let's just, I'm going to go here center. You could go a little bit there center, and we'll play the game afterwards. So it's great to see, you know, teams kind of mutually understanding what's at stake here and how good of a zone shift they had.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that is something that happens here at the high level for sure, right? Because it's a necessary it's a necessary evil, right? You have to understand that, you know what, it's just not good. Oh, we see cars moving? Let's just jump out
Every
and
event
shoot.
I see that, and it's so funny.
It
is super funny.
Now we're down and we're out in 15th place. It doesn't work, right? Yeah, even if you steal a couple eliminations, it puts you in such a bad spot. So it's good to just say, hey, guys.
Like, at least he knows they're over there. So he knows he's looking for
spot,
something, you know?
And we'll fight later on, okay? No big deal.
The worst is when you have some of those teams that aren't experienced, and they do make that mistake, and then you have to stop to shoot back because otherwise.
There's so much money on the line, dude. I would be camping too.
Another team that's already in position center is like, oh, well, let's just go third party from distance and wipe out both squads, and then you're just like, oh man, this is not the play. And with this circle shift, you saw how little teams went out. It's because everyone near center, they're just trying to get a really nice spot. They're not going to fight their way in. Everyone around the edge, they know it's like, okay, we cannot afford to lose players because
when is your tournament tomorrow? 10? Yeah, 10 a.m.
We're going to need all
10 a.m. PT.
So barely any players went out on this circle. Now this third one, yeah, that's all high ground near the middle. How are these other teams going to get anywhere closer into the zone? That is a tough task for multiple squads.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see where they ought to hold down right now. So El Pozo completely out of this next circle. We are going to be hanging out just near Junkyard. And you can see Crow going to take some shots there. Does catch Valak out the vehicle, but he's going to be right behind that hill. Don't think it matters, though. He's going to go down.
With a mini.
Passion Fruit, unfortunately, going to lose.
Oh, stolen. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
That was
not stolen. Yeah.
So,
I just heard gunshots like way far out in the distance, and I thought it was a different team, but nah, it's just Mizex is playing a wide spread on the edge, which is what you want to do. You want to get as many angles as you can because you have the blue zone to your back to work off of.
But, at the same time, they could have had a situation where they did it with Passion Fruit, right? They could have just said, hey, you know what? Let's all push up into the circle and fight once we get there, because now look how far behind they are. So it's an interesting decision, right? You have to decide what's best for you and your squad. Sometimes those eliminations are just too hard to pass up. So, good for them to be able to get one, but now they're in a terrible position in the zone. So,
I mean, I think they were in a terrible position the previous circle, right? And that's when you realize we're not getting a good rotation in, right? By circle 2, any teams on the edge were in a terrible position because this middle was all high ground, like I was saying. So I think at that point, everyone on the edge is like, we're looking for eliminations. We're fighting our way in. YKG here, getting some nice shots in and confirms that point. That's really good for them. They're on the edge of zone, and they know next circle shift, they got to go uphill most likely. So they're just going to try and get as many elimination points as they can now before having to make the next rotation.
There's still 60 players alive, bro.
See what the play is going to be here is Jaguars on the move. Passion Fruit still holding this Pecado area, Sin City. Jaguars going to out-rotate. I'm surprised we're not seeing Passion Fruit head up this hill earlier, right? They had plenty of time, but they're deciding to hold it down. He should be able to get these shots, not able to do so. So now Jaguars in a position to gatekeep them if they want.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Sucks for them.
Breaching even further uphill. And I think Passion Fruit just didn't want to get put in a situation where they end up sandwiched. But it's either way, just dire. There's no easy way to play this, right? By circle 2, that zone shift was just so terrible if you couldn't be on the high ground already. And everybody just took the high ground, whoever could. They didn't even stop to shooting at each other, leaving Passion Fruit out on the edge. It's still doable. We've seen teams, make the impossible happen. Passion Fruit down to 3. It's going to be even more impossible for them. And the next zone shift is about to pop out. Where's it going to go, Jukes?
Okay. So, yeah, a little bit north. A little hair north here. So, Passion
That was like basically right in the middle.
It's going to be tough because the Intense game has so much high ground here. A lot of sight lines. They're going to have to be careful on this rotation. Does Diego decide to take the shot? I don't think. Well, I'm surprised he's not. I think he's waiting for them to get a little bit more wide in the open. Going to go for maybe a laydown situation. Nope. Oh, wow. Look at the patience from Diego.
Yeah.
Patience. He's just waiting, trying to find the opportunity. Uh-oh, he actually got caught there by Seba. Seba saw him, and now he said, oh, they know where I'm at. Time to take these shots now. That's what you get for shooting at me. What were you thinking?
Great patience right there. Trigger discipline. If you're
and that's how you stink them.
Like, sporadically, they're going to know just to, run and cover away from you. But if you don't take shots, Seba, could be running in the open, and that's when you go for the confirmed point. YKG
Zuko!
forced to rotate. Zuko ripping YKG out. Oh, he goes for the thirst and gets traded.
He knew it. Yeah, he was getting shot on the back. He had no
that
choice.
spot. Exactly.
Yeah.
Quick heads up thinking.
Yeah, he said, you know what, I'm getting shot in the back, try to just get this confirmation just in case, and he does. Meanwhile, Juancho gonna have to take on Chico in a 1v1 situation here. It's only a 1v1 for now, though. Nice shots there, trades back and forth. Chico with the hard cover, gets caught by Juancho. Juancho now with the angles. Can he hit these shots? He can't do it. Oh, so close. That sloping hill, he tried to get a little bit of high ground priority and wasn't able to do so in time.
Yeah,
I mean, that hip fire wasn't going to work.
That's how you got to play it. When you're that far down on the low ground, there's just absolutely almost no chance on getting up. You take every fight you can, every point you can. And it worked out for YKG. They have 4 elimination
Team
points.
Queso losing a member right there.
Here, trying to rotate in. Luckily for them, they are already on that high ground, so a little bit easier.
They didn't say nothing about it either.
This terrain with buggies and not having to go uphill. But Team Queso trying to work hard with their 2 members to gatekeep them out.
Well, they had 3 members.
Let's see what happened here.
They had 4 members.
Yes, you got Alpha 7 holding down Power Grid, looking very pretty. Meanwhile, you got, intense game right here next to Jaguar. That's going to be interesting. But meanwhile, we're going to see Team Queso get into it a little bit with Mazexis. Mazexis deciding to fight Passion Fruit a little bit earlier on. It's working out. They're playing this edge very well.
Yeah, Mazexis doing a great job here. Just have 1 more Team Queso player to deal with, and they're already in the zone. They've secured a spot. Ooh, McGrolin falls off somewhere. That's not good. We saw earlier in Tense game on that super giant high ground hilltop, so they'll be okay. They'll get the revive. But McGrolin being down for a couple seconds could be potential points stolen away.
Wrecked.
And right there, Skyline finishes out Team Queso. Alpha 7's here, getting a knock onto Mazexis though, so they're not
out of the woods
just yet.
Oh, they're not. Let's see what the play is going to be. Is Skyline, yeah, making some moves now. Pushing up little by little. Crow right behind them. You can see them rotating around, just trying to figure out what to do. I mean, they are down a player, and they're just hoping the zone comes their way. Because if it goes all the way up to near San Martin, it's not going to be easy. Let's see.
Next circle popping up very shortly. So many teams have a... Oh, that's a good shift for, I would say, everybody.
Yeah.
Except for Extreme Slayers.
A7 chilling.
Bit of work to do, but otherwise... oh, and on the eastern side, I didn't even see those teams sandwiched next to each other.
Oh, in Hyper and YKG.
So it's going to be tough for some. Here comes a push from V2, though, on to Alpha 7 as we see a quick little replay of... oh, yeah, the Passion Fruit YKG fight. Ooh, the shotgun.
Oh, they lost Joey.
I love seeing how much so many players are picking up that shotgun down. I remember when it wasn't meta at all, and I was like, dude, this shotgun could be the play. And now we're starting to see it it's a necessary weapon to have. In the CQC, it's just unbeatable. 1 shot, 1 elimination all day long.
Yeah.
Well, 2 shots, but yeah.
They managed to push in, made some ground against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 actually, I think, lost the player. V2 still have 4 up. Alpha 7 down to 2, actually. And
they need to put it back in the crate.
Spotted just like that. Alpha 7.
Chat.
Not looking too great right now.
You guys agree?
Well last game, but now they're running for it.
Does the DBS need to go back into the crate? Yes or no?
This player up for Alpha 7. That's got to hurt there. So, yeah, gets shot in the back as well from Crow. Man, Mazexis is taking these eliminations here. And that's going to be, 4 for them already? Very, very nice. YKG with 6. And meanwhile, let's see, as Crow with that mini. Man, that mini is just so good for stealing limbs.
Yeah, it's a gun you can spam, and it also does high damage per bullet. Chico goes down. He needed to win that one. Does not manage. Squash takes that one. And Fierce is the last one up. We have In Hyper here still. And oh, it was actually Inko holding this down in the previous zone.
Oh, no!
Oh, the nade. Jeez.
Fierce almost naded himself. That was not good. Koi gonna go ahead and throw one right onto his North American brother up here. Fierce. Oh, he's feeling the fear right now. All by his lonesome. 7 eliminations, though, so that's pretty solid here for YKG. Uh-oh, he catches Koi. Got some angles here. Fears, but a 2v1. It's going to be tough. Actually,
Dang.
Yeah, ran out of ammunition. There's only 10 more bullets
Rip.
in that UMP. Who knows what could have happened. But
Dang. They got 7 elims, though.
And Hyper looking solid right now. They got more points to take. Influence Rage driving it. Oh, Federal goes down. Where's the rest of the team? I thought he might have been a solo. Oh, no. I think it might have just been... No, there's Lil Boy in the background. There's the rest of the team.
Yeah,
That
airdrop. Same stuff.
It looked like he drove in as if he was a solo, right? And he was just going for it. But he has a 4-man team. That was definitely a disconnected play right there.
For sure. And, you know, there could be so many reasons why. Could have been calling out for the push, and other team just couldn't make it for whatever reason. So let's see how these players are going to overcome these trials and tribulations here as Influence Rage are getting shot up. They need to protect that buggy. They know that this is probably one of their only ones. Oh, look at that. It's yellow. They're going to pop some tires here. Oh, he actually gets a shot as well. And here he goes. Makes things so much more difficult on these rotations.
Cielo.
And he catches Law as well. Yeah.
This is why the Mini's so good. And I think weapons that weren't used in the beginning of comp are being used now because players have just gotten so much better at it. Right? Before, everyone used M4 because it was easy to spray with, but why use the M4 if you could just hit every shot with the Mini, especially if it's headshots?
Yeah, a couple taps, that's all it takes. 2 shots to the head, you are down. And the Mini, you know, with how much damage it does, it's so good at stealing eliminations. Just a quick little pop, pop, you know?
Pop, pop.
And they are gone when they're knocked. And I gotta tell you what, Tony K, Vampire Esports made it the standard after PMWI.
I'm going to put a UC code up here soon, boys. 32 remaining, 32 remaining.
Esports, and so many stolen eliminations. They have set the new trend. And, you know, the DBS, Mini, M4, that seems to be the meta right now.
No, type 1 if you want free UC.
And Hyper.
Who's waiting for the code?
So unfortunately, come on, PUBG Mobile. One day.
Hey, Mafioso was making it happen yesterday.
Yes,
Hopefully
he did.
we see some more of that today. And Hyper is still
I'll tell you what,
contending here, though. Yeah.
When it comes to bolt actions, they need to make it to where it's just when the player's knocked, instant finish. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you'll see so much more bolts.
Oh, so much more. I think that makes sense. Well, let's see here.
Ooh, tense game.
Yeah, look at them push.
With the Mini opening, and CL, so disgusting up here. Man, providing such good pressure fire, and look at this, all 3 teammates.
Only 3 people on Facebook waiting for UC?
Now off of that knock. The nades are falling a little bit short, though. I think those are good. Yeah, forced to get off the revive. Skyline goes down.
All caps. What's up, Jay?
Inactive. Last one up. Beautiful wraparound by Intense Game, leveraging Cielo's position so well.
Man, I'll tell you what,
yes,
if you're
all
a
caps.
team like Bazek just that was playing Edge, the last team you wanted to go
Wait,
against
what all
was
caps?
Intense Game, and that is the team they face, the monsters that are IG. Meanwhile, and Hyper gonna go down to INF, Influence Rage, getting the better of them. They're gonna go for a reset with 3 players up, but here comes Jaguar looking to get this third party going. Simple.
That's version of a first trap.
Unfortunately, he's not able
PUBG
to
gave me
cross
these
that
codes.
open
They
field.
asked me to give them out.
Yeah, it's too dangerous, so he's just gonna try to see if those nades get anything done.
They gave me another. They're gonna give me another set of codes
but it's
to
not
give
good
out
enough.
on my own stream too, like that I want to do another day.
Influence Rage
So,
immediately
I
getting
mean,
inside the buildings, avoids the brunt
they're
of the
paying me in
nades.
UC codes, but I would just be
heads up
hanging
play
out
by
watching this
Jaguar.
anyways.
We're seeing so many third parties in the late game because teams are so good at recognizing when to take these third parties now. Doesn't work out for Jaguar completely. They could still win this 2v3. Influence Rage, get the full
Oh, that was a
reset.
bad nade.
More nades coming in. I don't think that one's going to hit.
No, he should
Too many buildings in the way.
Yeah, he should save these nades. You want to keep some of that utility for the absolute land game. I know they're thinking that there's possible that we're not even going to get there, but now it's not the time to throw it. You don't have any kind of sight lines at all. You're just guessing. And there's too many buildings here for sure. But Simple's going to throw it anyway. Let's see if he gets lucky with the bounce. Oh my gosh. No, yeah, he's like, all right.
It's
I'm on
red.
fire.
Woo!
That hurts. And yeah, he's forced to kind of just use that broken wall. Now down to 1 HP.
Wow.
Influence Rage, man. These guys, yeah, look at that.
There they go.
Kowalski getting the better of them right here. Now it's just Mercy up for Jaguar. Nice knock.
He gets one.
1v2, 1v2.
First aid, but he is penned in. 2v1, he's penned in behind a small sliver of a wall. Influence Rage should be able to get this one. I think Law's also getting picked up, which is why we see a first aid coming off. Good nade. That's the knock. Uh-oh.
Wow. Yeah, because Influence Rage, knowing the timing now, they have to run on the open. They have no choice. But they're getting shot up so bad. Mercy's just saying, you know what? I'm done for. I know it, but I'm going to try to go down.
Yeah, hit the like button on the stream if you haven't yet. Hit the like button, boys.
Eliminations of the process as we switch on over to Intense Game in a very precarious position here.
Sheesh.
They're outside of the circle.
Dude, 22 players alive for this tiny circle, bro.
But they also have All Glory Gaming going to be third-partying them, so they have to figure out a way to get into this next zone.
I can't look.
The only way it's going to happen, Zoo, is with that M4 on their back.
Oh, yeah, they're going to hit some shots, but Diego gets shot up instead. Not going to be able to get revive, potentially. Okay, I thought he was going to get thirsted. Dior's looking to go for the rest of the team. Here comes Melgar, close range, the drive over.
Somebody just got to
turning on the gas, and All Glory Gaming, they're partying at the perfect time. It is all out mayhem, and some of All Glory
Bro, imagine getting ran over by a buggy.
V2
I'd be so mad.
Out on top right now, but it's not done yet. There's still All Glory Gaming. There is still some of Intense Game in the action.
One of the hardest things to do is, when you're in a fight with a third-party situation. V2 are doing a great job of handling themselves inside of it right now, taking two squads at the same time. Fran looking to get that Molotov through the window. He does miss it. But man, there's fights going on all over the place. Team Jaguar are eliminated. And Grellin trying to get away, and I think he barely escapes for the time being. But for how long? This is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah. Oh. McGrellin, he knows his spot there. That is map knowledge. Just sending it to the middle and surviving still. Must be some sort of dip, rock. I'm not even sure. But he's alive. He makes it out. V2 will continue the fight here against All Glory. Influence Rage.
What up, Suzuki?
All that chaos has made it to
what up, brother?
the wide open behind some trees.
Let's see here. Fran.
Bro, I can't.
They make some shots. Melgar gonna have to make some shots on Influence Rage here.
I'm gonna turn them down. That was too loud.
Eyes on them. Loops, meanwhile,
they're too loud, bro. They break my ears.
Up, looking pretty good. They're gonna go up against a Grellin. Yeah, he made that full send on over and wasn't able to hold it down. But hey, a good effort nonetheless. Meanwhile, yeah, look at
Chat, you guys can hear him, right?
Doing a great job at shutting down V2 here. Here come these Molotovs. I think he should have saved that for a little while longer because the blue zone is starting to come.
He's gonna go try and get that revive. Rojas wants to go get the confirmations, but he's got Influence Rage watching that doorway.
All right,
so he can't run out. He's gonna get shot up. So the revive will come through, and he's gonna be pressured by two close range once again. Rise is still here. Dudu's still alive. He's got a little dip to his name. Not fully in the circle. Maybe he is. Oops, looking really strong right now with 3 up, the most out of any of the teams, and they've got full control on the north side.
Could be a Loops win for sure.
Dude, what is this guy's gun?
To usurp Extreme Slayers a little bit earlier. Law looking to pick up some of these easy points, trying to get the tracking through the smoke, but he did hold those shots.
It looks
in
weird.
That same spot. Meanwhile, oh wow, V2 do get taken out. So All Glory Gaming survive. That's another extra placement point for them. They'll take that to the bank. Ross will go out there though.
Lazard,
yeah,
dude.
Shots. And big heads up.
They got Lazard, dude.
Little boy is dangerous. I've been calling out this player's name for a long time right now. I tell you what, when it comes to these laser shots with the M4, he's got him, and he can hit those nades as well.
The zone moving?
So.
Oh, the zone is moving.
While everyone was busy fighting each other, they get more angles. They spread out. They have
he could have just crawled into the zone.
Entire zone, and this is going to the middle.
That's rough.
Jukes, this is going to the dead middle. Blue zone's going to close on everything, which means there's a chance for Loops to still lose. If they run, oh, never mind. They take out Little Boy.
Chance is gone. Yeah.
Now it's a 3v1.
Very nice, though. You know what? Good hypothetical. You know, Dudu will go down here, so it's a
Dudu
Loops win in match number 2. Going for the run over. Ah, God, those it doesn't it style there. Instead of going for the run over, just swap.
GG for Loops, bro.
It gets that elimination.
That was a horrible zone.
Loops, chicken dinner and
no cover, no nothing, dude.
Yeah,
and
this is the Loops that we wanted to see.
Especially in Miramar, bro. Especially in Miramar, you have like the skinniest trees in the whole game. So, yeah, that's a GG's.
And that's exactly what we predicted.
All right, first code, boys. Here's another code.
Even from the experienced teams will happen. And now it's no longer just Rise dominating the show. Or not Rise, I'm sorry, Intense Games. No longer Intense Game dominating the show. We got some other contenders out here now.
Yeah, I told you. I mean, we're going to see these teams start to get a little bit more comfortable in their own skin. They're going to start playing the way that they have before.
Make sure you use the link in the pinned comment to enter the code.
Game isn't going to be as fruitful as it was yesterday against some of these squads, feeling a little bit of those jitters. And we're seeing it here off the bat here in day 2, match 2. And Loops being able to clutch a chicken dinner is huge for them because now's the time, right? The end of the day, the last day of the tournament,
that guy's picture
is not the place you want to be.
Yo, Sarah, go back and screenshot it. I want to let me see.
You know what I'm saying?
You got to rewind and screenshot.
For Loops to bounce back here now is huge.
Yeah, day 2.
All right. Next code incoming.
And then day 4, I mean, that's day 4 is do or die day, right? You're either in or you're already out. So day 2, great day to start popping off. I want to see some more of the
Here we go. Next code.
Pop off. We have yet to see Hyper, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday.
Y'all got to be quick with this code too.
Don't get it done in the first 3 games of the day. I don't think they're gonna get it done. And Hyper.
Yo, John is a troll. Don't let him troll you.
Negatively, but you know the pressure really gets them. And if
there's the next code.
Bad days, I just don't think it's ever gonna happen on the 3rd day for them.
Yeah, you know what? We've seen Hyper be a team that usually gets better, right? A little bit towards the end. We call them not being an early tournament team. But in short-form tournaments, it just doesn't work like that, right? You have to be a full tournament team. You got to have consistent points no matter what. And I got to agree with you. I think that it's getting close to...
Yo, y'all got to screenshot and show me.
Because I think if they're able to get one here today, or at least in these next few matches...
Yo, Wally, what the heck are you doing, bro?
We're going to see that confidence spike up, and we'll see performance that we normally see from the squad.
Yeah, and we'll see if they get that in the next game. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a quick break.
All right, minute 45 till the next one starts. I'm gonna use the bathroom. We got more codes though. Stick around.
Well, it is nice to see Loops here step up a bit and finally get themselves a chicken dinner when they are one of the teams going into PMGC. And luckily for them being green, guess who's also green? And I'm going to throw everyone off here. Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL. You can pick one up and unleash the beast. Get that out of the way right now because Loops, Monster, same color. A Loops flavored Monster.
Ooh.
I don't know what it would
What's
taste
Loops
like.
flavor?
Sweaty gamers? I don't know.
That will fly off the shelves, let me tell you.
Hey, if you can sell bathwater, I'm pretty sure you can sell sweaty gamer flavor.
You know,
great bounce back there from Loops, actually. Being able to,
for saving me from this.
to step it up from yesterday. We're wondering what was going on with this team. I mean, at one point we're figuring out, okay, are the qualified, the teams that are already qualified to PMGC not going to be performing here in Americas? It's good to see that. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, at least with Loops so far being able to get that chicken dinner.
All right, boys, I'm back.
This is such a precarious game for Loops to play, or anyone. I don't blame Loops at all for only ending this with like.
Yeah, who got that code? Who got that code? Who got both of those codes? Be legit.
Basically a fight on like one giant.
Who actually got those codes?
Make it out of this ring of small little scattered compounds. This fight between Jaguar and Influence Rage. There was a fight on the opposite side between IG and who was in that one? AGG was in that one. There are like 7 teams on that side here. Yeah, actually a lot of vehicles.
Yo, Wally, thank you again for that this morning, brother. I woke up and saw that I had a noti from PayPal. I was like, bro. Thank you, bro.
Survived just a few more people into this late game.
By the way, we didn't get a chance. I don't think we'll get a chance to see it, but for McGrellin to end up surviving that mayhem right there between V2 and All Glory Gaming and still being able to actually, I think he eliminated 1 player.
What if I told you I already lost it all?
A nice little bounce back too from intense game. They didn't have one of the best
Check mod
first
chat.
games. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Heck. Yeah, it does kind of look like I had a whole body, huh? Oh, I guess you can't. You can kind of see, but that's funny.
Certain regions are dominating certain teams. Obviously, we're gonna have Brazil there because look at like the top 6.
Okay, match 2
are Brazilian. Actually, no, 4. My bad.
Yo, see, they at least got 7th on that match because they had eliminations. So
never mind. But still,
Good
that's ridiculous. Oh.
Look at YKG though.
Yep.
7 elims. They're on the board again. They're actually part of the
that's what I said.
Chaotic mess. On the Eastern Fruit were there. I think Inko were on the high ground overlooking it. IG were on the high ground overlooking that as well. So again, like this was a really hard match for any of us to call.
Yeah, also like a hard match to really kind of analyze as well, considering it was just a lot of scrappy fights happening here or there. I mean, what we can say though is, I mean, a tense game, playing off that giant plateau, we're able to put a lot of punishment out early. However, they were extremely low on ammo as we were able to tune in and see. YKG getting themselves 7 eliminations. Good to see some life within the team after.
Guys, I'm gonna play some PUBG.
And we'll obviously
while
check
we wait
with them
for
a
the
little
next
bit
one
later on. But V2, I feel like this is one of the first times we're able to see them actually do kind of well here, considering they're able to take down a tense
No,
game.
you can't watch.
You have to take the fight against AGG as well.
Don't ask.
But for a team who's kind of just got into PMPL in spring, for them to
Just
get into
PUBG,
regionals for the first time here in fall, I hope to see more out of them.
Yeah, they're not exciting us on their overall leaderboard position. They're in the lower double digits, so like 11th, 12th place, right, if my memory serves me correctly, which is better than you would expect for a team, as you said, Jason, that just came in to PMPL, and especially when they are doing better than YKG, doing better than Team Queso.
You didn't get it, Esme?
For a bit than Baluch Town, all these teams that are a lot more.
All right, after the next match, I'm going to put 1 code up on Facebook and 1 code up on YouTube.
Other teams for
How about that?
their expectations, good job.
It's a good confidence booster too out of them to have this kind of performance, right?
Yeah.
As you mentioned,
Thoughts?
they're currently in the overall.
1 for Facebook and 1 for
They weren't really
YouTube.
performing that well, but definitely a good confidence boost.
That's actually kind of a 5-head idea.
Confidence boost is going to be Team Queso. I've been seeing Team Queso at the bottom so many times that okay, now as I was talking about with Loops, okay, maybe Loops isn't playing off America since they already qualified to PMGC. I feel like at some point here,
dude, Team Queso got absolute zip on that. The only team that got nothing.
They're gonna be like, okay, you know what, guys, we really don't have to take this serious because we're already qualified to PMGC. And I feel like I'm starting to get that feeling out of Team Queso, and I hate it.
Also, just to bring it up, since we did touch on it after the first match, Passion Fruit, 0 placement points in this one. Remember, we did mention they're
they're already
able to
guaranteed for PMGC.
and only 1 placement point outside of that match. Well, so far they're sticking true to that, but we'll see if they can step things up a little bit later on. And in Hyper, man,
put 1 for members.
I know we kind of agreed
I think
on,
PUBG would get mad if I did that.
Is where we'll finally make our judgments on them, but this is not the Hyper we saw in PMPL. Like,
yeah,
this
instead of clicking both buttons after the end, I could click 1 button for one and 1 button for the other.
I don't know
Bada bing.
what this is going on within them, but they need to like show why they are the NA representative for PMGC.
Separate codes.
I feel like that's the big one too. Kindness.
And I'll put them up at the same time too. So
right, he ended
good luck if you're trying to be a viewer of both. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, for him too. I
think that's what I'm
when we
gonna
actually saw the team, he was the first one to be eliminated from the team as well again, which is just gonna be hurting them in such a big way. And I'm not even gonna wait until the end of the day. I know I was saying end of the day. I think it might be after the 4th game. If Hyper continues on this path, I'm like, is it gonna become like a Team Queso thing?
Yeah.
They love
It's gonna be
donuts.
too hard to bounce back from.
Bro, I love me some
I
donuts.
just haven't seen them really adjust. I haven't really seen anything different out of them, and that was always the big question mark, how they were gonna be able to adjust to how the Brazilian teams play. And I mean, I keep saying Brazilian teams because they are they are kind of in a way dominating this.
You know what's so weird for me about Hyper is that we talked about how they're a team that kind of likes to get their place in the zone.
Yep.
And kind of like what Extreme Slayers are doing, except not playing from edge as much. They get into the zone and they just kind of wait till the later stages, then they go for eliminations, then they pick those up. But right now, all I'm seeing is them playing edge and them not playing it successfully.
Yeah, again, the only explanation that I have to give you guys is the caliber of players that they went up against in North America versus here, where they could get away with playing late and just basically almost like setting a trap. They're allowing all of their victims to get in close proximity and then they just like start spraying. Here, if they let people get too close and then they go for a fight, they get immediately shut down. It's
a little bit scary.
Yeah, I don't know what the change would be because it just feels like their entire game plan is predicated on the fact that they could just win fights instantly in North America.
For them to not be able to adapt quicker, it's scary too, considering this team is going to be going to PMGC. And we always talk about the big step up. Boy, when we go to PMGC, it's going to be a completely different step up.
One caveat is that by getting humbled here, they already know that they're gonna have to make some changes. It's in a way, it's probably good that they fail here, even if they do recover in the next couple of days, than to like continue their rampage here and then just get slapped at PMGC groups.
Yeah, I mean, as we're talking about Hyper, why don't we just go ahead and see their like average stats yesterday compared to today, because that's kind of gives us an indicator of how things have been going for them. And then, you know, only been 2 matches so far today, but we're gonna get at least a good idea of how things are going for them. I would imagine they're actually performing worse today because GK first was like their one saving grace with this like 2100 damage done yesterday.
Yeah. I mean,
next match is in 2 minutes, boys. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Really,
2 minutes.
Really hard to. It's hard for us on the outside to judge what's going.
So apparently tomorrow, Chad, I have a showing on my house at 3 p.m. So that means I gotta start getting my. I gotta get my bedroom ready when I get up at Tomorrow, I have to get up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, bro. I gotta get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I have to clean my entire room and get it ready to be shown. And then Sam will probably clean the rest of the house while I'm streaming. And then I've got to be in a Discord call by 7 a.m. to do some tech checks and stuff for that tournament that starts at 10 a.m. And then that tournament runs till 1 p.m. or so, and then I get off that, and then we show the house. Oh, dude, hopefully somebody buys this piece of turd soon.
Running away with the MVP on week 3 of the Pro League, Kindness was still pumping out the damage.
Yo, everybody's got to wish me luck tomorrow for selling this. Yo, some good vibes. Yo, pray. Whatever you got to do, please help me out.
Is missing, and they can't perform here, much less PMGC, if a player goes missing like Kindness and they don't know how to bring him back.
The fact is, he had the most eliminations in any region across the entire season. Yeah. And he's not replicating it here. But you know, let's actually take a look at our overalls. We've had 2 matches done now today, which means it's time to check in and see where the teams currently do stand. And Passion Fruit started off at 8th, able to get themselves up to 6. Extreme Slayer still going to be sitting in 3rd place here, Alpha 7 and 4. So not really too much of changes, to be honest, when it comes to this front page.
What has changed is like 2nd through 4th, 5th. Inco has dropped down to 5th place, but I think more importantly than that is that Intense Game already is developing a noticeable gap between 1st and 2nd place. They are just able, in the same way that we talked about Inco at the top of the show, Intense Game are continuing to be even better at
top 7 is like only 7 to 3 is only 10 point spread, bro. That's just one of these teams needs to have a good game, and you could go all the way from. So like Loops and Rise could still just completely skyrocket up with just a. How far is YKG
can they
down
actually
though?
Continue to capitalize on that? We saw what happened in the first game. We saw a bit of a bounce back here in the second game, and when we do end up going to the next Erangel that's going to be coming up, I'm actually want to see them rotating a little bit faster than what I saw in the first game, and I'm gonna give them a bit of an excuse because we don't know what ended up.
Yours had 30 views before it sold. Sheesh. Okay, that doesn't make me feel so bad because I feel like I feel like we've had probably about at least 10 or so, 10 or 15.
Yeah.
It's just
I am looking at the front page in my head.
So many times
fruit with 2 chicken.
That I couldn't imagine 30 times of going, holy crap, clean everything really quick. It needs to look like it belongs in a magazine. Like, you know what I'm saying? 30 times, that gets so annoying. And then driving away and going and finding something to do random for 2 hours. Like, Or an hour or whatever, however long it takes somebody to show the house.
Outside chicken dinners. These teams, they're tied with Team
Yeah, but
Queso
what are the
right now.
elimination points though? Like I said, different play styles all work together. They can't all play the exact same.
Not that they're gonna try to push actually for the fourth place.
Yeah,
That's not
if
gonna
they want to be top
out.
4, if they want a PMGC slot, they
They're
can.
on the
If they'd let me in the States, I'd come put an offer on it or rent it out as Dab's first place Lamau. Yeah, where do you live at, James? You live in the UK? I didn't know that.
okay.
All right.
I have a feeling you're from the UK. I don't know why.
The day ready to go. Hot Jukes and Zute, what about you guys think with Passion Fruit and their 1 placement point in 8 matches?
My boys.
6 matches.
That's the plan, baby. They're going exactly to what their plan is.
Yo, if you
right
guys
now,
haven't
because
yet,
you
make
know
sure you
what?
come over to the
Watch, I'm
official
saying,
live
we
stream
need
and
no
drop a
placement
like and
points,
subscribe to
baby.
the PUBG Mobile
I
Esports
got
channel.
my back. I try to get them eliminations. You know what I'm saying? No, in reality though, they need
The link to the official live stream is in the description down below.
they need to get them up a little bit. They need to get them up. You know, out of them to get this done. They have some time.
I
to
love the
adapt and get those
cinematics and
placement
stuff
points,
that they
but they're
use for
staying
this.
in the game the best way they know how. Here's Zute.
Yeah, for teams that are not teams for
you live in
for
Eastern
viewers that
Canada.
aren't as familiar
Got you.
with Passion Fruit, this was a team that we pretty much counted out after week 1 of NA. So for them to make it to here and be in the front page, like that is pretty huge for them. That is extremely huge. Another team that we didn't talk about a little bit too much when we saw on the rankings was Influence Rage, right? We see them in 2nd place, and it's almost like, okay, yeah, Influence Rage 2nd place, no big deal. That's how well they play. On the first day, Jukes, they were like towards the bottom of the 2nd page. I might be wrong here, but before the very last game,
Oh, you got a few teams going Milta.
they were 15th place. There was a team that, you know, was really far down that we weren't expecting to be that far down.
Okay.
And I think it was Influence
Extreme
Rage, but
Slayers.
then they got a chicken dinner on the very final game of the
Who else?
of
I can't
yesterday,
see it below there.
and they are continuing that success they had, Jukes.
I can't see.
Into today.
Maybe
and
they'll
they
show the
shot
map in a
themselves
bigger
up to
frame.
2nd place. That is a huge bounce back, and I think we're going to see more of that throughout the day too. Not just from them, right, but from some of the other teams. that are
What
supposed
was?
to be doing better?
Yeah.
Yo,
We need to see them do better. We need to see a lot of squads do better here because we talked
yo, what? What did Hot Jukes just do?
about how important.
Right, huge bounce back.
Yo, watch Jukes' face change, bro. What?
And I think we're going to see more of that throughout the day too. Not just from them. From some of the other teams that are supposed to be doing better.
Scenarios. I think that's where Passion Fruit is thriving, right? The rotations and being able to get into the late game isn't necessarily very easy, especially against these new teams. And
What
they
was he
have a lot of
doing?
Experience doing that. So for them to be able to, like I said, keep alive in this situation, I think is good.
That's what
But
I'm
they need to start
saying.
adapting to this.
I'm
And I think
dead
we're
right
seeing
now.
All the teams in general, because just in that last Beermar match, we saw how many teams.
Yo, what up,
moved into the
Ezekiel?
Center as quickly as they did.
Yeah,
You missed
it's,
Jukes? Me too.
a game that's just
Me too.
constantly
Yo, he's been
evolving
so busy
right
with
now.
his daughter. Because if you guys didn't know, he had a child, you know, and so he's been busy with that. And I text him every once in a while. Things are going good. He's chilling. He just doesn't really have a whole lot of time to play. He doesn't only just have like all the PUBG Mobile stuff going on. He also, but you know, outside of content creation, he also owns like a couple businesses and stuff. So yeah, man's super busy.
The first game today, they got like 0 points, but I think they had a little connection issue. You heard the desk talk about it with Miguel and their star player. So I was a a little worried. Like, bad start.
He made that face to something the producers put in his ear. That's what I was thinking too. Like they probably said, Juke smile or something. I don't know.
They didn't get the win or anything.
Maybe I don't know. Or you know, this man is just random as heck too. So
building a gap.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of want to talk about a little bit, which we just kind of touched on a little bit earlier, was, you know how you talked about how in kind of lower level lobbies, there's some teams that won't allow you to rotate, like they won't just stop the fight, go rotate.
they probably
and fight.
reset the
They'll
game.
just
They
be
do that
outside the zone and
often.
Just shoot you like crazy, which kind of disrupt.
I think they do that if maybe some players accidentally disconnect, because you know how the game is. And then also, I think they also might do it if the line of the flight path doesn't make for like an even spread of where all the players can go to. So like that line, if I remember correctly, it started at bottom right and was going top left, but it was like more going to the middle actually. So it was just like maybe just they didn't like the line or just too many players disconnected too, because it's got to be a good match, you know.
Times in a row, and we feel very confident leading.
There's a few reasons why they restart.
And outperform every other team to make PNGC.
For not finishing strong in that Sandhawk match, and they said, you know what? We'll up your Sandhawk match and show you how it's done in Vikendi. Double digit eliminations, beautiful nade onto Quinn.
We'll fight to the end.
They've reset every match so far, so maybe it's just there's a couple players that have really bad connection issues or something. Could be, it could be.
For PMPC, so good luck.
Esperar o melhor da Lux, né? Nós já vimos muito forte pra essa Américas aí. E só esperar mesmo.
Now, should I open up a custom room while we wait?
Got Alpha 7 with LL.
Oh.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. We're here at day
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Pro League Americas Championships, where I think it's going to be one of the most important days for a lot of these squads, especially those teams that had a rough day one, because it's very typical for a lot of squads to struggle on the first day. You know, you're coming into a new tournament, new lobby, different level of play style, faster rotations, you're dealing with the first day nerves, all that kind of goodness. So I talked about, I have an excuse card. I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card. Right? Yes, right. I punch one.
That's what he. Okay.
Right? Because I'm like, hey, you know what? It happens. Okay. But that's it. You only get that one punch. So now it's time to step it up. Right. And a lot of teams, I think we're starting to see do that, right? We're seeing some squads definitely make some adjustments after day one. I talked about it at the start, how I felt.
Hurry up, boys. Hurry up. All right, let's start it.
Because after such a dominant performance, I had a feeling some teams were going to do some research on them. But what do you think, Zoo, right? Do you think they are just sticking to what they did?
I make the gameplay so small you can't even see it.
Do you think they should have made some adjustments? I don't know.
I personally don't think so. I think it's only on the 4th day. And you need to take a look at the leaderboards. That's when you want to make adjustments. You know, when you've already been doing well, right, and you need to make adjustments, it's usually towards the later stages where teams might be targeting you, or, you know, you've given out too much of your playbook away over the past 3 days or so. You adjust, right? But it's a fresh tournament. Day one, teams could study you, but that same circle might not happen, and you could just rotate a completely different path. It's a completely different zone, etc. So don't change anything, in my opinion, if you're doing well until maybe the 4th day, the final day. And then, you know, take a look at leaderboards, see what may or may not happen. I think the only thing that teams really study on the first day is how well other teams are playing, getting a feel of the entire lobby, not, you know, one team in particular to study, because you still gotta, you know, get your own points. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
if you study Intense Game and you find their flaws and you take them out, great. Now what? You still need, you know, to get points yourself. You still have like 15 other teams to compete with. The tournament just started. Anyone could still be a contender for that PMGC spot. So, no, I don't think
here comes the flight path.
Because, you know, you might feel targeted or studying one
See, they might like this flight path more, or looks like everybody's connected.
After one day, that is.
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, when it comes to here day 2, I will give Intense Game one of those excuse card punches for game 1 due to some shenanigans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'll happen. You know what, though? And I know Jason Kaplan will agree with me. You know who doesn't have an excuse card punch, though, right now?
Who is that?
Team Queso. You know? What is going on with Team Queso? I mean, this is a squad that we used to be like, they were on top of it. We always used to see them in that on-brand Golden Marauder in, you know, in Miramar. Now it's just, I don't know. I mean, to see them so down on the leaderboards, it's not good, Sute. It's not good.
It's not good at all. It's just, you know, as time goes on, some teams just, you know, they can't hack it. And this is not the same Queso players as before, too. You know, that might be a reason why as well. You know, some roster shuffles go on, roster changes here and there, and it's not always for the better. On paper, you know, they might have picked up better players stat-wise, but that's the other thing. Not every, you know, team can gel together regardless of how well their stats might look on each individual player.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes stats will be insane, and then come big show, I've said this before, you know, oh, those heads start shaking, and you don't know how a team or a player is going to perform when it's time to shine.
Wait, did they restart again?
Some people don't. Some people learn over time, and I think that's something that N-Hyper is needed to do. I think that's something that they obviously struggle with the most, but they were starting to see that adaptation come after so many repetitions here at this kind of stage, right? But I think it's still there. It's not done with completely, and we've heard from some of the best players in the world on the grandest of stages state that this is their problem, right? We've heard it before. I remember back in the day, one of the biggest tournament in the world when we thought Bigatron were unstoppable, right? The two twins were talking about, man, dude, we're getting nervous right now. You know, we're dealing with the nerves. And it's so crazy to just think about how far we've come in PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm so excited to see how this tournament's gonna come out, the upcoming PMGC tournament as well. Even the RC, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how they're going to perform now, because every year every year is different. Every year it's just getting more crazy and crazy and crazy.
Yeah, it's just draw back on the whole player thing, right? It's also a lot of stuff behind the scenes. A player on paper might be really good, but it might be bringing down the team. Almost. You know, like, you know, being toxic, not working with the team, feeling like they're better than the rest of the team. So it's, you know, there's a lot that could go in on making a team. And Queso, I mean, that's what we started this whole topic with. Queso, I hope they just bounce back for mental sake. Like, I'm not even expecting a top 8 finish at this point, but just like start showing signs of life.
Yeah, let's see if they could do that here, guys. So a lot more to go.
Bro, they're talking so much crap about Team Queso. What? I need my claw socks. I'm gonna put up another team code. All right, another custom room, another custom room. I need to get my claw socks too, because I'm playing like garbage, dude. I can't play worth a turd without claw socks. All right, there's the code. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Actually kind of like this music. All right, here we go. I'm not losing this one, boys. Bruh.
Baby, here we go with another beer bar match here in day numero dos, number 2. And we got a little bit of a northern playing path here, Zute. Actually, it's pretty almost down the middle of this main island. So a really good playing path for these teams.
Yeah, cutting right down. Anybody trying to get to military base as a drive, we'll have to drive a little bit. But maybe we'll just get a military circle, so could work out for those guys. We
Oh, okay.
Military circle.
Decent fly path, decent fly path.
At any champion stage final, right?
Yeah, for sure. We need at least one. It's on the bingo card.
No Jarky, though.
No Zarky. Yeah, Zarky is like that one off corner square. You know what I'm saying? Like you just. I still want it though. You know, I want to fill out the card, and
I want a Stalber.
Stalber finish would be nice. Stalber's actually pretty sick.
Yeah, Stalber. I'd say Stalber is better than Zarky.
I mean, it's more. Yeah, it's definitely more fun. I think play style wise, but Zarky's just
more competitive.
Yeah.
Zarky is more like a meme. You know.
Yes. And nothing wrong with it here and there. You know, hey, memes are powerful. Memes are powerful. Speaking of memes, right? Team Queso does not want to become one, right? From being on the bottom of the leaderboards for so long. So we'll see if they can bounce back. So we got the first circle, pretty casual one right here. So pretty tried and true. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Extreme Slayer is going down the middle to power. We're going to see YKG stretch with Mazexis. Gonna hunt some vehicles, so that could get a little bit hairy. We'll see if they end up clashing into each other hunting for vehicles.
We might see it. I'm watching the minimap. Pretty close to each other. Might see something happen there. And how do you feel about, you know, like they've been dropping here in the past couple of games on Air and Go and didn't really make much note of it, but Passion Fruit dropping in Pachinki. Right? We haven't even talked about this, but some teams have changed their drop spot coming into this tournament, meaning for the entire league stage in their respective region, as I'm hearing some shots, so we are getting some a little bit of scrap fights. Hopefully we can tune into that. But as I was saying, oh, it looks like the fight's over. They picked up a point maybe? Or their warning shots? I'm not sure. Oh, Chico's got a pistol. Oh, they're trying to chase Chico down.
Oh, yes, they are.
Uh-oh. They're really chasing them down. Crow's like, they're over here.
Crow's like, I got loot, though. I got an AK. That's all he needs. Finds an M16 as well, so Crow's decent when it comes to kit. And yeah, he's on the run a little bit, but he could be maybe biting off more than he can chew. He has to be a little bit careful in this situation. Chico's got the B zone. That's all he needs. Uh-oh.
Zone shotgun.
Oh, no, they're pushing this. They know they're split up, so they are full sending it. Mazexis looking to take YKG out early, and if they've done their homework, they have to know that this is YKG for sure.
Yeah. Chico's position, not known yet, and that's a huge position to be in. If he could just stay alive a little bit longer. Uh-oh, Skyline. Oh, Skyline's wrapping. Chico goes prone. Oh, did he hear the shuffle?
He had to have. Yep.
And
oh my
Chico's
gosh,
too good with it.
Chico with the, oh, unreal. Unreal. And you can see him there looking to bust out the pump shotgun. He's the rest of this team here, though. There's some nades to come help him out a little bit. Yeah, take off. That's the play. He needs to find a different angle. You got to watch out the Crow. I'm surprised
he made it
see him. Crow was too late. What was he looking at? Because, man, that is a very rough shift for Chico. Actually, it's actually really bad for him because the rest of the team, I thought they were a lot closer and ready to help him out. Chico pushed up, I think, thinking the same thing. And now he's just in a really tough spot all by himself.
I mean, I think he had to move.
What a shot, though.
Nice sprays. Yeah, Chico's holding it down right now. The rest of the team is getting closer, finding angles.
All right, cool. That was fun.
Chico's just trying to stay as live as long as he can. He pins himself in.
Why do they restart the matches like that? There's like several reasons, James. I don't really know.
Refiring. Oh.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the rest of the team just wasn't there. I thought they were. I think Chico even assumed it after those knocks that the team was going to be a lot closer. And that's the situations I was talking about earlier, is like when you're so up close and you're so focused on the fight, you know, you think the synergy is just like, oh, I got the knock, the team has to be pushing, right?
Good nade.
Yeah, that's actually a really good nade there from 24K. And the fight has turned around in the favor of YKG just like that.
Yeah, YKG has the upper hand now, but Chico...
If you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like button on the stream for me, boys.
For the rest of the game. We'll see if YKG could close this out.
What up, Adamos?
Together as three. Crow really needs to stop this push. He sprays. He can't get knocked here. They get the reset.
Come on, boys.
3v3.
Let's go, YKG.
YKG. Oh, gets knocked. Crow hits an amazing shot from downrange with the AK. And here comes the counter push. YKG not looking too hot.
Let's go, Joey. Hold him off,
Yeah,
brother.
they know that when they have one knocked, if that person's going for the res, they have a
Yo, everybody spam YKG right now.
3v1 situation. Joey getting shot up into such big trouble, not able to get anything done, and YKG eliminated by Mezexis just like that.
Oof.
Dang.
Respect to Mezexis though. They know like a 4v4 straight up is probably a lot easier than playing the game out at this level.
That's
of
rough.
the tournament, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like if you think about it, if you're not a
Yo, if you're just tuning in, we are doing a watch party for PMPL America's Championship Day 2, the fall series. All right, we're watch partying it, and I'm gonna be putting up 2 UC codes right after each match. All right, so just wait till the end of this match, and I'm gonna put up some UC codes. One on YouTube, one on Facebook. So make sure you're watching on both platforms.
Right, this plane pass was just so north.
Yeah.
Obviously, YKG wants to get in a vehicle and go to Primorsk, but they just weren't
2
able
seconds,
to
please.
do
My dog
so.
was barking.
So they had to fight it out and could not win it. And honestly, I just think if the other team would have been a little bit more aggressive off those Chico knocks, we could have definitely seen it. But maybe they didn't have any vehicles or any way to get there just fast enough. And that's what happens when you get in these early game fights. Your team is just not as prepared as they are just a little bit later in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a little bit of disconnect between Chico and Joey, right? There was a play there where off of that knock that Chico had, Joey just plays up, plays a little more aggressive with Chico, even though the other two are far away. But instead, they both did the opposite things, right? Chico played up a little bit, played a more aggressive style. Joey tried to just hold it down to anchor it down for more time for the rest of the two to get there. Now, if Chico like fell back as well, you know, off of that knock, you know, more passive, just in line with Joey, then it'd be a 4v4. So a little bit of synergy mistakes there. It's hard though, because you don't get into those kind of scrap hot drop situations too often, and that's why, you know, practicing the certain situations over again really help with the synergy.
100%. Now let's take a look here how just synergetic these teams are going to be as they get into the mid part of this tournament. We're almost halfway there, Zoo, right? Almost halfway there. Only a few more games to go. So let's see. Passion Fruit, Big Chillin' down there near Pachinki. The zone is obviously very central to where the drop zone is. And it's crazy to see how much Pachinki has like fallen off as like being the best drop spot in the game when it comes to air gale, right?
Yeah. It's just
the spot.
I remember a time where all the top teams from every region was in Pachinki.
All right, did I miss
and
anything?
Now it's like it doesn't matter where we drop, right? We have evolved the game to such a state where it's like I could be all the way.
You will try for the UC? All right, cool. What am I gonna shoot after the match? Just stick around.
Well, to be honest, I think
wait till after the match.
The game evolved them because Pachinki used to be the play when, you know, placement points were 20 per chicken dinner, right? 15.
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the second it changed to where now it's only 10 for first place, and eliminations are so important. Heck, playing those edges and taking out some of those weaker teams is just a better overall strategy rather than just hanging around in the middle of the game, not getting into any fights. And if you get taken out, you just got nothing.
Yeah, I remember the days of oh, hold on, Zuko doing something. But I remember the days where teams would have like a combined total of 50 smokes just because they could smoke.
Loop's in a bit of trouble there, bro.
They
need to run back down the.
That's right.
Getting any elimination points, they just smoked and stayed alive for so long in smokes. Yeah, it's.
Hope you're excited about his new yard.
It's great to see.
And Hyper in Sandhawk.
I think so.
60 first aids, you know.
Oh yeah.
Just healing their way in the
He did this thing the other day that really
was
irritated me.
You know, but you know what? That got shut down. You got to be able to make those plays with the weapons you have now.
Where
chopped on our LATAM champions,
he got out,
trying to
like sometimes
make a bounce back against Team Jaguar.
Sometimes in the middle of the day.
Team they're used to going up against, and
sometimes in the middle of the day, if you know, the door gets opened up, he'll just go bolting out of it, and he's running around the. He's running around the neighborhood and stuff. So we got him back in. We were trying to get him back in the house, and we do this thing where we just open up the car and trick him into thinking we're going bye-bye. So he got in the back of the car. So I opened up. So I went to go grab him out of the back once I got him in the back, and he jumps to the middle seat. So then I close the back and I go to the middle, and then he jumps to the back. And so, you know, and so I get I go to the back for like the third time, and he didn't jump over in enough time, so he knew that I could grab him. And he became so aggressive because he did not want to get out of the car, like growling, teeth showing, ready to snap your hand off. Like, bro was so mad that I tricked him. He was so pissed that I tricked him. So yeah, I gotta stop doing that to him. He knew it that he got tricked when I was trying to get him out. Yeah, I can't do that again. But yeah, I think he's excited about his new yard.
Those blues, they're gonna hold down actually a split across the road. Okay, so they're gonna hold the reds and the compound. So a very interesting place to hold as they had that hill. Let's see where the next zone goes. They're going to be in a good spot. You see them already in the vehicles, ready to move, and you're going to see them pop out in just a second because, yep, they saw the zone shift. They're like, we're going to stay right here.
This is going to be a really fun circle here. We have that hill in the middle, but you just can't, instantly hold it just because you'll get.
I know. I cover up the leaderboard.
And strong compounds.
When they go to the leaderboard right there, I kind of do cover it up, but it is what it is.
In a great spot. Inko's in a great spot.
No matter where I put my camera, I'm in a bad spot somewhere.
It just depends on how they're going to be able to execute the rest of the game from here on out, and the circles will still dictate quite a bit.
Let's see here. Yeah, the circle's going to definitely help you out in this zone right here, especially if it goes in hard shift south. It's going to help so many of these teams. Extreme
Dude, YKG already out.
Right here. It's a good position to
That's
hold.
That's crazy.
Because you have so much sight lines down the way near the pier. And you can see that's exactly where Robert's looking at. And you can still protect your vehicles on the opposite side of the water. So literally their back is up against the wall where no teams are going to be coming from behind them. So the only thing they have to focus on is right ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to rotate out of though if it hard shifts.
Oh, we're working on it.
Well, with the circle shrink here,
we're working on it, Humboldt.
Inko could be in the zone, right? Where all they're worried about is you driving past them or into them. So we'll see how the circles shift. There's so many play options still, of course, for Extreme Slayers. It's definitely not a bad spot to be in if you know how to rotate out of it. And I'm looking elsewhere on the map. Alpha 7, they have a huge spread on the west side. This could be a big game for them. Anytime they have, full control on a certain side of the zone,
OP.
that always seems to work out for them because they just worry about what's in front, and they're great at fighting teams in front of them.
Let's see. Yes, they are indeed. And you can see Baluchatan, right? Even are starting to turn things up a little bit with a nice little 4 eliminations. Let's go. So I'm looking at Balut.
What are you doing?
They're all the way up in 9th place. So they're 9th place. And, one chicken dinner. And we can see them almost near top 3, right? So they're not in a necessarily terrible position here. I think a lot of teams, of course, a lot of people expect a little bit more. But still quite a bit of games left to be played. So for them, they're not in a bad spot.
Come on.
And
it's like that. I know I can't get on you.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Come on.
Oh, that's going to be the next big fight right here. Yeah, Alpha 7
give me hug.
versus Baluk. And
Yeah,
I don't think
just give
Alpha
me
7
hug.
was prepared for this earlier.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 was spread very far wide north
Just
to
give me
south.
hug, huh?
And I think it's because they were trying to catch
Yeah.
this rotation more particular.
Yeah.
But Baluk, they're pulling it off a little bit later than expected. So Baluk could set up on Alpha 7 and take this fight, or they're going to rotate right by. They realize the circle's going to shift.
See ya.
This is not enough real estate to fight for on this side. And they'll wrap ahead. And I think Alpha 7's really happy with that as well.
Yeah, just a fight you just not worth taking right now. Too much open field.
Oh, that's a great circle.
Wow, huge circle for them. So not forced to move. They definitely can if they want to try and find a more central spot.
Want to play a gun game, Dab? We will between these matches after I give out the codes.
Really good location to hold. I wonder if we're going to see some teams decide to take that. As a matter of fact, we saw a circle just like this yesterday. I think
he still loves you? Of course he does.
Up into a top position by
He was just being a turd because he didn't want me to get him out of the car.
Gets repeated. It is
He really likes going bye-bye.
Players in Pachinki can push to the sewer pipes.
Sam takes him a lot of places, so he's used to, like, he can tell when you're putting on your shoes, you know? Like, he can tell when you're getting ready to leave. Like, he knows.
They were holding a split here. What are they going to do? It looks like they're going to give that split up.
He knows.
They're gonna elect
He
to
could,
take the
like, he knows, like, when somebody's putting the things that go on their feet on them, that somebody's going bye-bye.
Great spot to be holding and to hunker down in for now.
Or if he hears the car keys jingle, he knows
value
somebody's
they're
going
gonna be taking
bye-bye.
it early on. We'll see where they end up at the end of the game. And Tetsuki going to go ahead and take this big red building right here. Well, Inco's going to take the Wizard Tower across the street. This is going to be a long, drawn-out battle, so I think they're going to be holding it down for a while there. And I'm surprised Inco decided to commit more south rather than to that hill that they had, just a little bit higher up.
Need to put him on his back till he submits. Bro would have bit my face off. I let him cool down, and then I put him in his kennel for a few hours and timeout. I don't know. What I'm gonna do, beat my dog? And if I would have tried to have touched him, bro would have bit my face off, dude. I'm chilling on that.
First ones there. All Glory Gaming taking shots.
This is the moneymaker.
V2 gatekeeping them out here. V2's in a dire situation. Their vehicle's getting shot up as well.
He's taking out them tires.
Not good indeed. And you can see Team Kessel on the move. Oh my gosh.
Not deed and good.
You can see Papi Patro there with that DBS. Gonna have to try and go. Oh wow, almost getting run over.
Yo, if you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like button on the stream.
Immediately. Rest of the team not able to commit to this. You can see them
tap the like, tap the like.
Different teams at one time.
Takes like 2 seconds and it means the world to me. Let's try to get the YouTube stream to 100 likes.
Oh, wow,
yeah, which stream's gonna get to 100 likes first, YouTube or Facebook?
But look at this. Queso's fighting Influence.
They're literally one's at 63 and one's at 59. Which one's gonna hit 100 first?
Queso's struggling so much. There's no team synergy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's focused on way too much at a time. And guys, for everybody watching, this could work, right? In the LATAM League stage, you know, it's not going to work around here. You know, it's too difficult to take on an entire squad all by yourself, and or even 2v4 in these kind of situations. So they are going to get taken out just like that. If they would have just committed at one team at a time, we could have seen them win that.
And Hyper getting K-kept, and wow, look at this.
Wow.
Rise pushing aggressively out of the sewage pipes to take out that team. Now, if Queso put all 4 there, they win that. Because we saw a nade from Queso earlier knocking 2 players of Rise. But of course, you know, Queso didn't commit all 4 players there. So with only 2, they get slapped right back. And good job for Rise to move away from that sewage pipe location. So many teams get hunkered down in there and just try to stay alive, and you rarely ever see them push out into a team. But Rise recognized it and took the opportunity.
100%. So
bro, this is a crazy circle for 41 players.
The ridge line over there near Pachinki Hill. And Ted's game are going to have to start moving up, though, because this is stage number 5. And we're going to have to start making some predictions immediately here, Zute. What do you think your prediction is going to be? I think looking at this zone, Alpha 7 on Pachinki Hill is looking very dangerous.
Yep. They won last time in this zone, controlling the west side pretty much almost exactly like they are now. So I got to go with Alpha 7. Oh, and Hyper.
And Hyper on the push against Extreme Slayers. And, oh, they don't commit to the fight. This, I think, is I mean, I understand he has no choice in this scenario, but just another rough push for Hyper. I'm so surprised to see them even attempt to drive like that.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, and Hyper's a team that's going to struggle more and more the worse they start doing, because they are a team that feels pressure more than anyone else, I think. Here comes Intense Game on the push, wanting to take out the Wizard Tower players now. And this is exactly oh, hold on. Squash goes and gets burned down. All right. Oh, did Intense Game just lose a player? No, they'll get a full reset.
They'll get a full reset, but yeah, you know, just watching Hyper and watch that player, I think it was Rin, right? Drive away. It's disheartening because
dude, having a zone that's like on this ridge right here is crazy.
You have to make something happen, right? Because driving in the middle at this stage against these teams, you're getting taken out regardless, right? But if you hit a miracle play, then you're able to get your whole team back up, right? So I don't know. I want to see teams have a little bit, like especially in Hyper, have a little bit more awareness of just, hey, sometimes you're in a bad spot, but you got to be able to make a play.
Yeah, I personally feel like driving away was...
The Mazexis is in a horrible spot right now.
There's a lot of tricky spots that you could kind of survive in. I mean, both options are terrible. Don't get me wrong. The 1v4 miracle play is less likely to happen than finding, you know, a snaky spot. But still. And Hyper, the main problem is they should be not losing all of their players just like that. Influence Rage putting some nades in onto All Glory Gaming. I think that's All Glory Gaming out. Yep. All Glory Gaming is eliminated. We're down to 9 teams. Passion Fruit is a team I'm looking at as well. They've been quiet in Pachinki, but we've seen a lot of teams be able to win the zone exactly like this coming out of Pachinki. Intense game. Now against Extreme Slayers, Frady goes down. This intense game looks like the same intense game from day number 1.
Remix
Still 28 alive right here. Next zone's about to pop here in just a few seconds.
Picking apart Extreme Slayers and that playing that south side.
So many people are all rotating into each other.
Running over Bray.
Yo! Look at the bottom right corner of the map, chat.
It gets intense game.
Yo!
Look at this, and now they're going back.
Yeah, I think they realized it was intense game.
Dude, they turned around so quick.
Catch a third party, but once it was just one player
that was
down,
crazy.
oh, little boy. Beep, beep.
That's how you do it. Yeah, that's how you do it. When that back wheel's gone and you still got momentum going backwards, don't try to turn around. Just keep backing it up. But man, look at that from Influence Rage. That was beautiful to see because there is a high likely chance, you know, you play that same situation back.
How do you get
knocked down, right?
The up code?
Was up there, which was Extreme Slayers.
Chase, look at the pin comment.
You play that back a few more times,
I'm going to put a code on the middle of the screen, 2 of them at the end of the match. One's going to go on Facebook, one's going to go on YouTube.
Didn't work out that way, but the opportunity was there, and they went for it. So beautiful to see out of Influence Rage.
Yes, indeed. An intense game. Our started to finally show what we saw a little bit yesterday. They're looking really good.
Yeah, I'm live on Facebook and YouTube right now.
Next circle. They're going to do it with a couple.
If you're just tuning into my Facebook stream from my YouTube, make sure you hit the follow button on Facebook.
And just try to barely stake their way in, maybe even create a little bit of a car for us. Look at this again. Bray, oh my gosh. Okay, so it was all Bray that just destroyed N-Hyper.
Yep. That shot.
Thank you for getting that replay. Diabolic.
Now we know what happened. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're gonna see. Yeah, it's just disgusting. Okay, what's Alpha 7 gonna do here? So they're on the top of the hill. They have the sight lines. They're gonna have to push down here. What do you think is the best way to go? You think they go right? Yeah. Getting right towards Mazexis seems to be their plan.
Yeah, if they go north, they're in between Passion Fruit and the team they're fighting pretty much. So south side, their backs are clear. Let's see if they could keep this going. Intense game making a play. I think they're going to go next to the sewage pipes. No, they're going to go down center road. That is not the best play. They are... Well, they're going to pick up some points from intense game, but I don't think they're going to survive much longer. Yeah, there we go. Oh, they're gone.
Yo, what up, Brandon?
That was
just like that.
Not a play I'd expect out of a team that's doing so well.
Dad, can you wish him
not
turns 4 over the weekend?
Optimal by any means. I thought
Yo.
they would take an isolated fight with...
Hey Hazel, have a happy birthday. There you go. You can screen record that and send it to her. Okay, dope.
Down. So Nate hitting the deck here. This is within nade range. Little boy could get this, so he's got to be careful. Nate does survive for now. And Passion Fruit able to make it on up into that sewage pipe area.
Yep. Sewage pipe is great to stay alive for a bit, but like I said, when the circles start closing, getting
yeah, what the heck are y'all
Pachinki,
talking about?
You're bound to go out, and that's exactly what happened to Rise. Passion Fruit now looking to...
Yeah, where you been, Brandon? You had a busy week at work or what?
That's a difficult push to make. Alpha 7, of course, just from that...
Imagine Dab doing cameos. That'd be funny, huh?
Circle, but they knew
would you guys buy cameos from me if I did cameos?
That thought. 2 of Alpha 7 are knocked. They should be able to get a full reset. It's a little bit dicey, though.
Yeah, a little bit dicey indeed. Here comes in Influence Rage. Yeah, just trying to make a play here in this scenario. The next zone does pop on over, and it does favor all these teams, so they don't have to go anywhere. So they're just going to be poking at each other. And honestly, this is one of those scenarios, Zoo, where Passion Fruit and Influence should be looking at almost every other direction besides themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they fight each other, you know, a third-party situation, both of them getting taken out is highly likely. So they're still within the circle. So at this time is where both of them start looking uphill. Make sure no team is able to push up on them and then deal with them each other a little later on. Yep, and I think you can see Influence recognizing that exact scenario.
Yeah, and like you said, Baluk Chapton trying to stay alive down here. They fended off the push from Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 regrouped. They're back up as 4. And yeah, they're definitely not going to push down into Baluk.
Whoa!
Too much. And look, more reverse action.
Let's go. Look, doing it style too, man. Ooh, showing that he could back up a trailer, no problem. Carrillo pushing on up, gonna throw some smokes out. He definitely needs to. They are within this next circle, so they're just gonna hold it out for now. 1 minute left on the clock. This next zone, folks, is gonna be the last zone. Cardosin does throw a nade onto Juancho.
Oh, Juancho's out.
Oh yeah, that's it. Juancho done for, and he does get a nade onto Zuko as well. So this last player from Loops is absolutely
here comes another one.
destroying them. No way.
On to Valak.
Oh.
Run the opening to get the knock.
Jeez.
Wow, Cardosin 1v3. And he finally goes out to Federal, but wow. So, like we was talking about, right? They didn't have to worry about all those teams, but it was just one player.
Read
from
that
Loops
and
they had to
Dab's
focus
voice.
They didn't know though. Cardosin so sneaky coming in from.
You're just making stuff up.
It feels like that, and the nades were on point. Alpha 7 down here on the south. We still got one zone after this. Wherever it shifts, it's gonna really flavor 2 teams or the 1 team, right? It could favor Influence, or it could favor both Alpha 7 and Baluk, or it could go dead middle, which in case it's gonna be a 3-way brawl.
Yeah, Cardoso was so smart to utilize those nades, because those shots would tell you exactly, or tell everybody else exactly where you are, but those nades, you have no clue. So able to go ahead and get some placement, or at least some elimination points. Meanwhile, Baluk Shaptan gonna have to start making the push out here. Nate all by his lonesome now. Gonna get pushed on by Federal. He peeks out, and that was a bait play. That's what you do right there. Yep.
Yeah. He had a peek, or else a nade was coming in from that player, but peeked out a little bit too wide. 3-way brawl, and the circle favors Influence. And Baluk. Baluk is in zone. Same with Influence. Alpha 7 have to move up a little bit. In this type of situation, I think Baluk is in a way better position, because Alpha 7 is going to fight Influence, Rage, and then Baluk third party.
I think you're right, yeah, because Alpha 7 has to push up. They have to push up there out of this next zone, and this is stage 8, folks. Papa Blue here does not mess around. He chunks you. You do not want to touch the blue zone at all. Mafioso's completely stuck out of position. No vehicle. He's almost done and dusted, because Federal has his eyes. He has his number for sure. But let's see what they're going to do. Yeah, Mafioso, he's actually going to try running down, but Luke's not cresting this hill just due to, where Influence is. So, yeah, we're going to see a play happen here, and I think Baluk just waiting it out to see if they can catch a third-party situation is definitely for the best. Nice.
This is a stressful zone.
From Ripple. Ooh. And Mafioso now back to the wall. It's going to have to do
it. Dang, A7 down, baby.
So now Baluk waited way too long. Federal has the angles on them, and Baluk is in big trouble.
It's just Federal. Influence lost 2 of their players against that Alpha 7 fight. Yeah, Baluk timed it well enough, but Federal getting a double knock is turning things back around. That nade was awfully close.
Federal might get this. One more nade right here.
Risky. The blue zone's coming in. He gets the first nade.
No way.
Madion getting close. Federal chunks the nade. Almost gets the knock. Good. Federal 1v3.
Sheesh.
Baluk chopped on.
GG.
Number 3. So there we go. There's our LATAM champions finally showing up and getting a nice steal there. Beautifully done for them.
I think this is just an absolutely beautiful day for all the teams that, didn't do too hot in day number 1. I'm talking Alpha 7 is rising up. Influence Rage is rising up. And we just saw Baluk Shaptan just smash that game out of the park. Yeah, so day 2, things are definitely heating up.
Yeah, man, Passion Fruit, we could have seen them right there towards the end, but Cardosin from Loops said, nah, not today. That's all it takes, folks, is one player in the right position, and it could ruin your dreams just like that. Nice heads-up play, though, from Influence.
Yo, nice Federal.
All right. To really make work.
Yo, type 1 if you're ready for the UC code. Type 1, boys. Type 1 if you're ready for the UC code. Type 1.
49 damage.
One code on Facebook, one code on YouTube.
Well is nice. At the end of the
one code on Facebook, one code on YouTube. I'm waiting for you guys to type 1. If you're watching and you don't type 1, I'm not putting the code up. I swear, dude. I got a list of all the viewers right now, and I'm cross-referencing, all right? One on Facebook, one on YouTube, and the link that you need to enter these is in the pinned comment, all right? Because it's not the usual PUBGmobile.com/redeem like you would normally enter some of these. It's like a Midas buy portal, so don't be surprised if you go to the wrong one. But make sure you go to the link that's in the pinned comment, all right? Everybody, make sure you got it pulled up and everything, ready to go. Yeah, we're gonna put up the code in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A different code on each platform, so make sure you're watching on both, I guess. There you go. Hopefully 2 of you get the UC and not 1 of you get both codes. That was the reason I switched it like that. And if you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like button on the stream for me. Follow up if you're new. Follow up, sub up. Brian Morris, thanks for the follow, man. Watch that be Mumpty. Brian. All right. Somebody probably already got the code, but yeah, let me know if you guys got the code. Let me know who got the code. Look at Stankrat making a cameo. Wait, does he do cameos? No way. That's actually not a bad idea to make money, man. Like, to be honest, if you get big enough and people actually do want to, like, purchase you to, like, say a little greetings to somebody for, like, their wedding or their birthday or your honeymoon or something like that. Somebody got it quick? Dang. We'll get one soon. We'll get another one up soon. Right after this next match. You guys want to play a whatchamadilly thingy?
To get 4th place, we were talking about them being able to get more placement points, and that's good to see out of Passion Fruit.
This is the second time we've seen this exact area in the final game, and we know how open it is, how precarious it is. The fact that Alpha 7 were able to stay alive on that open hillside so long is already a feat. Sure, they weren't able to push all the way to the win. They handled their spacing very, very well. Not as many eliminations, I think, as they were hoping for. But in any
It's the
case,
next
getting
video.
all the way up into
Push
a
shift
podium
in.
position, having to play on that open space is really, really difficult. Good fluence to stay alive. Really good for Federer.
I see.
Really pushing it into this 1v4. But Blue
We out here ratting.
the door was open for them to finish this game off.
Dude, that's how you know that Stankrat is, like, in my top recommended, bro. I open up YouTube homepage. Hold on, watch. I'll show you. This is my average YouTube homepage, all right? Premium. I'm just gonna hit the premium button. What is it giving me? Oh, well, there's my stream. And then you got Craigslist Hunter video. And then we've got the actual PUBG stream. And then you've got a detective video that I've already seen like 10 people make a video on this chick. So it thinks I need to watch it again. A guy transforming an oil drum. Wood turning, how to make a cigarette pipe. Yeah, that's about my average. There's my average. What the frick? Here, I'll refresh it again. Let's see what we get. Another Craigslist Hunter video. It wants me to watch this Some Ordinary Gamers video again. Sniper Wolf video. That same What the Heck short again. Jamaican beef patty. See, I actually probably watched this video. How to make a Jamaican beef patty. Would most likely watch that, yeah. Bro, what is this worm? Here, well, I'm gonna refresh it one more time, see what we get. Roll the dice again. Who sits here and does this until they see something that they want to watch? I know I can't be the only one that goes couple top 3 rows, and then they go back here, and then they hit refresh.
And they close it. They made
just pushing out of the place that they were at, and then he was able to scout.
One more code. I put up one on Facebook, one on YouTube, so that was 2 codes
Robert,
basically.
But with the Stream Slayers, I would kind of just be a little bit cautious because teams might start picking up on that pattern from them that they do end up going towards those cliffs over and over again.
Yeah, but they're going towards spaces that are, as you mentioned,
how'd you know it was Mumty?
Not very easy to play out of, and it's
the name, bro.
Because no one else is there.
It's okay. I'm
like,
still gonna call you Mumty. Gun game, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Everyone's playing the stronger edge positions, but that makes those positions weaker by default. So I don't know if anyone can really get in the way of a rotation like that by Extreme Slayers unless they want to go for such a weak position themselves. And then if you're fighting for a weak position,
no, I'm not saying going towards the cliff. I'm saying maybe some of the other teams are going to realize that there's probably a team that's going to be towards those cliffs and try to just hold them off and block their rotation a little bit easier.
I mean, good luck, because like the timing of the push.
All right, there's the code. There's the code. There's the code. Invite you.
What was it, IG Nico fighting?
Fine,
they
bro.
waiting for gunshots. The second they heard the shots go out, they said they're not paying attention to this run at all, and they just sent it in. They're able to snipe these spots away. You can say like we're gonna plan a bridge camp all you want, but once the mid game happens, like you really just can't make a solid plan for that. I mean, maybe they'll get a team will get a lucky spray on like a rotating Extreme Slayers, but like so far I have confidence that this playstyle is going to work at least.
I also enjoyed the splits that Extreme Slayers did too. They had I think they had Bray holding off the angle on a little bit farther back, and that's what was able to catch Anna Hyper, because Anna Hyper just thought that they were going to be able to get a full swing around. Nah, Bray ended up stopping.
All right, let's go.
Players to start eliminating them too.
It's actually the going for splits that Extreme Slayers does, you know, and they do it
Wally, yeah, I definitely don't want to see it, man.
But that might be where other teams are able to punish them and maybe catch those tendencies out, because splits are very, very tricky on how to balance the advantage of the angles versus the risk of having an isolated player.
Well, the fact is, no one's been able to punish them so far, and we're now, 1.5 days through this whole event. Question if they can hold on to this position, keep maintaining that top 4. Still yet.
Bunch of weird videos for Wally Photoshop Pinky's
but
face.
Team that is looking for that top 4. Blue look Chop actually, no, they're looking for first place. Forget that. Obviously, top 4 would be massive for them, considering Team Queso does have the PMGC slot. We're gonna take a look at Blue look Chop Ton's stats.
You only need 2 more players. Come on, boys. Come on.
Because keep in mind, we obviously criticized in the beginning, but they also. Or in the beginning of yesterday, but they only had 3 players in the very first match. The second half of that day, they started to step up here. But the fact is, they're improving on yesterday even more. We can see the eliminations gone up, yeah, slightly. Obviously, the average damage has gone up, but that survival time for me is what's really getting them into this.
And that was going to be the big one out of them. We were talking about how their first half of yesterday was so horrible, and it was because of the placement that they ended up being. I think it was 14th, 16, or 12. Absolutely awful. They weren't even within the placement points, not even close. And the way that they've been able to position themselves here, the way they've been able to get those fights and being able to clutch up those placement points, I feel like it's a team that can definitely frag out. This was a little bit
we only need one more player, boys.
Because of Federal, the position that he had there was so good at being able to get some angles on the players from Blue Chaptan. But overall, great clutch up from Blue Chaptan being able to get the win.
Yeah, good. Definitely secure on them. Federal made it really close. As you said, he had that angle. He had that ridge line to play around. Once he got a couple of those knocks, how to play in a 1 versus X situation is you have to go aggressive, because he didn't. If he gave time for the revives, suddenly he was going to be massively outnumbered once again. So the pressure that he was able to put by running along that ridge line,
let's go.
a couple of grenades, run against the blue, try and avoid the crossfire angle he knew was coming from the field, was the only way that Federal had a chance to win that final engagement out. It didn't work out, but it was still a 1 versus 4. And the fact that like Federal is kind of awoken up makes me really excited to see what Influence Rage can continue to do, because, this is starting to look like spring again. They start off poor, then they get the steam and get the momentum rolling.
Well, let's take a look at Influence Rage stats here, and actually curious to see where like Federal lies within the team. And we're gonna see he's not gonna have the highest average eliminations, average eliminations per game, but he's right behind Little Boy. The thing is, for me, like, Influence Rage has been such an amazing team. For me, I consider them the best team in Brazil, actually, over Alpha 7. But they have such a star-studded lineup.
Yeah.
And anyone can be extremely good. The fact is that everyone has over a 1 average elim per game is already a good start, considering they're not necessarily like #1 yet on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing this. I wonder how much of a difference this last game also made for Federal in regards to his eliminations, because it was just such a big bump up for him to be able to get more.
Sorry, chat, I had to reply to a message there.
Yesterday.
Probably lost it for my team.
Not only a bump up in his stats, right, but I feel like that's going to be a bump up in his confidence as well.
Be quiet. All right.
Players being able to play
Turn
confident.
my mic off.
Guess what? That's a player that more than likely is going to be able to play confident, considering that now they actually are number one. They got the first place.
I was able to number one yet. Yeah, and the fact is, if you looked at their average survival times, they were all within like 30-40 seconds of each other, which to me shows that this team sticks together. They don't lose anyone early on, and when they go for the fights, if they're only really going to lose if they all get wiped or they lose like one in that fight, but they kind of stick it towards the very end, wait to play towards the later stage.
Stream sniper.
It's actually impressive. I got to go back and during the next match, I got to go back and see how big the gap was between this team, because I know at one point we realized that Intense Game was starting to create a bit of a gap.
They had 40 points at the start of the day. They were 24 points behind the first place leader of Intense Game, so they've been able to catch it and surpass them. But it's time to head into our casters, as we do have Sanok coming up right here, right now. So Hot Jukes and Zute, take it away.
Crazy gap, right? It was like this, and now it's like this. Actually, it's not even like this. It's gone. It's gone, baby. Yeah, it's
the other way. Yeah, they're in the first place now.
Unreal, man. Influence Rage showing up today in a major way. And these weren't given chicken dinners either, right? They put in that work. And, you know, got to give it up to so many of these teams. Alpha 7 up on top now in 4th place. You know, we see Passion Fruit still in the mix. Baluk Chapdan in 6th place. I talked about it. Didn't I say that, hey, one chicken dinner, we could see them almost in top 3? And now look at them. I mean, they're only 7 points away from 3rd place.
You're not wrong. Things are heating up. All the teams that are expected to do well are starting to do well now, so that is great to see. Extreme Slayers, are they going to be able to hold that top 3 position? I mean, you got Alpha 7 right at your doorstep.
Yo, Mumpty, you tried that?
That is, that's a scary team to try and hold back as far as points goes.
Oh, yes, it is, because here they go. Alpha 7 popping out the plane really early on. I'm taking a look to see anything else that stands out. Team Kessel going off and over to that northern.
Oh, the next match is starting. We gotta hurry up and finish this.
Passion Fruit? Where's Passion Fruit?
No, they usually drop northwest, but they are instead Paradise Resort. I think they. I think they've learned, like, okay, that northwestern island.
It's gonna go zone there. Zone's gonna go there now. Watch.
No, it's not.
Yep, zone's gonna go there now.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works. Let's see. First circle.
Waiting for it.
YKG. Oh, hot drop. YKG versus Jaguar.
Oh, they desperately needed this one. And oh, shots coming through. Oh, one of YKG already down. Seba finding the opening.
No!
Here they go on the push. Here comes the util. QBZ coming on out. Oh, he gets knocked. Actually, Chico goes down as well. Joey only has a pistol to his name. Things could not be worse for YKG. Just starting off so rough. He tried to make a play with that pistol. Got shotgun right to the beak. And YKG gone just like that. Ouch.
No!
Dreams are being crushed right now. There was a time, once upon a time, the same hot drop, Intense Game versus All Glory Gaming. Last time it didn't fully break out. This time, however, Intense Game no longer in first place. They're mad. They want it back, and they pick up the opening. I was gonna say, once upon a time, YKG's dream was qualifying straight to PMGC from the qualification points, right? In PMPL NA, PMPL NA finals. Now they got to do it through this method, and I mean, I think their dream is to just make it onto the front page at this point.
Why you gotta bring up old stuff? Why you gotta bring up old stuff, dude?
I'm just saying.
Hurts to hear, but man, you're right. I mean, what's going on? I mean, that's too early ejections from the game. So when we talked about like trying to practice those end game scenarios, right? Getting used to it, they're gonna go over an hour now without being able to do so. So really tough for them, and that's a tough scenario to bounce back from. Meanwhile, All Glory Gaming have to make a play. David has to hit a David has to be able to hit like a double knock here or something. Not able to do so. And look at this, Intense Game not stopping, smoking it out. Here they go on the cross. Rojas, I would have liked to see him pre-fire that smoke a little bit. Why not? But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a tough scenario. They're going to have to make a play. David, you see them there with that DBS locked, loaded, and ready to go. And I hope, man, he's ready to hit these shots because they're going to come in quick.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer, making more ground. All Glory Gaming forced to fall back to a little bit more favorable of a defense. They felt too much pressure at that front side, so they fall back. They create a little bit of a gap through that
nice
alleyway right there. So much more comfortable for them. It gives them a couple more seconds, you know, to get a knock without being completely up close and personal. But still, this is an intense game we're talking about, and they have the upper advantage. All Glory game falling back, separating off a little bit, and real intense game. Continue to hunt this down. Last time they left, but that's because the zone was far north. This time the zone is far south as All Glory Gaming get one knock, but can they do anything off of it?
Dude, Sandhawk, this is my favorite.
Here, right? They keep on backing away. They're using
all right, let's actually focus up. 59 remaining right now. YKG already got taken out early, too. That sucks, too. My boys have been getting wrecked tonight.
But still, they're going to keep on pressing this action. Not trying to let him get the heel off, but that knock, and another one. I mean, intense game is just too good with these DBSs. I mean, I don't think I've seen them miss once.
Wait. With the 1v4, McGrellan's getting all of them so far. He has 3.
Give it to him. He's coming.
McGrellan, Diego stole that. Oh, Diego had 2 as well. Oh, yeah.
A BM as well. Diego shooting that box. Let him know. Say, hey.
Let him know.
Stay away. Stay away.
Actually, no.
Me.
Don't stay away. Come back.
Oh.
Come back.
Invitation.
Come back for seconds, for thirds.
Maybe come back.
We can dish out more. Honestly, intense game. I feel like as a team that's doing so well, and they're so good at their gunplay that they want hot drops. Like, please continue to drop on us. We will take those points for free day in, day out. Passion fruit straight into Alpha 7. They see the car now. They're like, oh, there's people here. Alpha 7 down to 2 already. They lost some players over to the end hyper. Zuko gets knocked though, so it's not all said and done as 2 of Passion.
You got fun, Dab? Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. We'll do another one after this.
Can he clutch this out?
Valak with the shotgun. Carrillo with the DBS. He's reloading it. Gonna try to get a little jump shot. Goes the combo. Wow, gets the confirmation. But Passion Fruit, oh goodness gracious. Here comes N Hyper. Valak gonna have to do a miracle all over again. So most likely Passion Fruit about to go out here. Oh, just losing all his teammates. Valak does get
that's
one knock,
12 KOP.
but he's stuck in the closet. Goes and full sends it. And is down. So, man, Alpha
and Hyper getting some points.
And Hyper.
They're getting pushed, though, by V2, I think.
That was great for N Hyper too. We didn't see it on camera, right? But N Hyper picked off 2 from Alpha 7, so they knew exactly where Alpha 7 was.
N Hyper with 5 points right now.
The second that fight broke out and they heard it in the distance, Alpha 7 got some knocks. Oh, that third party was the easiest decision for N Hyper. Here comes another.
Yep, they're getting pushed by V2.
None of N Hyper were knocked previously. One of them goes down.
Kindness knocked.
V2 looking to make some magic happen. And man, there's so much fighting and Sandhawk going on. I love Dior's up close with the shotgun, misses the shot.
Next time I'll be like this when the thing pops up.
Hyper, GK first, holding the front line, trying to pre-fire with this S12, goes down, and he's gonna get thirsted. That's gotta hurt. So man, this is just an all-out war here. Third party, fourth party. Koi gotta be able to hit some shots. He can't do it. That is raw. V2 getting the better of.
Yeah, let me know who you want to see win in the comment section, chat. Type who you want to see win. Who are you voting for? As you guys already can tell, I'm going for YKG, but let me know who's your team right now.
Yeah, really doesn't know what to do, honestly.
Let me know in the comments. Who's your team?
It went well for, like, you know, a little bit for N Hyper, and then it just all fell apart. I mean,
it all fell apart.
That's right. That's N Hyper, Passion Fruit, Alpha 7, All Glory Gaming, and YKG already out of the lobby. And Extreme Slayers is just chilling right now. They don't have to worry about Alpha 7 passing them up anymore because that team's gone. And the team right after that was Passion Fruit, actually. So Extreme Slayers can get a little bit more breathing room on the leaderboards.
You could just see, right?
You're just here for the chat, Wally.
For Ben Hyper.
Yeah, appreciate you for hanging out, man.
I think that they're just not used to this.
Always here for you, brother.
This by now, which is kind of crazy. It's like they come
on and off stream, man.
Yeah, they come in for the third party and they're like, okay, this is done, right? Well, there's no way we're getting fourth partied here. Boom, immediately right afterwards, right?
Boom.
V2 comes, recognizes
later
the situation,
tonight,
takes
Wally?
advantage of it. So, And,
we could play some ab or something,
once they
bro.
have one player knocked, you could just start see things start to fall, right? They haven't shown
Not on stream though, off stream.
themselves to be a team that can be like, oh, we got a player knocked, we're going to start getting even more aggressive, right? Even harder to take down, at least here in this stage.
I need to edit a video after tonight.
It's not giving nHyper enough time to readjust. Usually they're holding really good splits for defenses, and you don't see a player isolated. That time in that fight, we saw a player really isolated on his own. Didn't have
You don't
time
watch
to
the
fall
PUBG
back,
Mobile
but
ABCDFGs?
didn't realize he should fall back
Bruh.
because of just the aggression in this lobby and the speed at which things happen. NA is much slower
What is app?
overall, which lets nHyper play out,
nHyper got a taste of their medicine right there, yeah.
kind of positions more.
Little bit.
At this
Yo,
fast
V2
pace,
picking up some
unless
points.
if you're used to it, you're not going to be able to strategize yourself into those good positions, like on the minute level, which really do matter.
Yeah, 100%.
He owes me $20? Who owes you $20?
Here for the rest of the match has V2 with 4 eliminations. Looking to turn things up a notch.
Oh, you watch
rotating
EU,
out
you don't
into
watch
the snake
Americas?
zone. So this is
got
gonna
you.
be, wow, a nice little southwestern island finish. Team Kessel are right there near Tom Bang. Intense game on the south side. Mazexis are actually pretty centered up, so they're not in a necessarily bad position. You kind of see them there on the map. But Extreme Slayers, yeah, just offside of Pinot. And let's see if they can get a good win here.
Wally, did you just get a new dog?
In Pinon, so there you can see the Mythic holding the Rubes right now, just trying to go and get some sightlines and intel for his team.
Sun tanning almost.
Bro, Sam wants to get another English Bulldog so bad.
Sandhawk.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to expect any real opposition right now. I mean, everybody in the lobby sees how many teams have gone out, and the circle is still only in stage 2. So everybody knows they have more space to work with than usual.
She keeps trying to buy one off like random people on TikTok, and I'm like, babe, you're gonna get scammed. No, ain't buying no.
Shots come in.
About to get scammed.
They're good.
And they always, dude.
Yes, Crow making it
When did Bulldogs go to like $5 grand each?
Full speed ahead. Beautifully done. So, Mazexis is safe for now. That's the place that they're going to be holding for a while. I think they had 2 crates there. 2?
Yep, 2.
So that's really good.
I bought her for myself for my birthday. How much? She's old English. How much you pay?
Where's the zone going to go? Centered on up. Well, we have a crazy shift. Come on, America zones. Where are we going? Let's see. Rise is still out of it. Oh, okay. Little southern shift here. That's going to make things interesting. You can see Influence Rage up there up top. Gonna have to probably
Mazexis right in the middle,
all the way to the edge.
Chilling.
Yep.
Right there at that little compound. Right
Mazexis big chilling.
Yeah, I think they're gonna just swing back on the backside of Rise, potentially.
Extreme Slayers looking like they're about to drive right into him as well.
Once that shifts away from the river, that is a death sentence of a cross to make.
Rescue one?
Now,
yeah, I feel like you never see an old English needing to be rescued.
Control, and then they could breach into the zone. And Influence Rage, they're looking good. I would not be surprised if they do manage to pull that off.
Let's see if they're going to. I mean, they're
1,800.
Right?
Yeah, see, that's about the price I would pay for a dog for an old English. That's how much I paid for my other one.
Full send it on into that spot. Hug that circle and get there quick. Meanwhile, Baluk shot on, right? They want a chicken
no rights, 1,800. So it's like doesn't have any of the papers. That's they're a show person.
So far. They are
or a show dog.
A show person. They're gonna have to push their way in, and now they're in a spot to get shot at. So intense game. Yeah.
Oh, it's because of Sleepy Joe, John. Gotcha.
Gonna have to make that long rotation.
Sleepy Joe out here raising the prices of dogs left and right, bro.
Exactly where they could be going. So I think they're trying to see if they can cut them off here.
Yeah, they're trying to direct traffic, essentially. They don't want a team on their backside, not in Sandhawk.
Look at your local rescues.
The circle.
I mean, I haven't recently, but when I did back in December when I got OP, there was
entirely away, even if it means getting a couple points.
Definitely no old like Bulldogs
and Sandhawk
for sure.
Fights on the edge of zone, they get really drawn.
I kind of want one as a puppy, and you're not gonna find just
included.
old English Bulldog
There's
puppies.
Just than, finally getting
you're just not gonna find it.
We gotta send it. We have no choice. Full sending it on in, and then.
Hey, I rescued one dog. Okay. I rescued one dog.
Very smart.
Now I can go buy another one.
Like you mentioned, direct traffic just away.
OP's a rescue.
So that way they can only focus on what's ahead of them rather than what's behind them. They are in this next circle, so they're doing a great job of doing that traffic control for now. Baluk Chatan, yeah.
Bro, OP's a rescue, and I still paid $300 for him.
South. And yeah, look at this. Even though they know the knock is not likely, again, just shooting so many shots in that direction that's going to make teams even hesitate from even going that way.
Yeah, that's a good job. Baluk is also still in a decent position to play the rest of the
You got
match.
to look up a English
and
bulldog
I think both
rescue.
teams are happy, you know, to fight their way in side by
like
side
that's
rather than, you know, front to back.
I don't know.
Because when you're
Good idea, I
team
guess.
in the blue zone, yeah, sure, you have
Kind of just would
advantage
rather
'cause
have one
blue
as a
zone's on
puppy.
them, but that player or that team in the blue zone, they know their only goal is to wait in the blue as long as possible and shoot you in the back when you have to move
So
in,
many
and it
people
just
alive.
does not feel good. Whereas if you're
Everybody's got
both
a
in the
5
zone,
feet of zone.
fighting into the next zone, it's almost a more even playing field for both teams.
Next zone does go on up. Inko in the main compound here.
Nice.
That could work out pretty well for them. Intense game, most likely going to push up to those a little compound there just right in front of them. But it's going to be difficult, though, because you got Baluk Chatan.
Ooh,
just south
V2
of
getting
them,
up
but
to
they have
that.
a little bit of a hill
They're going to have a
advantage.
corner
I
in
wouldn't
this
be
next
surprised
one.
if they have scouted that already. Let's see what the play is going to be. There's going to be an absolute all-out war here on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of good
I'll send you
spots
Luna.
around the
I'm
edges
so
of the
done with
circle
dog
to be
Tetris
had
every
here.
time.
Oh, intense game.
My
They're about
couch,
to get
my
the
bed,
party on. They're
everything.
coming this
Oh, she's my
way.
little big princess.
And they know
What
the
to say, bro?
position is on top of the hill,
What
and
you
the
talking
team
about?
that's stopping them will be in this spot, which is Baluk Chatan. Let's see how intense game plays this out. I think Baluk is taking a little bit too long, potentially. You can see they're just really biding their time. I understand why, because they see what's ahead of them. They have the hill to themselves. It's free. It's open.
I'm gonna go
But
see if Sam's
that
back
might
yet. 2 seconds.
allow intense game to set up in front of them, in which case Baluk is going to have a really difficult time pushing up. And yeah, here it goes. But Grellin's already up here looking to pin that spot down, but he has to be careful too. He doesn't know that the hill's completely free, but they're wary.
Yeah, you can see him just kind of looking behind him just in case. You want to make sure he doesn't get caught in the back. He's also trying to wait for the rest of his squad to get there and support him for an upcoming battle. He is going to hear those vehicles most likely from Baluk Chatan. So he's hiding behind that rock for now, just trying to set up a little bit of a trap here. And uh-oh, Card looks to be running right into one. He's right next to Cielo, gets shot up in the process. But Grellin forced to take behind that rock, gets caught. Wow, so that intense game trap not fully set up, and they're getting caught on the back foot here?
I'm surprised, just like you, Jukes, it looks like Intense Game had that. They had the trap, they had everything. A little bit slip up in execution.
Wow, that was like watching a lion, right? Just surround a few baby deer, and then
It's not done, though.
Never mind. Oh, and my lion said, "Okay, all right, now it's time to eat."
Diego's the lion.
It's time to eat, baby. Here we go.
Diego, can he get all 4? I think he got the first 3 already. 1 more to go. Get the squad wipe. Down to 1 HP, and boom!
Rawr.
Diego gets it done.
Woo-wee! Unbelievable. That is how you do it right there, folks. So, intense game. Do get the squad wipe. They do lose a couple players in the process, though, so that's going to really cut down their chicken dinner chances. Mufasa with a nice knock there on the Chief. Going to get the quick little thirst. Oh, actually, I thought he was going to go for a punch-out for a second. Never mind. Switches on over to that shotgun. Gets caught immediately, though. Mythic does get the elimination. Next circle does come on up. Who's going to win this game, Zute? That's a question that I have for you, and it's going to be a tough one because there's still so many teams up. But heck, team that's stuck right in the middle of the zone with a big compound, I'm going to go with Inko.
Yeah, I think Inko is in a great spot as well. Definitely got to pick them. Let's see how the fight on the East is going to turn out, though, because it's Rise, Influence, Rage, and Loops. Law is still in the mix of things. Loops
Right, I'm
down
back.
to 1 player. Oh, Cardozan finds Law, so that is Influence Rage out of there. Cardozan trying to get the revive. Rise should be a bit more aggressive here as soon as they finish that revive. Be a 3v2, but maybe they don't know. And of course, you always have to be paranoid about your backside.
Always have to be paranoid about your backside.
Let's see right now, the paranoia is at an all-time high right now. It's stage 5, Sandhawk. Things are starting to get spicy. Who won the match? Everybody predicted Inko. And I cannot blame them. They're in such a dominant position here. Inactive, trying to get the shots here onto, what is this? I believe this was...
That's Extreme Slayers rotating
Extreme
in.
Slayers, yeah. Robert, last one up. Remix gets thirsted immediately by Jaguar. So eliminations getting stolen like crazy here.
And that buggy should be good. Robert should be fine. Yeah.
Zexus there.
They got a knock, I think, potentially. No, it was actually Team Queso from the hilltop that got the finish onto Jaguar. That allows Zexus to push up some, but they are still not in zone, even at that compound. Extreme Slayers getting cut down. It's all up to Robert, GG.
All up to him indeed. An active force to run out wide in the open. He's going to go down to Robert. So, uh-oh, almost stolen right there. And he does take that one. So it's just Robert up for Extreme Slayers. Baton is stuck.
Oh, Team Queso is finally not dead.
Trying to get some nice shots there with the red
for once.
Dot, in some work.
Wow, my caster cursing them.
Unreal shots here.
Oh, sheesh.
And
Robert.
Down to Robert
Oh,
again.
sheesh.
So Robert getting a little bit of revenge.
Oh,
there
Zexus dying to play zone.
Yeah, Robert. Only 1 point, though, for the whole team, that is. New zone shifts out, and Team Queso has a chance at winning this now. They don't have to cross down the hill. That was
They did just lose somebody, though.
The zone on the high ground. Inco have a little bit of it to work with, but now everyone's pressing into Inco, and Team Queso should be chilling. But Intense Game is still alive with 2, and they are on the side of Queso. Queso only has 3 now.
Well, let's see what the play is going to be. You still have Rise going to be coming with a full 4-man squad, most likely to take on Intense Game. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it there. Nunez is able to make it to the next zone by himself. And you can see Rise rocking a little bit of a 2-2 split in this scenario. And their hand is completely forced. Mythic, you can see him with that electric M4 ready to get moving here.
Oh, does he see Robert?
Oh, does he see him?
Oh, he doesn't see Robert. He's looking everywhere else but Robert.
He has to have seen him. You saw the pixel move. He's waiting. So Loops, Mythic, being so patient here. Robert does get shot up and goes down to Cardoso. The information coming on out. But oh, he gets caught in the back. Vitali was just waiting for him. Extreme Slayer's gone. And it's so crazy. We're this late into Sandhawk, and I think they went down with, what, 1 placement point? Unreal.
Yeah. That's Loops out of there, too. Team Queso will find that one. Down to just 5 teams, and I think we're going to lose another one because V2 is not in the zone. He's a solo player. He's right by Newlands and Dudu. He's going to go for the double knock.
Oh, yes, he is.
Should get it.
Stands up.
He gets one. Oh, he never saw Nunez. He never saw Nunez.
Oh, Nunez is going to get him right here. Yep, yeah. Instantly. Yeah, so he didn't catch Nunez. I'm surprised he didn't throw a nade there, you know, just to kind of...
Maybe did he have one?
I don't know.
Didn't catch it.
We'll see. Yeah,
probably not.
Happens. Rise.
Dude, I would be inside right now. What are you doing?
So beautifully done from Mufasa with the steal.
That is unfortunate.
Are they gonna? Yeah, they got. He died. Yeah.
In my opinion, at that compound, down to 3. That's gonna be tough now for them to fight out. Team Queso with 3.
That's crazy.
Inco with 3, and Rise also with 3.
If Inco do not win this, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about that. I mean, we'll see what Intense Game can do here. Grellin's going to be eating some blue zone. Now he's forced to run out into the open. Ooh, getting shot up by Rise. Ready to hit some shots. Not able to do so. 7 takes him out.
It's a 3-way brawl, and all 3 teams have 3. Team Queso has made it up close and personal, pre-firing that window with the DBS, and he jumps in. Reyes goes in.
It's unreal.
And, I mean, that was a game-winning play. If it worked out, they could win the game. It does not. Inco lose the zone, and Rise get ahead of them.
Uh-oh, Rise now in the potential. Actually, they have
3v3
here. They should win
3v3
this game.
situation.
Inco have to hit some crazy shots if they want to even stand a chance. Here comes the Papa Blue. You can see
they got some good angles too.
Becker's in, just eating it. Nenabete right there on the edge of the circle. They should have some angles here. Mufasa, does he see anything? Vitali, I think, threw a stun grenade at him. Oh, and Mufasa's gonna eat blue. He goes down to the blue zone there.
Imagine!
Traded 2v2.
Imagine right now!
Blue zone, closing.
Dude, you are, if your name's Mufasa right now, you are so mad.
Oh, no, they're pushing. Oh, he got caught with a nade in his hand. That allowed him to push up, and but it doesn't matter. Rise.
GG.
Shuts it down right there. Beautifully done. And Inco not able to close out the chicken dinner.
Dude, if your name's Mustafa right now, you are so mad, bro.
Right there. Rise was not, shooting at a lot of targets. Instead, they were focused on positioning into the very, very late game circles. You saw that 2-2 split earlier, right? That 2-2 split set them up for the win in any type of circle situation, like if it shifted north, south, east, west. And that was
you guys ready
really
for the
smart
next
job
codes?
for them to set that up. It almost went bad when we saw V2, right, the last player, but he didn't he either didn't have a nade, and he definitely didn't install Nunez, so great job out of the Rise team.
Yeah, I think it was really tough to see Inco lose a player early on right there. If he would have just kind of held that in that compound.
Oh, if they had 4 still? Yeah.
Yeah, it could have gone the other way, but you know what? Rise were able to clutch it up right there. They got that
Yo, GG Rise
there at the end, but yeah, they controlled so much.
So if you don't know, in the pinned comment, I do have the link that you guys need to open up in a separate tab or something somewhere, where you're going to grab the code that I'm going to put on the middle of the screen. One code for Facebook, one code for YouTube. I'm going to put them up at the same exact time, all right? So one code for each audience. And you go to that Midas Buy link and you enter this code in for 350. Is it 350? Oh, 325 UC. 325 UC, all right? I'm going to put the code up in just a moment. I'm going to let everybody go down to the pinned comment and tap that link for me.
Points. I don't know how much, but I think Intense Game did do just enough to pass them up. It'll be close.
That was an intense last ending.
I mean, the big thing for me was, and did you see how easy Diego shut down?
Yo, if you're new to the stream, really quick, hit the follow button, hit the like button for me. Hit the follow button, hit the like button.
It was for the whole team, but they lost 2 players, so a huge slip up, I'd say, for Intense Game. But they still managed to pick up points, which is always good to see from a team. You know, even when they mess up, they still get points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it was really clutch to see Diego clutch that back, but man, if they would have had all 4 up towards the end, who knows where they would have ended. And that's the situation here, right? At this stage, you're going to lose a couple players early on. It's about recognizing those mistakes, being able to make those adjustments in some of those future matches, because you really can't afford to lose one just like that. And, you know, speaking of losing players early on, right? What did you think about that Inco play as we take it on over to the desk?
Taking it on over to the desk.
You were asking Zute there. So we're going to throw it back to the casters, and we're going to hear Zute's thoughts about Inco losing players early.
They did it, though. I'm actually surprised that Inco was able to even clutch up that second place, because at one point, we saw them being in a way in like a fishbowl due to the terrain, where they were just getting shot there by
that was a crazy last circle. Hopefully they play a Vikendi. They haven't played Vikendi yet. I want to see these teams play on Vikendi.
I had them winning until I realized that that was the terrain we were working with.
Take that, Mumpty. Oh, did you get it, Vanas?
Yeah, everybody was just going to be looking down upon them and easy shots.
Yeah, new ultimate came out too, with new Scar L and stuff.
What they had to work with. Here we go. Team
oh, for real? For real? We'll check it out in just a second.
I mean, it's Sanhok, right? Like, how do you analyze this? People get shot. People die, right?
Oh.
Really good job of them coming in as late into the game as they did. I will say, though, I'm not a fan on how a couple of their members seem to be playing around the blue. Originally with their engagement with, I believe it was Loops, committing into the blue to finish a kill of someone, or elimination of someone who was dying too. Like, I don't know, just they're not respecting the damage from the blue, and it almost lost them this round.
Mufasa. Lots of mistakes there for him. I think it was 2, right? We saw the one.
I think it was Mufasa both times. Yeah, definitely the second time. Definitely one of them.
We saw him staying onto the blue a little bit too long. Ended up going down to the blue. By the way, Team Queso, great idea, but I think it was
right. So you guys probably got it, I'm sure.
And that seemed a little bit like frantic. That seemed a little bit sloppy for me too.
I mean, I feel like Team Queso almost doubled their points from this match.
True.
Probably did. At least let's give them a little bit of credit here for that. I mean, I don't think they actually did, but very close to it.
Got close to it, yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, this match, it's the start of it. The fact that we had like 5 teams out before the second zone even popped was just ridiculous. We had Jaguar.
They got 20 points for that. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Intense Game destroying All Glory Gaming. Passion Fruit destroying
YKG, bro.
Passion Fruit. Then V2 coming in to destroy Hyper. Just the 5 teams out right away really, I guess, delayed the game quite a bit. It didn't have such a high concentration.
Thanks, Tab. You gotta say thanks to PUBG Mobile. They gave me these codes to give to you guys just for sitting here doing the watch party and just hanging out. I didn't mind doing kind of like, dude, bro. You gotta think about it. I streamed for 12 hours yesterday, so the thought of me sitting here playing video games for like another I was like, they were like, Dad, you want to do a watch party? We'll give you some UC codes to give away, and then we'll also give you some. I think they're giving me another set of UC codes to give away for another stream or something. So, like, you know what I mean? It's sitting here doing, you know, a little watch party, vibing out, getting some UC codes as payment to give to you guys. It's a win-win for everybody, bro. It's a win-win for everybody. If you guys haven't yet, make sure you come over to the main stream, hit the like button, and sub up to PUBG Mobile Esports channel. The link is in the description down below.
Fight, you get the points. If you lose, you can reset and
All right.
start focusing on the actual real maps of PUBG Mobile.
Y'all said check out the new ultimate. See this. The Fool's Blessing. Yo, is that like hands? That's just level 1. Let's hit max. Yo. I like the music. Oh, dude, finally a freaking monster truck skin. Yo. Not gonna lie, that's pretty dope. The Chrono Portal theme and original lobby background. Yo, this is pretty dope too. Requirement: collect the following 0 out of 7. Oh, and then I get all these. Oh, so if you you have to collect the whole. Okay, so let's see the outfit. Wait, what are we spinning for? Imagine I got it on one spin. Of course not. Wait, I'm confused. Where's the outfit? Seems like there should be an outfit, no? Oh, that's cool. View rewards button. Oh, here we go. Okay. What is this? Okay. Yo, this right here, though? This outfit's kind of cool. I mean, minus, dude, even for a male, that's kind of dope, right? Even for a guy. I don't think a guy would have this long, flowy red hair, but I mean, that's kind of cool, too. Got this emote. That's kind of cool. Nice. That's pretty dope. This one's sick. And then you got the gun. You got an Uzi skin as well. A DP skin. An S1897 skin. You get a grenade skin. Yo, that helmet skin's kind of sick. Backpack skin. Yo, okay, these skins are pretty sick. Like this right here, look at this outfit. Tell me you don't want that, chat. What is this thing? Oh, no. Oh, there you go. Yo, that's pretty dope. Do we have time? Oh, they're about to start the match in 50 seconds.
Second page. Oh, no. I'm tracking. I'm trying to see like how the point fall off is, and there's a gap between 9th and 10th. But then the fact that N Hyper 12th and then below them 13th, 14th are 20 points behind 9th.
Mystery crate on the left corner.
YKG have 0 plays.
Wait, what?
Yeah, YKG has 0 points. They're more.
Hyper have 9.
Mystery crate. Opening the mystery crate after every 200 draws, there's a chance.
Match is done.
I'll wait until the last game of today.
Oh, okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our Air and Gold map performances here and see who our top performing teams are going to be on this map in particular. Again, we play it 3 times every single day. So at the end of this, we'll have 12 times played in total. And Influence Rage, actually, with the best results so far, at least when it comes to elimination.
So we're going back to Erangel.
Not surprised to see Alpha 7 there.
All right.
Today and what we saw yesterday too when they got the chicken dinner. And I'm actually surprised, a little bit surprised there.
I'm gonna turn the volume back up, Chop.
That's actually a nice to see out of them. You're just gonna come down to, once again, please, working on those elements. But I feel like they just place themselves in such a great place that it has to be more than just Robber. We saw Robber, I believe it was yesterday, being able to step up. We need to start seeing more.
Yeah, we got more UC
right?
codes coming up after this, so just stick around, stick around.
Yeah, he was able to get some angles here and there. I think it was
Still
yesterday that I'm
got
referring to. But today, I mean, we really haven't heard much of them.
Yeah. You know, maybe someone slipped Remix $20 because we all know what $20 can get you, and the man who knows mostly what $20 can get you and the power of
Still have 2 more, so
Jukes joined by Zute.
Stick around. Hit the like button on the stream if you haven't yet.
Never, and I mean never, underestimate the power of $20.
Yo,
right,
Dud, thanks for the share, brother.
We got another match here. This is gonna get interesting because, man, we're starting to see the leaderboard shake up. I thought that intense game lead was gonna hold on for a lot longer than what it was, and we saw it drop off. Of course, we saw intense game have a crazy performance there. So, you know, I am looking forward to this next match, Sue. How do you feel that these teams are gonna do?
It's looking like things are starting to settle down as, I'm looking a little bit blurry, but I know what's clear is that, you know, the top teams that have been doing well,
nice transition,
them, you know, that should be doing well, are starting to do well. And when I say settle down, I'm saying settle down as in the action's still gonna be hot, but things are gonna start getting solidified, right? Certain positions around the top 5 to 10 is gonna start getting solidified. The bottom teams are gonna most likely stay around the bottom, in my opinion.
Yeah, hopefully we can start seeing those leads clear up. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we can see them clear up here pretty quick. And hopefully those teams at the bottom can clear their way up to the top. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. I mean, it has to happen here sooner rather than later. And, you know,
technical difficulties, my guys.
I just keep seeing that has been having that.
That gives them like, okay, they're going to give them like 3 seconds to fix it really quick.
Had some really nice games earlier on, and then they get taken out early. And we're even seeing teams do so well like at the start of the match and then make one wrong decision and then get like 3v1, 4v1. It's pretty crazy to watch.
It happens. I want to say it happens, but should not be happening. And we are well into like the tournament by now. We're almost at the halfway point, right? So it's starting to get to that crunch time, and maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's I don't know what it is, but some teams just don't got it in them.
Ooh, yeah, it's time to either clutch up or shut up. We'll see what's gonna happen here as we're getting into Arigale. Hope this is the match we're gonna watch here as we get a nice plane path.
Yep, south to north, cutting across the Arigale Island. A little bit of stretch to the west, and well, last time we had a team that needed to stretch a little bit, YKG versus Mazexis happened. So I think teams are starting
intense game all the way up at 94 points right now.
To realize the level
Influence Rage 87. My boy is YKG all the way down.
Take those isolated 4v4 fights because playing the rest of
the
game is not
top
as easy as it was in their own regional
top
tournament.
9 right now is crazy.
Well, let's see here what's gonna happen as players trying to pop out the plane here, looking very good. Loops obviously taking off early, so they're very happy that they finally get their military base drop. And all these teams are going to be pretty solid. You know, what my eyes are on, Zoo? YKG. What are they going to do? Because they have been stretching on over to Primorsk, right? They've gone out twice in a row here. Right, what are they going to do to bounce back, right? Because they need a bounce back beyond belief. And we see them going really north as we have a extremely western zone here.
This zone is. I want to see faster rotations in this zone. I'm kind of just counting out the whole northern half of the circle, right? And I think most teams should put that into consideration because there's so much water on the north side. So this zone is almost like just imagine hospital down, right? That's more statistically likely where the zone's going to end. We'll see how things play out. But yeah, as for YKG, I don't know, man. They're in last place. Queso passed them up. So YKG at this point should obviously try and play better, but I don't know, like, mental state-wise, what they should be aiming for, honestly.
Yeah, well, they should be aiming for something, Zoo, right? They should be aiming for something. Let's just see what's going to happen here, because, oh, man, I don't know what to do. I am so shook to see out of all the teams that we would see from NA, right, that would be in last place right now, YKG, I don't think was one of them. I mean, this team has so much experience. We saw them rip through the league stage at the start, but then they lost their slot to N-Hyper, and we just haven't seen the same team since. So
the problem, though, with YKG, and I may have mentioned it in the NA broadcast, and it's going to sound so, like, hypocritical of me now to mention it, you know, if I didn't, is that their play style is like the Brazilian play style, but it's a lot easier to pull off the aggressive, you know, fighting from the edge end play style in NA versus teams that do that all the time and have insane gun skill like the Brazil region coming in here. So that's definitely why I think one reason they're struggling so much, right? That playstyle works in a weaker lobby, but that playstyle in a stronger lobby, if you're not as tough as the rest of them, you will fail extremely hard. And YKG, they are failing.
Oof, yeah, I mean, they just can't seem to catch a break here. I mean, it's really rough to watch, and you know, I'm still hoping for
Toxic zone, 40% water.
Story, but right now it is just.
I mean, even in esports, it happens, you know.
Good. It's looking, I think, as worse as you possibly can be, and they're losing fights that they should win. They're seeming to panic in certain situations. I don't know. They're gonna. I think what needs to happen, in all honesty, Zoo, is they need to get like zone blessed beyond belief. You know. I think they're in one of those situations where they need to get the zone just locked onto them. They have a very easily winnable scenario, and they need to win that match with some solid eliminations. And if they're able to get that fortunate scenario, I think that could start to kind of get that hype train going back for them, you know? Because how they've been playing so far, it's just not looking like they're going to be able to do it on their own volition.
Definitely not. They're going to need zone luck. They're going to need some bad luck for other teams, you know, like maybe a team fighting them accidentally nades themselves. Like it's pretty dire. So we'll
they even
happens.
use these in esports, man.
As far as YKG is concerned, for me, I'm just.
Dad, why don't you play in this? You're really good. Okay, buddy.
I'm looking at other teams.
Okay, buddy.
In Hyper, I'm almost about to start counting them out and just focusing on what some of the Brazilian teams could do.
What's up, Cheek?
Extreme Slayers, Passion Fruit, those are the only two other NA teams that have a shot at this, right?
Yes, you're right, indeed. It's crazy to talk about, but that is the scenario. So let's see what they could do here. Passion Fruit, you know, kind of having those off and on performances, but that was something that was expected. I think they're getting better as time goes on. Extreme Slayers, I think they have what it takes. They just keep getting caught in very odd scenarios, right? I mean, even Passion Fruit in the last Erangel, right? They were doing really solid, and it just got caught by Cordosin. We saw Extreme Slayers lose a bunch of players to that one player from Influence Rage. If they're able to kind of minimize those scenarios, I think they're going to be solid. So, you know, I got a lot of hopes for these squads here coming up. But you know what? So far, start of the game, looking really chill. Nothing too crazy just yet. I like how all those hot drop situations have, you know, really died down for the most part. So nothing too worthy of note. But this
Mazexa's got somebody knocked.
In this
Who are they fighting?
Yeah.
So it does reduce the amount of spots that are available. But
what's the team to watch? Who's the better teams?
Many locations that are really solid to take in.
So Team Queso is already qualified for PMGC, so they're supposed to be crazy good. Oh, let me turn them down.
Team Queso,
Oh, that's who's
might
got.
have a little bit
Okay, I
bounce
see.
back, you know, after
Yeah, Team Queso is supposed to be the best in here,
Astronaut in last place
but
so we might
intense
see
game
signs of
and
life.
what's the other one?
Definitely not
There's two of them that
taking
are
too
labeled
much just yet,
IG,
but I'm not saying
are doing
they
super good right now.
you know, top 3, they're really
So,
far down, but they
and then
have
Rise.
more than enough time to
Rise
save
is
face.
doing really good too.
You don't want to be that
They're like
last
top.
team.
That's like the top 4, I guess.
Picking up that point,
You can see at the top
Zexus is down to 3 now.
when they go by again.
As teams are now starting
Yeah,
to
Intense Game,
rotate in,
Influence Rage,
and
Rise
there's not a
Esports,
lot
and
of,
Extreme Slayers. Those are their top
spots
4 right
playing
now.
in this zone, like you mentioned, because of so much water, and there's land on the
So,
north side, but
yeah.
because it's so far away from center,
Extreme
that land you
Slayers.
can almost
I was making
count
fun of
out
their
as
name, but they're
well in a
actually
way.
killing it today.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing that's kind of toxic about circles like this is with how fast the rotation timing is from so many of these teams, they're going to automatically assume that some of the top spots are already taken. Like right now, Everest is still available and nobody's there, right? Because I think so many of these teams assume there's already a team that has taken it. So it's little situations like that that kind of make things a little bit more intense. For those of you guys that are wondering, why is nobody at Everest? I mean, heck, if you were late to a zone, I would think it's taken. And that's why we haven't seen another team rotate towards it. Eventually, we'll have one team get close enough and be like, wow, this is still free. How's this possible? You know? But we'll see what happens here as the next zone is starting to close. Well, this zone is starting to close, and the next one's about to pop.
Everybody's going to be over at freaking hospital.
I have a feeling, Zoo, that we're going to see a crazy hardcore shift to like the northwest, and we're going to have to see.
Nah, it's going to go south.
North George finish. That'd be fun.
It's probably going to go south.
That would be fun, but it's probably.
It's going to go south.
It's going to shift north, actually. Not like hard, but yeah, there we go.
It
does
shifted
shift
west,
north.
really.
It keeps that,
Or
you
east.
know, just a smidge of that northern island, which we know won't come in play.
Yo,
on
that's
the
going to be a
next circle
crazy
shift,
zone,
I
boys.
think. But yeah, that's a good northern shift. Mount Everest, more desirable than ever before, right?
100%.
So it's still free. Let's see who can sniff that out, who can take that spot. But this is starting to shape up to be a very chaotic game, Jukes. This zone is deadly. And Hyper trying to go up there, but Influence Rage already beat them to the punch. And Hyper could still win it over them.
Let's see if they can, right? Are they going to lose that fight early on, or are they going to be able to hold it down? I want to see a commitment from them, right? I think at this point, they got to be able to take those fights if necessary. You got to put up some big points on the board if you're in Hyper. Meanwhile, you can see Jaguar keeping an eye on V2 here. Guapo looking good, but he is out of position here.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Mercy trying to get another angle onto them. Oh, he realized that this is exactly where they're taking up right now, so he's going to try to head on back. And Jaguar just
Hell yeah, yo, thanks for hanging out, Johnny. I got,
but putting on some pressure.
right after this match, I got 2 UC codes I'm going to pop up on the stream, so if you want a chance to try to snag up some UC, just check out the pinned comment and be ready, okay?
Oh, that huge off angle from the backside. So it was not Victex. Yeah, he was in cover.
Versatile
away from
hackers. Oh
Victex,
my
but
gosh, bro.
nice off
Relax,
angle
dude.
from,
We're not even doing custom
I
rooms,
think
man.
that is, yeah.
Bro, you see how they call you all
Seba
out?
found the off angle, found the opening. Now Jaguars looking to pounce on this team, but look how many teams are in the blue zone on the east side. This could get messy if third parties and fourth parties get involved, so they need to make it fast. Guapo goes down. It is all down to Dior's, and he is driving away.
Gone. Yeah, could have been one of those scenarios. Try to go for a play, but yeah, just from the position they have and how dominant Jaguar is, no chance. So V2 pretty much out of this game just like that. And Jaguar is going to take the money and run, but they got to go ahead and find a better position in this next circle. This is still so early. It's only zone 2, but just because of that first circle of how western it was, how much water it had, yeah, we're seeing teams just desperate to try and make plays.
Something I noticed with Jaguar, they love going for a very quick off angle to open up every fight. They did this against the YKG on day number 1. One of the players, I think it was Simple, you know, drove out of into the blue zone on Miramar and wrapped around and opened up a knock. Same exact thing happened right here against V2. So teams should take note, you know, especially if you know it's Jaguar fighting you, look for that off angle opening that they're trying to go for.
Well, let's see what the play is going to be. Inko Where are they at? Okay, yeah, you can see Inko taking a little bit of a split here towards Gatka, just north of Chopsticks. That is a wide open field right now. I really like Extreme Slayer's position. I think it's one of the strongest here in this zone. And the zone goes right to them. So this could be a good performance. But I'll tell you what, a lot of teams are going to want to usurp Extreme Slayers here.
Yeah, I think Extreme Slayers, they're doing well on the overall leaderboards, but I can't shake the fact that, you know, they got 2 big chicken dinners off of zone.
Is it still the same match?
Blesses. They executed the zone bless as well, but besides those 2 big chicken dinners,
still the same match. What do you mean?
I think they need to start playing a little
What up,
bit
David?
more proactive and aggressive, because we see these other teams passing them up.
It's gonna be popping off soon. Yeah, it is.
Time. So that point gap is only going to widen, and maybe they've been led into false senses of
Is VClan in these? Bro, this is PMPL Americas. No, VClan is not in these, bro. Relax.
Maybe not. Maybe they need to ramp up
Jesus.
their aggression a little bit.
Let's see if they're gonna. I mean,
Bro
I do
said
agree
his
with you. I
V-Clan
think if
in
they did
these.
ramp up that aggression, it could definitely help them out. I think, and Hyper needs to ramp up their aggression as well, because I think that's where they do best, believe it or not, right? I think their rotations, that split play style is so strong, but when they really just commit to one idea and work together, they're very dangerous. So I want to see them kind of utilize that a little bit more. Meanwhile, Inko taking out Loops in this scenario, putting on some nice suppressive fire. And they should be able to get this res off easy peasy. And the reason why
easy peasy lemon squeeze
is so strong is because if Inko tried to
Easy
go
peasy
there,
lemon
they literally have to
squeeze.
drive into the middle of an open field. But still, wow! Oh my gosh,
Wrecked.
Vitali with the pop shots, unreal.
Yeah, they got a res to do.
Everybody's aim is just crazy.
Stupid. Literally, just like that's ridiculous. Just quick flick back. Yeah, let me just get a couple little hit markers. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, great shots. And that peak was beautifully done. Intense game against Queso here.
I mean, that's why they're
Queso,
pros.
You can tell Queso really wants to redeem themselves. They're looking to just take fights and win them now. No longer just rotating around, trying to make it in. Here comes the push. One player's forced to fall back. Adrian, feeling weakness, goes on the offense now. They find the opening, but there's a trade. Diego goes down, another opening. McGrellin goes down to the DBS, and it's all down to 1. It's this game have just 1.
Milova, gotta have to make a play. He's gonna go for the reset. You gotta watch out for those nades. Cielo has one here, but goes to the shot. And Team Kessel takes out.
Dude, I want some chips and queso.
Intense game, just like that. You know that's got to get them pumped.
Let me call my girlfriend really quick. I need some freaking
Team
chips and queso.
was like, wait a second. We could do that to the top team, the most probably dominant close-range fighting team, arguably right now. Queso, hey, I said top 3 is not possible, but if they keep doing that, top 3 is more than possible if they do it for the rest of the tournament.
Finally in the chats.
You know that's
yeah, good to have you.
Going here. And you know what? We talked about it so many times.
You missed the last UC code?
The end of the
no, you didn't miss nothing, bro.
Teams finally start playing like they have.
You didn't miss nothing.
Supposed to, because they got nothing to worry about when it comes to nerves. And wow, Mario not able to get that knock on Mafioso. He's gonna go for a nade here. Let's see if he can get that confirmation. That nade does look pretty good, but it's
way too far.
Yeah, way too far. I thought it was gonna be a little bit closer than that. He does get the confirmation, so he gets his get back.
Yeah, that was a good point for him to get right there. Alpha 7, I think, down to maybe just 2 players, maybe 1. Yeah, it's just a 2 here. Definitely a little bit of separation from
just
Alpha
throwing
7.
some guess nades.
This is a much nicer spot to be in. Didn't really catch why the other Alpha 7 player was down in the ruins. Maybe they were trying to go aggressive and finish that team out, but it backfired for sure.
Yeah, it could backfire so easily at this time and moment here. Let's see. Well, as we're going to see tons of teams crash on this ruins area. I think that's the only option for so many of these squads to try to get here safely. YKG are going to go ahead and push on this 2-stack against. Actually, no, it's actually All Glory Gaming pushing onto them. So they're able to do 1 knock. That's going to even up this fight a little bit. Oh, Rojas is on fire. Beautiful Molotovs here from YKG. Mounting up a solid defense here.
Oh,
nade onto Joey.
Oh, no. I didn't want to say nothing because I've been caster cursing them all day.
Now YKG know they need
I'm not
to
saying
get
nothing.
aggressive. Chico's pushing up. All Glory Gaming down to just
Come on, hit your shots, boys.
Hit
Hit your shots, boys. Let's go, Chico.
Hold on.
That's what.
And Hyper's coming into third party. Okay.
Here they go.
And Jaguar.
Let's freaking go, Chico.
Wow.
I didn't want to say
So
nothing.
We're seeing some monsters of the lobby go out earlier here. This is a good opportunity for those
Yo, can we
teams
see
in that mid-pack,
YKG in the
right?
chat, boys?
To be
Can
able
we
to
just give
catch
him
up,
some
especially
good
those teams at the
vibes?
bottom as
YKG
well.
in the chat.
And Hyper Looking to third-party YKG, but yeah, they stopped it. And what
YKG
do you think
in
about
the
that?
chat, boys, come on.
To stop and rethink it.
This is Hyper just not playing confident, and I don't.
They got Joey back up
they
too.
Should be still confident, but I'm not surprised.
YKG in the chat,
would be
boys.
The better words to use for Hyper, right? I already said. You give Hyper one bad day, they could still bounce back. You give them, you know, a couple bad games into the second day, I feel like their confidence is shot at that point.
Oh, man. I mean, normally I think we would have seen them make that push, but this time, yeah,
Exactly.
just holding off. That's going to be pretty rough. Meanwhile, let's see what Madion can do. Madion on the push to Jaguar. The UMP is good. Nice knock there. I think he's all by himself, so he's going to have to take out Simple as well, but Simple shuts that down real quick.
Yeah, man, the shotgun's so deadly. Oh, Extreme Slayers, what's happened to them? They're down to just 2 players. Now, you say this position is strong, and I do agree with you, but when you get the zone in a way where 2 teams push you from both sides, this position is weak. It is so hard to hold off 2 teams pushing in from both sides, and I think that's exactly what happened to the Extreme Slayers team.
Yeah, I mean, the second that zone shifted, so many teams are forced to either take either the eastern side or western side, and
exactly,
you know, the western side where Extreme Slayers are is the place to be. Look how many squads are here. Yeah, I mean,
they're right next to
Hyper. Shoot them before they can even get
They're shooting
what are you
too.
gonna do when you have 2 teams push on you from either side at the same time?
Rin was thinking about. Rin's in a vehicle.
Unlucky.
They're all looking at Rin. Oh, they looked away.
Position to, and the players knew. They were like, "Oh man, we have the zone, but this is not."
Oh wow!
What a shift to the east. And Hyper, they're going to keep chilling. I think they're happy to have YKG as neighbors almost.
Yeah, now that's actually a good decision because they can kind of almost work together and make sure they eliminate any team that's trying to push in this area. Extreme Slayers are going to have a rough go at it here. If they make it out alive, it would be almost a miracle at this point with how many teams are in this area.
And we can't forget about Influence Rage on top of Mount Everest as we get a quick little replay on how Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Justin.
Oh, the 2-piece.
I guess you're the only one awake.
Oh, so deadly. But Influence Rage
what up, Spider?
4 up, and they have full control of the compound. They move from Mount Everest straight to the compound. So Influence Rage in a great spot.
Yeah, we got to spam their name in the chat for luck, boys.
Be the winners
YKG.
of this match here. They're looking too good to stop. So let's see if they're going to be able to win it. I think that's going to be everybody's prediction here. But I'm going to go with Hyper because why not?
Okay.
I need a break, it says.
They can. They definitely can.
That's funny.
It's a long shot.
Oh.
Let's see, right? Because I think if they need a chicken dinner right now, they need it. And honestly, they know this map, they know this side too well, and they should be able to play correctly.
You would, Brian.
Back, it has to be right here. Uh-oh, Rise pushing up onto
You
Inko.
freaking would, Brian.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get this done. This could be a good opportunity to third party, and I think Extreme Slayers realize that. Here they go.
What's up, Julia?
Coming out back and forth. Yeah, here come those.
Oh, the third party, Team Queso. 4
yeah, when
teams
you
involved now. Extreme Slayers, they're gonna buy the time. They realize
when you say stuff like that, your name is Brian. All right, you're no longer Mumpty.
Feeling the brunt of all the pressure. Inko, one of Inko goes down. Now Extreme Slayers strikes and picking up the entirety of Rise. Extreme Slayers, Robert GG will get a first aid off. Extreme Slayers can make it out of this.
Here they go. Let's see if they can. I mean, the timing is right for them. Inko able to shut him down, and Frady gets knocked.
It's probably not even your real name.
Where's the rest of Extreme Slayers? It's just Robert. Now
it's a 1v1v1.
1v1v1. And he's
Hot Jukes picked in Hyper.
Inside. Oh, it bounces off. Not able to do so. And now, here we go. Potro on the push. Robert with a DBS in hand. Gets, on fire. Jump shot is good. So he does survive, but here comes Potro to finish him off.
Oh!
And YKG still just chilling on the minimap.
If that shot was placed like just slightly better, he could have won that at 1 HP.
Are you serious right now?
Down.
Bro, you know, shut your fake speed ass up.
I mean, it's quiet. It's just Hyper and YKG. We do have Jaguar to the north.
Bro, I opened up YouTube today and saw that right on my home screen, it was iShowSpeed stream. Bro had like 50,000 people watching. So I opened it up. I'm sitting here watching him for a second, and my son's standing here. My freaking 3-year-old that turns 4 in like 4 days. He's standing here and he's smiling, and I was like, "Oh, you know who that is?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Who?" And he goes, "iShowSpeed." I was like, "Oh my! How does my 3-year-old know who's freaking iShowSpeed is?" What the heck, bro?
Fourth of, but I think they're all waiting for the next circle shift now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. This
I
is
so
bad.
peed.
And I'm pretty sure, however kindness went out, just dragged down the team's morale by a bit. They're like, they all knew they shouldn't have lost player. They did. Here comes a push, influence rage. So nice, cleaning out everything on their backs before.
Right, it was hilarious. I wish I was recording it.
Finals on everything in front of them. Influence rage up to 6. I don't know where this influence rage was on day 1.
So glad these guys play pro and not arena. Bro, they're gonna arena breakout's gonna start its pro scene soon too.
Fire like this in day 1 as well. Oh boy.
Oh boy's right, because here they come. Influence rage is looking deadlier than ever right now. Let's see what the plan's gonna be for this team here as they're starting to keep an eye on.
Let's go, boys.
YKG.
Come on.
That's
Let's go,
obviously the place that
YKG.
they're gonna crest on next if the zone goes
They
in
got
that
zone.
direction. But honestly, the way it's looking, I don't think they're gonna have to move at all.
Yeah. The other teams could fight it out and influence rage.
Dab, do you think I can beat Mumpty?
Now they push.
I mean, if you want me to cast a 1v1 right after this last match, I mean, we can put a 1v1 on the stream.
They're forced to push. They lost the zone. Yeah.
I'm sure he'll want to shut you up, you know.
They're looking at third party. This it looks like they're going towards Jaguar's side.
Who doesn't know him?
Is isolated for now. Chico and
Well, my son, oh no, 24K is down. My son watches a lot of YouTube and a lot of YouTube shorts, so I mean, he's just, my son knows a lot of YouTubers. Like all of my sons do. They watch a lot of Minecraft YouTubers and like dude, they are literally YouTube addicts, bro. My kids, they love watching YouTube videos.
To the windows.
And I don't know if it's partly because they know daddy's a YouTuber or what it is, but like, dude, I know they want to be YouTubers too, but yeah, they love watching YouTube videos, bro, for sure.
And Hyper needs to finish this out here and now. Or
My
Joey
kids watch
needs to
a lot
clutch
of
it up,
YouTube.
One or the other.
Oh, Jaguar's coming this way.
The knock. This fight took too long, and we're starting to see it draw out.
Hey, at least they're in the top. They're in the top 5, top 4. You know, they're gonna get some placement points. If Joey can get that res off, maybe.
Gonna go in to try and get that smoke off.
Oh, revive.
What a bold one indeed. And you can see YKG's holding that.
Can they get the other revive though?
Defend themselves against Nate.
Hold on.
What happened to influence rage?
Jaguars swung all the way from the
Joey with the knock on Rin.
Caught off a solo player. Now the fight.
Oh, and then GK with the knock.
YKG and then Hyper Chico.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, YKG top 3.
And Hyper is out of there in influence rage.
Oh,
This
let's
is not as easy as a
go.
win now.
Let's
Down
go,
to
boys.
3. This could go poorly.
They took out in Hyper.
I mean, we're still going to stage 7 and
Yo,
stage
spam
8
YKG,
before the
boys.
last zone.
YKG.
There's only 7 players up in the whole match.
That's it. That
Yo,
game right
let's
there
go. Let's
broke
hype 'em up.
my
YKG.
Hyper spirit right there. It hurts. It hurts to watch, Zute, because them losing that fight. And
Let's
how they
freaking
decided
go,
to put that
boys.
against YKG just made me question.
Let's
everything,
freaking
the
go,
whole
boys.
reality, because that is not a typical N hyper push. I mean, that
Their
just
confidence is shot.
That's exactly what it looks like. It just looks like hesitation city.
What's
from
up,
N
Dakota?
Hyper, and in a time where they definitely don't need to be in that
YKG.
kind of situation. So
Let's do. We gotta hype them up for the
how that's gonna
dub.
turn around, I have no
At
idea,
best,
because
they're on a
that, in my
2v3, but
opinion, was an easy
they'll be
push.
all right.
They
They'll be all
should've
right.
known how to do that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, like a couple minutes ago, it was
Let's
a
go,
4v2
dude.
to control the whole southeastern side of the map, and they didn't take it. Like, maybe they didn't know it was only 2 up, but they knew the other team was weak, and they didn't take it. They waited. Why? Why wait? You're going to have to take that push anyways. You're on the very edge of zone as Federal getting challenged now by Chico. Chico turns his back. Federal missing way too many shots there.
Chico! Oh, has to reload. If he
Come on.
Jaguar's still here, too. Jaguar's looking for
Joey's pulling up. No, Chico, no.
Goes down. Law just clutching things up.
Come on,
and now
Joey.
it's up to Joey here. And he's in trouble here with Law pushing up on him. He tries to go into Kayowski.
Oh, no.
Oh, and down he goes. But
No.
timing-wise, Jaguar now have an opportunity. They need to get those claws going, and they need to wrap on him now.
It's a 2v2.
No.
They didn't get that knock. Oh, and they can't even get a reset. Influence Rage could get a reset at the top.
Jaguar,
Making
what are you
3v2.
doing? No way, there's pathetic.
They needed to get that knock, man. On Law. Law was 1 HP driving to that rock. I'm surprised the last bullet didn't connect. Now it is.
Oh, now they're getting in.
V2 Jaguar. They might have, missed out on opportunity right there, but I'm gonna say like Jaguar is navigating this last, 5-10 minutes perfectly as a duo.
Well, Simple decided to take that high ground. This roof is actually pretty disgusting, so he's going to depend.
Yeah, that
on
roof is a nasty spot
to clutch it up here because they have a 2v3 situation against some of the most dominant players this side of the planet. So let's see if Simple can pull off a miracle here.
There's one more match after this, boys.
He does have the position advantage, but Influence Rage have a vehicle. Let's see how they decide to push this. Mercy, I don't think is in a great spot to support his teammate at all, but we'll see how they decide to play this. As Influence looking to wrap around them completely, and I think they may have even spotted Simple up there.
Yeah, I think they're just getting the info that the hillside is clear, and now they could use the hillside angles to get more options into this. And as far as options go, they know it's 2 players and they're at 1 compound, so there's not many places.
I think Jaguar is probably
worry about whatsoever. I'm gonna say Influence Rage should win this because they should know there's a player on the roof. They shouldn't be too surprised, even if they never made visual contact against Simple.
Yeah, true.
This is a very obvious spot to be in.
True. He's not wrong.
Let's see what the play is.
Obviously,
the calm before the storm here. Influence Rage, you can see, yeah, like you mentioned, just trying to get that intel, looking for any information that they can get, using those vehicles to their advantage. They do. Vetterell decides to pop out, so this is a spot he's going to take for the rest of the game. Kowski gets a little bit more
Simple tossing those
information
nades.
Vetterell is starting to creep up, and if Simple isn't careful, Vetterell's going to catch him. Mercy still behind this vehicle, wide open to Vetterell.
Yeah, they're still worried that Influence Rage left the player on the north side as well.
Oh,
so Mercy's trying to take cover from that, and Vetterell stands up. He shoots. No damage. No damage being done.
But that's enough to get Simple off the roof, so that's going to take away that angle completely. And now they decide to both commit inside the building. That's worst case scenario because now they're just sitting ducks.
Yep.
Fish in a barrel right here. But hey, you know what? Actually, is this center zone? I wonder if going into the basement is the play here. It's not a bad idea.
I mean, that has to be center zone, because if center zone is a little bit away from the basement, you just lose, because then you have to come out of the basement.
I can't tell you right now, it's so hard to push that basement. I don't care.
Yeah, but what if you don't need to, right? You could just stand on top of center zone, which is, the basement is underneath. The other players could stand on top.
And then they're trapped.
Yeah, Simple's committing to it. I like this. I like how Simple is kind of hedging his bets here. So Simple's like, hey, worst case scenario, I'm going into this basement. Mercy, if you get a knock, then I'll pop out. And Mercy really needs to against Law.
It's coming down to the wire here. And
yo, do they allow the visualized sound? Oh, Mercy knocked.
Simple, commit to the basement. You got no other choice, buddy.
Here comes the nades. He could get one. He needs a lucky nade. He needs one lucky nade. Oh, it's too late.
Oh, GG.
With the nade in hand, that is done. Influence Rage. I like how slowly and methodically they took that. You can easily throw a 3v2, but Influence Rage checked everything off before they committed to that final push.
The easy chicken dinner for Influence Rage. Why I didn't pick him, I don't know. I wanted to see Ed Hyper have that bounce back. I mean, I think...
All right, I'm going to put up a UC code on the screen. I'm going to put up the same exact code for Facebook and YouTube viewers. So that way I have at least one more code for after this very next match, okay? So that you guys will maybe stick around and watch it with me. No, I'm just kidding. Of course you guys will stick around. But yeah, I'm going to put up the same code on Facebook and YouTube. So make sure you tap the link in the pinned comment so that you are ready to enter the code, boys.
I'm about to count them out.
I'm going to wait for you guys to be ready.
Just seeing that
Yo, type 1 when you're ready for the code.
Push, and then somehow losing a player, and then now it's not the N Hyper we know. I'm gonna even say this: even when N Hyper wasn't as good as they were this year, they played better than that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate to hear it.
They've taken like 2 years.
Why is he so harsh?
Back, essentially.
Why is he so harsh on them?
And Hyper, that's tough. We're going to need a break after that one, guys. Let's go ahead and take that break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Yo, type 1 if you're ready for the code. Type 1, type 1. Brian, I better see you typing 1, bro. Brian. Yeah, there I see your ass, Brian. Alright. Here's the code. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Yo, let me know who gets it. I need UC. What up, Dog Mania? They're showing off the Dodge skins. Hell yeah. I keep eating Cheez-Its and then putting them away.
Taking home that $25,000. Welcome back to PMPL American Regionals, as we are going to break down that last match, our final Erangel of the day, and we're getting ever so close as well here to our halfway point in the event. 7.
All right, there you go.
Influence Rage.
I'm sure one of you got it.
Doing Influence Rage things, man. Playing a calm, cool, collect at the end, close things out, secure the win, secure the victory, and ideally secure that first place.
They played that so well, by the way. The synergy.
You got it, bro? Hell yeah, Dog Mania.
Even though it was just
wait, why did 3 people just say they got it?
Cars driving from different angles at him and make sure that
what the heck?
Nobody was gonna get knocked, nobody was gonna get eliminated. Well played there by Influence Range. And then also we're talking about how crazy the circles have been, right? Especially with certain maps. I feel like they played that so well by being in Everest, and then once they actually saw that shift, they went to that compound that you were saying it was actually very strong, and I feel like they moved it at the right time.
Yeah, so here's what you were talking about with the send onto loops. Influence Rage, once they got that little strip of compounds in the center, that was still free as late as it was, which boggles my mind. But they spotted it out, as you said, from Everest, and they just kept using their vehicles to just show presence everywhere.
Okay, we're going to play another while we wait for this next match.
Phase 6, 7, and 8. I wonder how that compares to just an initial rotation from a loot spot into the circle here. But they just use the cards to make sure to find all the angles, and that's what.
I'm gonna put the code up.
YKG though, it was a little close. Admittedly, this pressure from Joey caused some pressure from Jaguar to come on in. But
I'll put the code in the chat. The custom room code.
Finally,
not UC code.
The chicken dinner.
By the way, when they were taking on YKG, their law being able to get those off angles, I thought that was just gorgeous.
I do have to ask something.
What? Oh.
Said match 4. You're going to give in Hyper. We already heard Zute and his takes. You thinking Hyper down and out now? Completely 7.
Out of what? Top 4 or winning or what?
All of the above.
Yes.
Yo.
Oh, Influence Rage take themselves 20 points with the 10 eliminations.
Well, look at the leaderboard.
Note 2, Team Queso.
Influence Rage in first on that one. Jaguar and okay, yeah, this is match ranking, not overall. My bad.
Points coming into today.
Wait, we'll turn it. We'll go back when it's overall.
A lot more to go. Even YKG.
my bad.
Yeah, YKG 13, Jaguar with 14. This was a good round.
Y'all are probably like, Dab, it's not the final. We just saw.
That they want to keep themselves in the conversation, even for, what are we saying? Top.
Dab, send me $5, UC.
So many of the already qualified teams being.
I got one more code after this next match. You just got to be quick, all right? You just got to be quick, bro.
So this is a really good start for that, but it's always going to be the question of, can they maintain that? Can they continue? But Erangel is.
You only need 2 more players for this.
Here, so if they can at least get comfortable.
I'm putting the code in the chat. Join up. There are 3 more players.
For Extreme Slayers, for them to be able to actually pull off 6.
How many times do they get 0 placements and 6 limbs?
Today, man, they took notes. I didn't mean it like.
Oh, Sizov's on my team. Nice.
I know I was saying be a little bit.
Was it a 3v3? Nah, it takes too long.
Still get those placement points too. But the way with Hyper, with what you were asking, are they done? Are they gonna be able to come back and win? Are they gonna be able to come back and at least be within the top 4, even though they are already qualified to PMGC? I feel like at this point, it's gonna be a shift in the mentality of Hyper from them going, okay, we want to become the champions of Americas, to them, okay, we at least want to be top 4, to now saying, do we want to try out different stuff that we might want to give it a try before PMGC Elite stage, before we get to that next stage, because we know it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
We saw what happened already with this team whenever they try to play like how they're playing in A. It didn't end up working out. Today, I feel like it has been a little bit better out of them. Some of the top players are currently not performing with the way that we would expect them to be, Kindness being one of them, right? But overall for them, it's definitely going to be a shift.
Fine, we'll 3v3 because y'all are taking too long to join.
You're
Passion Fruit.
Yep, I knew it.
0 placement points. They have 3 placement points on the day outside of their win at the start of the day. Come on, guys.
The thing is, it's not even about the placement points anymore. The past 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, they've only gotten 1 elimination point too. So it's just bad gameplay out of it.
Yeah,
when will I get custom MVC from Tuesday? Yo, Nate, I'll literally do that right after the stream. I keep forgetting. I got a lot going on, dude, with moving and shit, man. I'm sorry.
These 16 teams is developing into.
Cover me!
Rather than balancing the edge focus into at least 1 or 2 teams, Extreme Slayers, so like almost recommitting even further onto just focusing on the edge, and that's a
team match. Let's go.
High-value games for the
blue team has scored for the first time.
Rounds yesterday, high elimination scores. Teams with like 1 or 2 points down, so it's almost like this is becoming more of a number of these squads. So.
Quite rough for them. And speaking of feast,
Bruh.
My feast. Yeah, a bit of cheese. Take a look at Team Casely here and get a deeper dive into. Let's go.
Actually, I can't have cheese.
Bruh.
Well, not around me. I don't like.
I'm not a fan of Hanker. I don't know why.
We can see their stats against their stats today.
I can't even see where I was shooting with them. Like, dude, the
2 or 3 matches
thing needs a freaking flash hider.
Expired. Those numbers to look like this, but the fact that 2 rounds have made it this much of a difference on the average shows how strong those 2 rounds were. It also shows how weak the
enemy down. No mercy.
This is a really good.
Alright, I got rid of those garbage guns.
So down.
I feel like somewhat of a confidence boost for this because they win the fight that they had earlier with Intense Game, even though it came down to just 1 player having to clutch it right. That's pretty impressive for this team considering where they were at the start of the day.
We'll take a look.
Cover me!
Milov, yeah. I mean, 1 Olympic. Okay. But it's survival time.
Nice shot! Clear!
The blue team is unstoppable!
If this is the turnaround. But hey, again.
Reloading!
This is good.
Oh, I shouldn't have.
Players, right? Because we always talk about we don't want to see just 1 player to be the only one that performs here.
Target down!
And actually, I'm gonna put Ray.
Killing spree for the blue team!
Especially after 2 matches, this is good. If they continue that, that's gonna be a big question mark for this team. At least they're gonna have that confidence now.
That's the big.
Killing spree for the red team!
Bro, I
blue team
hate having the
doesn't have a lot
MK.
of time left.
But this is not nearly as big.
I got a headshot! What?
The blue team is unstoppable!
Other team, so good start, but like we really need to see this continue because get them above double digits.
What in the lag?
For this team, right after this point, okay, you're now starting to
Dead.
Let's go. I got freaking rid of that.
Team that's already qualified to PMGC, so it goes back to okay, teams that are already qualified to PMGC league stage. What is going to be
Killing spree for the blue team.
Especially out of loops, definitely out of Hyper, and now out of Kesa.
See, I don't think.
Target down.
No! I was about to have the drop on him too right there.
Massive for these teams, and the
Dead.
Battle Royale, a lot of agency that is as it is. As you're saying, if they're so far down as they are, not just Queso, but any of the quarter of the leaderboard, trying
Red team
victory!
because of how many things would have to go right. You could be playing a perfect game, but because that still might not be enough. So, as you say, I agree with you, Jason, for once. Joking. That it's. I had to, sorry. But no, it's.
I thought he was talking to me for a second.
Definitely a fair point. That it's just about trying to play as good of a game as you can, and wherever you end up on the leaderboard is what it is.
So you can't break a mental if you don't have a mental.
All right, the next match is about to start in like 30 seconds, so I'm gonna go take my dog out really quick, chat.
No. I want to see who starts.
YKG!
You know, okay, again, Fears, we kind of talked about 7 as being one of, this is the last match.
Okay.
One of the
like
most improved players in PMPL NA, but I feel like he's been a little bit unfortunately ineffective. But credit to Joey, because we've been, hounding Joey quite a bit when it came to PMPL NA, and it's great to see him be able to step up and kind of match up to Chico.
I'm just currently smiling because when I saw the stats,
Yeah.
as much as I hate to say, like, I was like, okay, is this for today? And I didn't realize that it was actually for last match. So that's how bad they've been performing. And Sute actually has been alluding to it, and I'm glad he's been bringing it up during his cast too, because for this team, I mean, not only they have been in such a downward spiral too from NA, right? Before we even got to NA finals, first of all, this team ends up losing their PMGC spot to Hyper. Then we go to the finals, and they did not meet the expectations of what the NA audience and what we expected to see out of them. And then they come here, and now after almost getting to the halfway point, this team has just not been performing to what's expected out of them. So at one point, they got to find a way to snap out of it. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's obviously too late for them.
Something's up. They have to rebuild.
I mean, week 1, they had the most points in PMPL, and then week 2, they were like 12th place, and then week 3, they were only slightly better. But you guys at home, maybe you feel like you can contest against some of these teams, and if you are in university or you're in college, this could be perfect for you. You can enter the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. New season is ready to go with $15,000 in scholarship prizings. And the top 2 teams, you get to skip PMCO and go straight into the pro season qualifiers. All you have to do is join the NACE Star League Discord for more information, and maybe you can take on YKG. Maybe you can eventually join YKG if you prove yourself.
Ooh.
Who knows? And one way to get you ready to go and to help keep your mental strong is pick up one of these bad boys here, the Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You can pick one up and unleash the beast, or unleash Cameron's hatred on me, I guess.
You make it so easy.
You know, don't make me tilt you before the next segment, because I know what happens in that break. We're going to throw it over to our commentators, though, for our last match
know what they're talking about.
Miramar with Tachi Suzuki.
Last game of the day, and after this, we've hit the midway mark of the tournament zoo. Woo! It's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day. It's been a wild one, right? We've seen some teams that we didn't expect to kind of pop off. They started putting up some good points, started a little comeback series here for some other squads, and we even saw Influence Rage, right? Make a challenge there for that top spot. So it's been pretty wild. Last game here to go. I think it's really time for a lot of teams to just hunker down. I know they've played 5 matches already, but I mean,
dog walk stream incoming.
So critical here at this stage.
You know, I probably could pull that off. But the thing is, I wouldn't start my stream where I'm anywhere near my house. I'm like pretty protective about my privacy. So like, I would probably, I would probably go like all the way across town and then I'd start my stream or something like from my phone, right? Like, I would be like, all right guys, I just left my house. And then you just start like trying to match land, like bro. The internet's crazy, dude. The internet's crazy AF, bro. People are crazy.
teams near the top, I mean, they are locked in by day 3, and they're going to fight tooth and nail to hold that PMGC qualification spot. So if you're just right out of that cusp, oh boy, it is you're under immense pressure coming into day number 3. So you want to get as many points as you can right now on the last match of the day.
Yes.
Last match, boys. Last match.
And honestly, it's gonna be interesting to see what some of the strategies are for some of these teams. One in particular was what we heard from Seven, kind of talking about Team Kessel, right? What is your strategy? I mean, yeah, you already qualified on over to that PMGC League stage, but what's your strats gonna be here for the rest of this tournament, right? Are you gonna use this one as a way to try and level up your skills, or should you try and go for that first place? Honestly, in my opinion, Team Kessel, if I'm them, I'm talking to the team. I'm saying, hey, you need to try to hunt down first place, right? I understand it's crazy, right? 66 points that you need to come and make up.
YKG landing alone.
Time,
okay.
You're going to be in worse situations.
Chico and Joey kind of split
most
though.
likely when it comes to PMGC.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you should kind of put yourself in a situation of training, saying like, hey, we need to have a crazy comeback story here. If we're able to do that here and now, our chances of being able to do that at that PMGC League stage, they're going to go a little bit higher, right? Yeah, PMGC is a whole nother level talent-wise, but still, right? I mean, if you're just going to give up right now, I mean, I don't know. It's a way to think about it, right? You could decide to do all different kinds of strats. They could obviously say, hey, no, we don't want to give away our strategies, you know, for a league stage, so we're going to just use this as a way to practice. Who knows how you want to make excuses here, but I don't know. I think there's just too much at stake. You know, you want to go for it all, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I like how you said, who knows how you want to make excuses here, because it doesn't matter what you have in your playbook, how well you're doing. The level of competition here is high enough that you should be trying to get top 3. Regardless of what playbook, you know, that you're going to show to the rest of the lobby, blah, blah, blah. That's not... those aren't viable excuses to make, you know, hiding, you know, everything for the PMGC League stage. This is where you test
I'll set it up.
What you're going to want to bring to the PMGC League stage to
Wait, what?
see how well it's going to
Wait, are we actually going to host some 1v1s after this, or what?
For an intense game, right? Then
Wally versus, or
find it for
Mumpty versus Banos after this? Yes or no?
When it comes around,
Angry versus Mumpty?
Nothing prepares you for PMGC, unlike being in PMGC, and the problem with that is if you're in PMGC, you don't have time to prepare.
Oh, Mumpty's not trying to 1v1?
It, right?
That's right.
That's just how it goes.
I was in the shower. What did I miss?
That's how it goes, 100%.
You missed. I got completely naked on stream. I did the helicopter with the you-know-what. And then I gave away $10 million. And talked about the meaning of life. You totally missed it.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, heck, we're seeing teams that dominated their region struggle, right? But I mean, it's good
even
to see
here, right?
Yeah, it's good to see some of them make a little bit of a comeback here and there, right? Happy to see Baluk Chatan get some nice points on the board, and you know, influence Rage. Obviously,
it's a dab. Why want to 1v1 dab? That's KS.
So,
yeah, dab only 1v1s people that donate $1,000.
Keep an eye on here, as we're about to meet the halfway mark here. We're finishing off in Miramar. How do you feel about that?
Miramar, it's great. I think it's the map that challenges teams the most, and it's nice to end off on a challenging map rather than, God forbid, we ended on a Sandhawk, right? Imagine it's a Sandhawk and the zone
after customs on Tuesday,
and you die early because you have 5-year-old.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Like, oh, you're done. Good luck tomorrow, right? I think on Miramar,
this upcoming Tuesday's customs might not even happen. We'll see. We'll see.
Played so often.
We might have to take a week off, low key.
Almost like, okay, well, we do this, okay, we do that.
Due to moving and stuff.
Okay, we do this. Miramar challenges
so
the brain, challenges the teams, even if they are getting the zones, right? And it's a good one to end the day off to get them ready for the next day.
All right, well, let's see how ready they're going to be for tomorrow.
If I had millions, you'd have some dab, I guarantee that.
Right?
Well, thanks for letting me know you'd invest, Sarah. Thanks for letting me know. What would I do if I had $1 million? I'd probably...
You don't want to depend on day 4 to try and put up.
I'd probably try to start
Even though
some sort of production company to help me create better videos.
In the day, I mean, we definitely see teams that have like been on the top.
I would definitely pay off a house so that I never have to pay mortgage
at the end of the
for sure.
whole tournament. So,
what else would I do?
Anybody can win it, but it's all about putting yourself.
I'll probably
in the
pay off
best
my
spot
house and
on that
start a
final
production
day.
company
So
if I had somebody
let's take a
gifted
look at
me
intense
$1
game.
million.
Let's see what they're gonna do here. You can see them in a very central position here in this circle. So they're even to look to get even a little bit more.
Just a small company of people that help me make better videos.
And we see Alpha 7 over there, just south of water treatment. Just passing up loops. Cardosen looking to stay quiet. Definitely does not want to bring any attention to himself.
Yeah, you do not want to pop off a shot here when you have a full team rotating by. And I want to loop back to what you were saying, right? Even teams, you know, in first place on day 3, they could drop down. That's exactly what happened.
Hit the like button on the stream for me. Make sure you're subbed up.
Na'Vi. Remember, they were first place for the entirety of the finals of the league stage.
25 to 1v1 dab? Yeah.
Day,
Cough it up, Mumpty.
First place,
Let's see it, Brian.
to qualify, it was like top 3, top 4, or something like that. They went from first place to dropping out of qualifying.
Wow.
Which was insane. And they kept that first place and looked so strong the whole time. So, yeah, every point you want, you take, even if you are in first place for sure. As Nate disabling the car. I see what's going on here. I thought he was trying to shoot Juancho out of the car for practice, but disable every car you can because you don't want to leave anything for your opponents to use.
No, you don't. Yeah, if you can pop those tires, you definitely want to. Speaking of buses, right? We saw Hyper make a crazy bus rotation in day number 1 on Miramar, and they were able to make it out alive. So definitely want to reduce any chance a player has of being able to make it onto this next circle. Any kind of disruption helps out.
Yeah,
at least for your team. Yeah, so right now, so far, so good. Nothing too crazy. I'm trying to keep an eye and see if I'm seeing anybody out of place right now. Nothing too intense. But meanwhile, we have Jaguar over there in Los Leones looting up. So they got a ton of time on their hands. But as a matter of fact, I am seeing Influence Rage get pretty close to Rise here on the east side.
Yeah, they are rotating through Rise's position. I don't know if Rise is aware of this. It might be somewhat of a set trap play because Rise should be rotating in more center, right? Nothing obstructing them, but instead they're sitting back here almost like they're waiting for something. Are they waiting for this rotation from Influence Rage? Potentially, we'll see what happens if Influence Rage does get caught out. But I think they've already passed them up. Yeah, they already passed up the Rise team. So Influence Rage going for a wide wrapping rotation. They could have cut in towards center from the southeast, but instead they're wrapping all the way to the northeast and then going in. So probably realizing maybe pathing in from the northeast is a little bit easier, so they're setting up for that play way early on. You like to see teams that set up for plays like 10 steps in advance, and Influence Rage, I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly in their playbook.
Well, let's see just how much of the playbook it's going to be here, because I think when it comes to every tournament that you level up, you gotta sometimes throw that playbook out the window in certain situations, right? Because it's just the timing of things, how players are adapting. Things change minute by minute, but it's good to stick to a good core. It's good to stick to a good core value here, and we'll see how it ends up for these teams, as I see. And Hyper pretty central there, but I mean, you've already said the nails in the coffin for them. Honestly, they're a little bit dead to me after that last match. So they're in the center zone. All right, so, and they're gone. So, yeah, you know what Hyper needs? They need that Hyper zone luck that they had in NA.
I mean, I've been watching the games, and they've been getting some of the circles, and they still struggle. And it's the big difference for me. A very key moment as they're starting the rotation yesterday, or day 1, right? They made a big push against Passion Fruit, and it looked aggressive. It looked like they're trying to take advantage. It didn't work out. I was happy with that. And I literally said, I hope this failure doesn't shake their confidence. And then today, what happens? They make a push that should be made in all respects, right? Onto YKG, that previous match. It's a push that wins them the game, potentially. It's a push that they had.
Hey, nobody's died yet?
They had every reason to do it, and they don't. Whereas yesterday, against Passion Fruit, they didn't have to, but if they did, that's a huge advantage, and they still did. So it's just a huge, stark difference in play from Hyper.
And we're starting to see some shots come out from Nate, and I gotta agree with you, as stark as it could be. But let's talk about the teams that have been doing something this whole tournament. And Passion Fruit's been off and on, but man, they getting caught out early seems to be their kryptonite, and they are getting absolutely destroyed here at the end.
Oh, big mistake from Passion Fruit. Taking shots at a rotating team during a rotational circle where teams are more than likely still rotating behind you. That's what happens.
How many times can he say rotating?
And you're down to one.
Just like that. Wow. It's crazy to see how one little bad decision, right? One bad position, and your whole team is just done and dusted. Nate was holding that off angle, and he is still up, but for how long in this scenario? So Passion Fruit not having the finish they want to do, and I think that's what's just crushing them, right? Is their inability to get to late game. They put up so many points when they get the fights, when they get the right positions, but if not, they just get caught on rotation, and they lose everybody and end up with a goose egg.
And I think that's why the edge style is working so well here. Cameron alluded to it, like the feast or famine style. The problem is, like, if you're playing for position and get the placement points, you're getting no elimination points. And it's so hard for you to find them when you're just stuck in the middle and there's fighting all around you and you can't really leave. So no elimination points. Whereas if you're only going for elimination points, you could go out early and not get the placement points. So you need to be a strong team that fights their way in, which is pretty much most of the top end teams of the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's see what Alpha 7's going to do, because they're looking to really take over this leaderboard here. They're going to be playing that edge style, right next to Intense Game on the north side. That's going to be interesting to look at. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, though. Rise all the way on the south side in the blue. So they're going to have to push on up. And it's going to really depend to see where this next zone's going to go, how they're going to rotate on in. It does go a little bit central, a little bit over to the east. So Alpha 7 are going to have to push on down. And look at how many teams are covering this high ground here.
Yeah, and you could still hold a pretty big split in the center of the zone.
Yeah, everybody's alive for this tiny circle.
Holds teams back, and that team has to deal with another team behind them. So this
YKG still alive though. Let's go.
Chaotic and messy with a circle like this. So many power positions all around the center of the zone. That's going to keep pushing teams.
Dab,
away.
should I change my name to Sarah?
So against All Glory Gaming.
Here they go, All Glory Gaming,
if you want to.
Down in Pachinki. It's a party in Sin City.
It's up to you.
And things are starting to heat up. Here goes Milo, looking to try and get a nade off. One nade will definitely.
I don't think it would be bad or weird if you did.
To hold because there's that big old hole right in the roof there. I call it the sunroof.
Yo, Wally with a $5. Dabski, let's host this 1v1 Angry and Mumpty.
Is going to be pretty.
Yeah, apparently Mumpty doesn't want to play tonight, so he's, you know, he's.
The smoke might be obscuring the opening.
You don't. He says he's at a hotel. You know what they always say. You know, oh, I'm at a hotel, this and that. You know what they always say, man.
Day one is concerned.
Mumpty ain't trying to do it.
Taking down Mazexis here. Oh, he got naded, and that is a buggy
rip Joey.
On the side of the building.
What?
Okay, all right, let's see.
Interesting.
Spider bug. Look at that. just hanging off the side there like a decoration. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't you want that on the wall in your room? Huh? Maybe a kitchen?
It looks pretty cool. Crow with the
Are they even gonna try to go for Joey?
Looking at it.
Yeah, he's checking it out. Double headshot. Oh. I thought he didn't reload because he was confident he just needed 5 bullets, but maybe he forgot to reload there.
Let's see. Jump down, coming on down. YKG. They're gonna get it done.
Oh, look at this fight.
Team Kessel getting a little bit more aggressive here on All Glory Gaming, and All Glory Gaming, this is their strategy. They always like to just, hey, when they get pushed, they back up little by little, they throw some nades, and they try to get one.
Not gonna lie, I always call you Sarah instead of Whistlepig because I think Whistlepig's a silly name. I don't want to say it all the time. I'd rather just say Sarah.
Hopefully this time around it works for them. But Team Case was also a team that's not really great at fighting close range, and Hyper's getting taken down.
Yo, bro, you know I'm at my.
Split up. Not sure what happened. But
and we eating Cheetos. Yo, W comment, best comment of the stream. Are they regular Cheetos or hot Cheetos?
Far away indeed. And then here comes Kindness trying to throw something, trying to trying to make it happen. And Kindness has not been able to really fire on all cylinders here in this tournament. And Extreme Slayers, they are definitely in a better position. Let's see how they decide to take it. All Glory Gaming does go down, so Team Gesso able to get the better of them. Let's see how Kindness, not able to shut down Remix, and Remix just looking too strong. And Hyper gone. Do you hear that?
Not surprised.
And Hyper gone.
That's that nail in the coffin right there.
Russ said not surprised.
Hopefully they can rise back from the dead in PMGC because they have already qualified, right? But
you're saying PMGC?
They're dead. They're like zombies in this match. They're gonna need to rise back from the dead as Crow tries to make a miracle 1v2 happen, gets cut down instantly. Mazexa's very split up here. They lost one on top of Church. They lose another one split off at a different compound. Mazexa's, I don't know what's happening, but they are picking way too many fragmented fights on their own.
Yes, they are. Mazexis, I think, just feeling a little bit of that tiredness here towards the end. I'm just trying to make some crazy plays. Losing 2 players early on is going to be tough. Extreme Slayers looking to be like they're firing on all cylinders, though. Here towards the end, they definitely got that monster energy in their system. Remix on the rotation. This is
got that monster energy in their system. Nice little product. Nice little product placement.
Robert's going to probably get shot.
Oh, wow.
Wow. On to Mufasa. I think he does get ran over by himself. Not sure
the buggy
what
blew
happened.
Up.
The buggy
blew up the buggy.
blow up.
Yeah.
That's tough. And now you can see Extreme Slayers on the run, trying to get some shots out the vehicle. They need, I think they're going to commit to this on Rise. Yep, that's what they're doing. They're taking the commitment onto Rise. They want to be able to get this done, but they're not going to be able to pick up Bray. Dudu does have the Bob Barker, though, the MK14. That's deadly. He's going to have the shots, the gun to do it. Can he hit these shots, though? On to Robert, takes him out.
Shots are ringing through here. Extreme Slayers, they're stopping here to take the fight. They want to clear their way onto the edge of zone. Without Bray, it might be a little bit harder, but Remix is still looking good, trying to keep the team alive. Nunes over around the corner, right-hand side.
Wow!
Playing peekaboo. Nice job. Using Frady as a good support on the top of the hill.
He's going to go for that res. That Molotov might be good, though. And is it? Yes, it will be. It's enough for him to get off of Robert. That nade from 7 is going to do it, if not anything. Frady has to push this. I think he has to. How did they survive? Wow, he missed all of that utility. He didn't throw it behind at all. Frady might go for a crazy run over here, and that might have to be the scenario as it's a 2v1, and 7 gets them both down. Where is he? Frady, they need you. Too far away. Oh, it goes down to Seba from Jaguar. Tough play there. I think that Frady could have just pushed in that scenario. I see he was kind of going for like a cheeky rotation. Just wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, I don't think it was communicated enough just how badly they needed Frady to just go in straight to buy time for like maybe a first aid. Because they got the revive, but they were both 1 HP at that point. Essentially, almost less than a single player, right? If you're both coming out from the same spot with 1 HP. So that was very terrible for them.
Yeah, very terrible indeed. Next zone about to pop on over. Is he going to center up?
Yeah, Team Queso and V2 right next to each other.
It actually goes north. Okay. So, you know,
yo, V2 is sandwiched.
Push on in. That's going to be interesting to watch. It's a party over at Pecado, though. You can see so many squads looking to take that place for now. Meanwhile, Influence Rage holding a big split here. Looking to take out 7 from Rise. And then once they do, this entire side of the map is clear for them. Wow.
Yeah, you don't see it on the screen right there, but whatever you don't see is what Influence Rage controls, which is a good chunk of the zone on the east side. So Influence Rage are shaping up to potentially, I'm not going to say get a win, because if it hard shifts to the west, it'll be very difficult, but they're going to be looking to get a top 3 finish at the very least, I think.
Well, let's see what the play is going to be here in this scenario as Gajovski's on the rotation. Jaguar's up on top. Looking to push inwards little by little. Rise gets eliminated. Yeah, that was going to be that final player. And Influence Rage, yeah, just still trying to spread their wings, take over as much real estate as they can. Oh my goodness, YKG getting picked apart. Yep, here towards the end, it is not NA's time to shine, because I don't think there's going to be one NA team after this.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. YKG is the last NA team here. And this is what I was scared of, right? NA, you might start off strong with a couple of lucky circles. I keep saying it, but when the going starts to get tough, the teams that
It's
are
just
better
fears,
over the
though.
course of, 24 plus games, you're going to start falling behind. Baluk Choptan is one of those teams that started off really bad, but now it's showing us, this is why they were the champs. They are doing it through their skill.
Oh my goodness, yes they are. And Baluk Choptan, it's good to see them finally start to fire on all cylinders here. Having a rough day one, but that does happen, and they are able to get a nice little solid
they're done.
bounce back. Let's see how they can bounce back here against Alpha
They're done,
7.
bruh.
That's going to be a tough team to take out. And right now, it's pretty even position-wise.
So the rest of these teams are South American teams?
7. Carrillo should have some good sight lines. But if they are able to cross this ridge, especially Mafioso, and if he's able to get onto that next hill, it's going to be dangerous. This off angle, though, is pretty gross. I don't think they see him.
Yeah.
Nades are starting to ring on out. Kardik, and then finally the shots come. Mafioso, that off angle just too strong.
Yeah, I love the trigger discipline. Wait for more than just one knock. Wait for two. Wait for Baluk to commit in a way where they have to be fully committed or lose the entire fight, and they are losing it hard. Now it's a 4v2 situation.
Wow.
Good nade, but blue zone.
Ooh, outside the zone too.
7, Baluk Choptan are done.
Just like that, yeah, just making one.
This is where crunch time is right here.
And just like that, you are taken out. So, tough situation right there, for sure. And not the place they want to
Crazy
be.
nade.
Oh, what a nade.
Yeah,
Crazy nade.
indeed. And Baluk Choptan just gone.
Yeah, it's that was really good play set up by Alpha 7. I love seeing teams that are smart enough to find those off angles and just hold the fire for a second.
Bro, there is a
Let them
fly
commit to
flying
a
around
play
here.
where
It's
they are
making me so
sandwiched.
mad.
Don't fire first, because then you're just caught off by yourself, right? In a terrible spot if they're known.
I want to see Mumpty versus Angry 1v1.
Now, let's see. Oh, that was in a terrible spot.
I guess you'll have to wait a
And,
couple weeks.
Man, Alpha 7 is a team that you don't want to go against when you're in a spot like that. And Mafioso with 3, they're starting to turn things up here, so they're in a strong position. Now, as far as who our predictions are going to win with is, it's going to be hard to really unbeat Influence Rage, right? Influence Rage is looking really good. They're completely force split. They have so much high ground and almost half the map to themselves right now. Alpha 7 are going to have to start pushing up. Inco does have that compound, but Alpha 7 right now, I think they're really happy to just try to soak up some more eliminations.
Yeah, Alpha 7 have that
28 alive, boys. 28 alive, 28 alive.
So Inco will be sandwiched between
Most of these teams are over half of them are still complete full teams. A7 full, Team Queso full,
on top of them, they have a compound, they have
Inco full, Loops full. V2 has 3, IG has 3, GJR has 3, Jaguars has 3.
They are able to
Oh wait, Jaguars has 2.
their lines of
It's
sight
kind of hard to
so
see that, not gonna
well
lie.
as Team Queso. Not a chance. There was nothing much that they could do there.
Yeah, nothing they can do indeed. Oh, the monster truck madness! Simple, just getting popped out the vehicle. Yeah, trying to go for that rotation. Not going to be able to work out here. Next zone does go on over. You can see Influence Rage holding all that position. Now, this is going to be a 2v2 situation. Yeah, obviously, they get
wow.
care of. And wow, look at those shots there from
What? Oh, and he gets finished? The confirmation from Loops? Alpha 7 would have kept all 4 up if it was not for Little Boy lasering that, and we were watching Little Boy.
We can do it before 11. I'll have 11 now.
Scoped in, shot 6-7 bullets.
Oh, it's not gonna happen before then.
That player out the car. It wasn't like he got to spray for 3-4 seconds. He sprayed for like a second.
Wow.
And right out the car.
Oh, unreal. Yeah. Little Boy just on fire.
Yeah, sorry, Mumped.
That's 3 so far for Influence Rage. And like I said, they have so much real estate to cover, so much control of this map. They're looking too good to beat at this point. And Alpha 7 are completely pinned, right? They're pinched between both Influence and Loops. Cardosen's just poking these shots at them. They're forced to lay down. They're really hoping that the zone comes down to them because they are stuck. They're going to have to make a push possibly onto Inco, but Inco's going to be waiting for them.
We got one more UC code right after this chat.
And not to mention you got Influence.
Type 1 if you're ready for the UC code.
Alpha 7,
21 remaining.
You said it best. They're going to need to pray for a circle. And even if they get the circle. That spot does not look good enough for them to survive. They are getting picked apart. Full send. Can he make it in? Oh, it looked good. It looked like he was around the shack enough, but that is Alpha 7 out of there. And I like that play. Make the play like now rather than later. They couldn't get that shack in time, and Alpha 7 are out.
Done. Just like that. That's all it takes. Yeah, so Alpha 7 going for it, instantly stiff-armed. Next circle does go on up, and now Loops are in the same scenario, right? I mean, this is just a tough circle here. You know, it's too quiet.
Dude, Inko's got a crazy spot.
Inko has the sight lines. Influence, Rage have the sight lines. Both intense game, and Loops, for lack of a better word, they're screwed here in this position. I mean, there's nothing they can do. They're just trying to get
see a 4v4
as they can.
I think we're going to see a 4v4 between Inko and Influence Rage in the very final circle. No one else is in the zone, and there is no cover in that zone. They're going to get shot up by both teams heavy between Influence Rage and Inko.
Oh, yes, they are. So let's see what happens here. Who's going to be able to get some elimination points? That's what they're really trying to hunt down, right? You can see Adrian just gets one on a Mythic. Yeah, there you go. I think they're going to go for the push. Yeah, I think they need to. But can they make this cross? No, they can't. Okay, so they're stuck. Yeah, Adrian.
It's going to be a tough cross.
Yeah, they're done for. All these players right here. It's over. There's nothing they can do in this scenario. They just gotta sit back, try to steal some eliminations, because it's only a matter of time. And this is PUBG Mobile, guys. It happens. I mean, even though you're such a strong team like a tense game, there's nothing you can do. Ayala, Serpentine spins on out, jumps out. Oh my gosh! Oh, he made it to the shack.
Huh?
That was a goal right there in general.
Oh, the shack.
I don't know. It's got to be out there in the living room, bub.
If he had the two other
deleted.
Yeah, if he had the other two players in his car, maybe. But if he had two teammates in the car, Intense Game would have had free reign and shoot them too.
All right now.
So I guess it was a lose-lose situation.
Because it's a game that we can play later.
Still make it. And V2 are making a lot of progress up the hill.
Yeah, both these teams are probably going to make it to the lobby here in a second. There's no way Loops can make it. Oh, those shots, though, were nice. I mean, it's good to see Loops still trying to put up a fight.
Let's see if any of these teams on the low ground can make any headway.
Guapo got a nade onto Kayowski. That's dangerous. V2 looking to usurp. Oh, Law gets a nice nade, though, right in return. That's going to be pretty solid. Let's see how Influence Rage has to hand this. Law actually got beat up pretty good there. Oh, my gosh. Kayowski got finished?
4 teams remaining, 12 players.
3v2 scenario now. Ty trying to push on up, gets taken out by Law, and down goes V2. So Influence Rage lose one in the process, and honestly, if they decide to
Inko's got an amazing spot right now.
Have a chance. That's the only way Loops survives, is if Influence Rage just completely pushes on Inko right now.
It looks like Inko's going to be the ones to push on to Influence Rage. You see Inko leaving that compound, pressing up. Inko knows their biggest challenge is Influence Rage, and they definitely caught it in the feed that one of the players of Influence Rage went down.
1v1 Dab versus Dab Jr. Oh gosh, I wouldn't do that to him.
Audio cue to know how close Influence Rage is. He's got that nade in hand, and we're gonna go to circle or stage 9. So this is just gonna close dead to the middle, and Loops are still in the match, so they could cause some trouble for Inko.
Can cause some trouble indeed. Let's see what's going to happen. The little boy looking to put some shots on. This is going to be that calm before the storm. Teams right now just trying to get some little cheeky knocks here because it's going to be difficult to push this scenario no matter what. So let's see what happens as Vitali's looking to maybe open things up with the nade. He did see Law right there, so he has his number. Yeah, to keep that nade, you're going to need some of that util towards the end. And let's see how they opt to play this. Everyone's just playing the edge right now. This is a very difficult zone. Loops are starting to creep up little by little, so they're still in this fight, surprisingly.
Yeah, they're making good headway. These nades coming in, Nenebete trying to get a knock, or at least know, you know, if you nade the top of the hill, that player might not be holding that angle anymore, and that's indeed what's happening. Little boy forced to fall down. Inko have a window of opportunity here to push over the top of Influence Rage.
Yeah, Loops aren't having a window of opportunity right now with this position. I mean, the zone is starting to creep. Oh, this is stage 9. I forgot. The zone's about to go to nothing. Okay, all right. So let's see how this is going to happen because Nenebete is pushing up. Does Zoop see him?
Are they going to push or what?
Mythic has a path upfield here. And he's got some coverage. He sees them. Oh my gosh. Here go the shots on the law. He misses them. That's so brutal. Mythic unable to get the finish. And now here comes Papa Blue starting to creep in. But that could have been enough to disrupt little boy and the rest of Influence Rage. How's Inko going to decide to handle this? Federal takes down Mythic. And now here comes Inko with the push. Tons of smokes coming out. It's an all-out war. Here they go.
3v4. They got the opening. Now it's a 3v3. Influence Rage trying to bring this back. Federal goes down, though. It trades back and forth. Inko down to 1.
Oh, how did they throw that?
Law still up. Oh, little boy falls down.
Oh, he fell.
He goes down to full damage. 1v1 situation. Blue Zone's creeping in. Law, you can't get the reds off. You have to commit.
Oh, he's actually going.
Blue Zone creeping in so slow. He realizes it. Yep, I can't get this res. I got to go for the play. Here we go.
Law's got the ridge.
For the last chicken dinner, he has the ridge. Oh, but Sully has the shots, baby. Law pressure down.
Oh, he's blocking shots.
And he gets him.
Nice.
Body shots. The body block could have worked, but it wasn't good enough. It's all to the big bad
That's crazy.
boys themselves. Influence Rage.
Oh, that fall damage.
Oh,
shook my heart. Oh, it's like not like this, but they still get it done. That body block, though, was beautiful. I thought that was going to work, and he was going to lose. He shot so many bullets into that body, but it pierced through, and he still won the match. And if you think about it, maybe it worked the opposite way. Maybe he didn't know where to shoot from the head glitch. Yeah, he couldn't see the enemy. So, I mean, it was worth the try. Either way,
that's crazy play. If they actually did that on purpose, that's crazy.
Made it to the end game.
All right, type 1 if you're ready for the last code. Type 1, type 1, type 1, type 1. Last code, boys. Last code. Type 1.
Gross, right? That play was gross because if it goes the other way,
I'm going to wait till they show the overall rankings for this last day, and then we'll show the code. Type 1 if you're ready for it, though.
But Law, man, clearing out this leaderboard looking really good. So what a game for them at the end of the day. Got to give the mad props to Inko for putting up such a fight, though. It was a close one. I'll tell you, that fall damage, oh, man, that made things too close for comfort.
Ooh, I was biting my nail when I saw that happen. I saw the icon pop up. I was like, wait a second, it's a 1v1 now. Any one of them can take it. But that started off, Jukes.
Yeah, what's the ring around Zute's? You see the ring around his neck on a chain?
And they still managed to win it.
Yes, I mean, it's unreal. It's unreal. I mean, this is the reason why
we see bro in a relation? Is he getting married? Wait, is that a ring?
So many people predicted them. Oh my gosh, let's get this thing wrapped up by the fastest, shiniest shin host in the country, Jason Kaplan.
Shiniest shins in the West. Influence Rage, what are you trying to say there, Hot Jukes?
Where have you seen his shins?
Rehearsal.
Hey, we don't talk about where we see Jason's shins. We just go with it.
I'm jealous.
Good job, Influence Rage. By the way, on a serious note, Law has performed really well in the past 2 matches.
No promotion, exclamation.
In the previous match, he was able to get a great off angle when they fought against YKG, and right here, being able to put up some great amount of items.
Let's see the overalls.
I mean, they're starting to extend a lead as well towards the top of the leaderboard, and we'll check with that in a little bit of time as we'll, I guess, jump into some highlights and, of course, our match report to get an idea of how many points they got.
They're going to jump into some highlights and a match report really quick.
You know, I was the only one that had faith in them. Still get the point, but I don't really care about prediction games.
Clearly.
Sure.
Clearly.
He's losing now.
No, but as we go over this match, once again, it's going to be a lot of fighting on the edge. And actually, Zute brought up a really, really good point about how the meta sort of balances itself out. For a team, like we saw this happen with Extreme Slayers. Again, we're going to go back to them as the example of the center-focused team because it's them, right?
Awkward. What's awkward?
So if any other team wants to quote-unquote play it safe, go for the clear bet of playing more
center. You're the only one that typed 1.
Opportunities to get the elimination points. And if you're trying to go for first place or
you should just put up the UC code at a random time.
You have to go for where the points will be.
Nah.
So
I'll just do it how I want to do it.
Way, it is kind of forcing these teams to continue to play on the edge. But this final fight, the body blocking. Yeah, I thought the body blocking was going to do a lot more to help out than it ended up. But I mean, Influence Rage, in the end, they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners in a row.
That body block was a great idea. 13 elims too out of them. Inko Gaming too, being able to put up some good elims. By the way, Inko Gaming, every single time we see them being able to get that high ground, they always end up performing so well. And I think even going back today to Sandhawk, that's why we're all picking them until we actually ended up seeing where that compound was, or at least from my end. I was like, okay, never mind. They don't have the high ground.
I just picked them because they were in a compound in Sandhawk. That's like, beggars can't be choosers, you know?
Nonetheless, though, 9 illness for them, 15 points. They're going to be happy with that. Also, Loops, I feel like they're having a bit of a bounce back, too. We're counting out how Team Queso is probably a little bit too late for them to even challenge. For N-Hyper, it's pretty much a change of mentalities. I feel like Loops might be one of those teams that are still qualified to PMGC that could possibly end up in the top 4.
Yeah.
We just need to see a lot more out of this for them.
They could make podium.
And also Stream Slayers. Stream Slayers, this is what I was talking about. Great job on getting the illims, but now I guess it's the complete opposite.
Can you please get like, okay, you know how to get placements, you know how to get eliminations. Can you get them both?
Fix it.
All right, let's see page 2 here and see our 9 through 16 teams. YKG getting some 4 points on the board. Passion Fruit, 3 placement points on the day outside of their chicken dinner. They had 1 yesterday, 3 today. No limbs this time, unfortunately.
Are we surprised, though?
I think it's just been a worse day today than in general. Even ignoring the placement point, not really of a controversy, but placement point from you guys, is that Passion Fruit, after they got their win, I think the most points they got in 1 round was like 3 elimination points. So it just hasn't been a good day in general for Passion Fruit.
Kind of a quiet game as well. Just moving on to another team here. Intense game, 3 placements, no limbs. Not used to seeing them get 0 eliminations, but again, they're still, you know, top 2. I would imagine 2nd place at the moment.
And Hyper, which is that 1.2. Yeah. Just switch it up in Hyper. Don't even think about wanting to win this. Don't even think about wanting to be in the top 4. Just think about what you would like to practice before we go to PMGC League stage, because right now they might as well just toss up this tournament.
Yeah. I don't mean... Saying what
INFW?
is a little weird because they're not going to be playing against the same teams.
Oh yeah,
maybe.
So like in terms of how do you react to a rotation, how do you react to a certain zone, that's obviously going to have the content that they need to study and learn of whatever tournament they enter, whether it's PMGC or even you imagine they would have prepped for this one. But in terms of like how do we get as a team back on form? How do we work our chemistry together?
Yeah, I think going off the chemistry is like maybe putting your players in different positions, right? Because even though Kindness, we're known for him being a fragger, that hasn't worked out here. So who's going to be, what are we going to be able to do for GK first? Because now we know Kindness is, if for some reason Kindness does not perform, and I'm thinking about now PMGC League stage for this team, is, okay, what can we do to put GK first within a spot where he's actually going to be able to put up those illums, right? That's mostly where I'm coming from with them being able to practice different stuff, different roles for the players.
I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with that statement, just because I don't feel like you can invest in one player to be there to carry the team. You know, you need that 2nd, 3rd player, and maybe it's about how can we make Kindness more comfortable in these lobbies, because he has just been, I mean, I hate to say it because he was such a big player in PMPL, but he's been a letdown. And in Hyper, I think he's been a letdown overall, unfortunately. And I hate that we're so harsh on them, but like, they were so dominant during the season.
Yeah, that's the trade-off for having such high expectations for performing so well. Is that if you're a team like V2 with very little expectations, then, you know, we're not going to really bat an eye at it, right? Or even Mazexis, right? But because N-Hyper was so good, like, I haven't heard any of them complain about us making these comments toward them, but like, it's because we know that they can be better.
Yep.
I mean,
you have teams like Extreme Slayers and Passion Fruit being the ones to actually carry NA right now in this event, which has been kind of interesting.
So they're getting dog hard.
Not as good of a day 2, and then Extreme Slayers, they've slowed down, or rather, I think more than that, it's other teams have sped up. Influence has gotten back onto their swing of things. IG and Eco, they've both kind of slowed down from day 1, but still performing well. Rise is always in the mix.
Alpha 7 too.
So yeah, it's the lack of high ceiling that we were talking about earlier for Extreme Slayers that like we're really missing. If they just get 1 or 2 rounds a day that they hit like high double-digit points, that pairs up with the like 5-6 average that they get very well, but they're not hitting those high points.
Yeah, if we don't see them combine at least within, I would say within the first 2 matches tomorrow, I feel like they're just gonna get consumed by the other Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
They showed rank already?
Before we do hop into
no, they didn't.
Get an idea of where Extreme Slayers do stand compared to obviously the other teams here. Let's take a quick little recap of who won all of our matches today. Remember, we had 6 matches in total today. We did start off with NA getting the victory yet again, but then of course it went back to Brazil, went to Latin America, and then went Brazil.
More than that, Influence Rage twice in a row at the end. I think their lead over IG is going to be ginormous.
It's a big step up too from yesterday. I mean, yesterday I feel like even though they were able to be within the first page of overall, not a lot of people were happy with the way that they were able to perform, and this is a good way for them to be like, okay, this is what you guys were expecting for us to do here in America. And the good thing too about this, it wasn't just only Law, right? We also saw Federal being able to put up good numbers for his team too. So now it's not just one player. We're starting to see a lot more players too, and that's always a great thing to see, because when we go over to intense games, I mentioned this earlier, it just comes down to either Diego or McGrellan. And that's not something you want to be relying on, as we're kind of hinting at within Hyper too, right?
Today, unfortunately, I mean, when we checked it, I think it was match 4 or maybe 5, McGrellan had like 4 limbs, and so did Diego on the day. So
on the day,
a little bit unfortunate for them, but actually, let's just head straight into overalls, because I'm really curious to see at our top of the table, wow, a 32-point difference between first and second place.
After 12 rounds.
Wow.
How many points did they get today?
Okay, so they started today at 40 points. They got 90 points on the day.
Oh,
see, I like it better when you say they almost got 100 points today.
Well, I mean, IG, they started the day off at 64, so they only got 34.
Yep.
And Influence got 90.
Like, 34 is a fine grab on the day. That's 5 points per game. Like, that, you usually want to sit around, like, 8 or 9 points per game in order to win. But still, like, 4 or 5 is fine to, like, maintain a position, but what a surge by Influence Rage. I wasn't expecting this much, but, I mean, 2 wins would do that.
All right, boys. All right, boys. All right, boys. Here's the last UC code.
Happening here. This is kind of what I'm going with going into tomorrow for the next 2 matches, because you can see now Alpha 7. I mean, they're currently there, right? We know that Alpha 7, if they want to, they can get the chicken dinners. They're a team that is versatile enough where they can switch off on what they want to do.
You said like versatile.
Slayers, we're not quite there yet. And another team that now Extreme Slayer needs to worry about is Loops Esports.
Yeah.
We're kind of counting them out there for the longest time, and this is kind of what I've been talking about. I feel like Loops still wants to actually go for a top 4 finish here, just to say, okay, we're able to perform well here. We're going to be going into PMGC League stage hot.
Well, they got to get top 4 if they want to make it into PMGC, right? Because they're not the team qualified for Alpha 7.
Loops.
Oh, Loops.
Sorry, I was talking about Loops.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, the fact is we have all 6 of our Brazilian representatives in top 7.
Yeah.
That just shows Brazil is still #1. Obviously, we have the 1 NA representative and, of course, the 1 Latin American representative. Let's see the second page here. 68 points is currently in 8th place. 64 in 9th.
Second place or second page? Second page.
Because of Loops getting into this. But then in Hyper, 45 points. Team Queso, 45 points, able to get themselves off the bottom of the table. But obviously, not as many points as they needed.
Yeah, confidence. Because you know what? Something that's been going under our radar is All Glory Gaming. I mean, this is a team that's been here before too. This is a team that actually has the MVP in David from LATAM PMPL. This is way of a. We're talking about like YKG underperforming, right? We're talking about some of these other teams.
All right, boys.
Next is maybe All Glory Gaming. That's a big.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off now that this is over, I guess.
for the LATAM.
Yo, if you guys haven't yet, make sure you go to the link in the description below. Coming over to the mainstream, drop a like, sub up to the official PUBG Mobile Esports channel. And yo, that's gonna be it for me tonight. That's the only stream. That's the only thing I'm doing today, boys. That's the only thing I'm doing today. Tomorrow morning, I'll be live during an arena breakout tournament, a 1v1 versus me and another content creator. Bro, my mouse is being dumb. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here. Y'all, thank you guys for hanging out today. And Wally coming in with all those freaking gifted subs. Well, thank you so freaking much, Wally. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me, boys. If I don't see you tomorrow, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. And Nate, I'll hook you up in just a minute. Let me finish eating this cereal right here. I'm gonna hook you up. Yeah, it's gonna be it for me, boys. Hope you guys enjoyed all the UC codes, and I should get another set to give away for some other time or something for doing this. But yeah, that's it for me.